The residential building was shrouded in darkness, each apartment a silent shell. Huang Yi climbed to the third floor, his arms burdened with bags of fruits and vegetables, the half-eaten remnants of a moldy apple in hand. He finally stopped at his door, its iron gate looming before him. Inside, faint voices seeped out, unfamiliar, intrusive. "This place is pathetic, barely any furniture. What are we even looking for here? You're already here. At least check before we leave." Huang Yi let the rotting apple fall over the railing, wiped his hand on his pants and slid his key into the lock. The door creaked open, and he flicked on the living room light with precision. "What are you looking for?" Two men, caught in the act, turned to him, blinking under the sudden brightness. "Change the bulb, why don't you?" One, a thin man, snapped, feigning nonchalance. They weren't in any hurry to pretend otherwise, their confidence bordering on arrogance. Huang Yi glanced around his barren living room, cleaner than he'd last left it. "How about I help you look?" The thieves exchanged confused glances. "Help us, what, you live here?" the thin man asked, sneering. "Yes," Huang Yi replied calmly, stepping toward the sink with his groceries. The skinny man scoffed, taking in the wilted cabbage and a handful of bruised apples. "Not even worth Robbie. You call this living? Meat's disgusting anyway," Huang Yi muttered, peeling a decayed apple with practiced ease. "You're a strange one," the man jeered, leaning closer. Just then, the other thief emerged from the back, grinning and holding up a tattered skirt. "Look, there's a woman here, someone's been living with him," Huang Yi paused. "That was my mother's, and my sister's." The mention of family lit up the intruder's eyes. "Where are they?" "They're dead," he said, not looking up. "You lying bastard." The thin man lunged forward, slamming his dagger into the cabbage, his face twisted in rage. "Talk straight or this knife finds flesh." From the back room, a soft, urgent voice called out. "Wake up, Mom! Thieves in the house, my brother's in danger." Both men froze, startled by the cry. "You said they were dead." The thin man barked. His companion bolted toward the sound without hesitation. Huang Yi sighed, a faint trace of weariness in his voice. "I warned you, you'll regret going in there." The intruders ignored him, shoving the door open and disappearing into the dark. Seconds later, screams tore through the air. "Ah, it's ripping me apart." "Help me!" Sickening sounds followed, the crunch of bones, wet tearing, blood spattering the walls. Huang Yi stood by the sink, peeling his apple. "Told you, flesh isn't worth it." The screaming ceased. The house fell deathly silent. Huang Yi finished wiping his hands and stepped into the hallway, his footsteps echoing. He pushed open the door. Blood was everywhere, smeared across the floor, pooling at his feet, splashed on the walls. Discarded limbs lay limp in the doorway. The metallic tang in the air was suffocating. In the dim light, a figure emerged. Her face was pale and childlike, her expression one of guilt. She clasped her bloodied hands together like a child caught misbehaving. "You shouldn't have killed them," Huang Yi said, his voice low, tired. "They were going to hurt you," she replied softly, almost pleading. He looked at her, a beautiful girl with vacant eyes. His sister, Huang Roying, the reason no one else lived in this building. She glanced away as he moved past her, following the trail of blood into their mother's room. The sight that met him stopped him cold. The room was chaos. Scattered bones, chunks of flesh, a quilt soaked in black and red. Under it, a figure moved with frantic hunger. "Mom," Huang Yi said, his voice sharp. The woman on the bed stopped, her face grotesque and wild with a manic grin. "It's fresh today, son, want to share?" Huang Yi's jaw tightened. "Didn't I tell you not to do this?" "Just a little," she begged, shoving more into her mouth. "It's so tender." His patience snapped, his fist connected with her skull in a sickening crack. Blood sprayed, her sunken face crumpling under the force. He stood over her, fists trembling, and muttered through clenched teeth. "I won't let you turn into a monster." Behind him, Huang Roying trembled against the wall, her face pale with fear. Bang! My mother's face was severely injured, her neck and neck were broken due to the huge force, and her face fell back. Blood spilled all over the ground, as if there was no sound. But her skin was squirming rapidly, and countless strips of scarlet flesh broke through the constraints of the body surface, baring their teeth and claws at Huang Yi, releasing a violent aura. "You guys are already dead, can't you just calm down a little bit?" Huang Yi's eyes were full of disappointment and his tone was low. "In this world, there are gods. If you want to achieve transcendence, you need to offer faith, become a firm believer. Each god's cultivation path is different." From a human perspective, there are good and evil. There is no doubt that Huang Yi's family has all gone astray. As if feeling his son's anger, Mom was full of panic. Mom doesn't dare anymore. No more, I don't eat meat anymore. Don't be angry. She kept crying, and the vision in her body suddenly subsided. He pulled out the flesh and blood from his stomach and pushed the bed out with his hands and feet. It seems that he is using his actions to show his determination to completely cut off his flesh and blood. Huang Yi looked at his mother's pitiful appearance and couldn't bear it. I am an outstanding class cotter, don't make it difficult for me. Mom covered her broken and ashamed face and nodded hurriedly. Mom knows. Mom was wrong, I never dare to do it again. Huang Yi sighed slightly, containing the irritability in his heart. Calm down, I will call you to eat later. He put the bones and flesh into the quilt and packed them away. Then, carrying a bucket and mop, he went into the room to clean. After mopping, the bedroom floor was still clean, but the strong smell of blood lingered on. After the college entrance examination, it's time to change rooms. Huang Yi was quite yearning, but there was a little helplessness hidden in his heart. The place where he went to school was a city ruled by orthodox gods, called Contract City. As the name suggests, it is a city that believes in the gods' contract. Every student must undergo an awakening ceremony. If you fail to awaken, you won't even be qualified to go to college. Resource management is extremely strict. Huang Yi also had to make plans for the future. As a heretic, I am too cautious when living in an orthodox city. After graduating from high school, go back to your hometown. The residents of Contract City all have decent beliefs. Huang Yi naturally wanted to follow the local customs and pretend to believe in the contract. But if I really compare it, my hometown is still suitable for the development of a cultist like myself. His hometown is in an area of extreme chaos. It's full of violence, crime, escaped. It's a mixed bag. A petty theft like the one I encountered tonight is considered refreshing and refined, and their endings are commonplace. Huang Yi's hometown is called a riot ruin by many cities. The characteristic of this type of area is that it has no walls and may be devoured by monsters at any time. It's like a primeval forest, full of weak and strong predators. Infrastructure, construction, and survival supplies can only be maintained with the assistance of major forces. Believers who believe in contract are called contract masters. You can summon pets to fight, and the undead souls in the world, namely my mother and sister, are controlled by the weird god. But both of them are inherently fragile. Huang Yi put down the mop. Come to the kitchen and start making dinner. Chop up the cabbage and apples you bought and put them on the same plate. Huang Yi squeezed the tomato sauce and yogurt sauce with an unclear production date on them. After a brief stir, he reminded loudly and contentedly, Mom, sister, it's time to eat. Eating meat is not healthy and can lead to alcoholism and madness. I made your favorite fruit and vegetable salad. My sister hid in the room, hesitating. Finally, he walked out of the room with a depressed head and timidly responded, Thank you, brother. But Huang Yi didn't sit down at the dinner table. Instead, he found a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Huang Ruoying asked in astonishment, don't you want to eat? Huang Yi closed the bathroom door with a bang. I ate roast chicken on the way, so I won't eat with you. In the bathroom, the half-length mirror was moldy and cracked. The blur reflected Huang Yi's slightly indifferent expression. He took off his clothes neatly. His hands were covered with dried blood marks. When it gets cold, it all tastes bad. What's so delicious about this? Huang Yi subconsciously put his thumb in his mouth and sucked it, commenting with disgust. Then he turned on the shower. 2 days later, Huang Yi opened the door. Let the morning sun shine into the cold living room. Son, are you leaving now? You have to be careful not to fight with your classmates on the way. Perform well in the college entrance examination. Mom is useless, she can't control her mun. It was all lost by Huang Ruoyuan in his early years. If we meet him, let's hang him as a family, okay? The beautiful mother looked sad. There is also deep violence hidden in the scarlet eyes. Apparently he ate a lot of meat and became insane. Huang Yi has long been used to it, but he still feels impatient with her nagging. I know. My sister stood aside obediently, picking at her nails nervously, silent. When Huang Yi was about to leave, he couldn't help but grab Huang Yi's bag and cautiously said, Goodbye, brother. Look at Mom, don't indulge her anymore. Huang Yi warned solemnly. Hearing her brother's dissatisfaction, she lowered her head in grievance. Okay, Huang Yi nodded, and then turned away tiredly. His family was unfortunate. Under the influence of his father, he believed in evil gods. It led to the destruction of the family. But with his own efforts, at least it was clean and warm. The ruins of the rioters. There is an old subway station leading to the contract city 100 kilometers away. Every city of faith will expand its influence to slums in various places, so as to continuously absorb new believers. Huang Yi had the opportunity to study normally under this policy. Believe in the contract and you can get eternal life. Become a professional summoner, you can control beasts and ghosts, it's so powerful. As long as you become a citizen of the contract city, it is not a dream to rise to prominence. At the subway entrance, more than a dozen clergymen were working hard to promote it. There was also a small love shed next to it, which attracted many homeless people who were just waiting to die. Uncle, can I have food if I believe in the god of contract? A child covered in mud summoned up the courage and asked timidly. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, just remember the good of the contract. The uncle who distributed porridge looked numb, as if he was used to such scenes. He handed over the porridge and bread lukewarmly, and drove them away like flies. Thank you, uncle. The child excitedly held the cold porridge and drank it with satisfaction with the. Huang Yi retracted his dull eyes and walked to the security check area on the first floor underground. He was soon stopped by the security personnel. This is my student ID. Huang Yi was used to it. The man simply checked it and nodded calmly. The information is correct. You can recite the doctrine of the contract. Each god has a doctrine for believers to pray. You can prove the purity of your faith. In this world, reciting the faith of foreign gods is a terrible. At the least, it will lead to dementia, and at the worst, it will lead to death. Not everyone can afford the cost of being watched by two gods at the same time. Therefore, reciting the doctrine is more effective than any instrument. It is also an excellent means to test the enemy and ourselves, and can accurately screen the people of the evil god. Of course, if it is a city with friendly relations, you can also recite the doctrine of the local gods. I, Huang Yi, believe in the god of contract. Huang Yi was not surprised and clasped his hands in front of his mouth and nose. Please cast your great gaze and give you eternal blessings for your faithful believers. I will live forever and praise your honorable name. The contract is eternal. The contract is eternal. The security inspector replied, still flipping the student ID card casually. Huang Yi looked up in confusion. But he saw the other party staring at him, with a playful smile on his lips. It's well recited, but it lacks some emotion and the attitude is not sincere enough. He patted the student ID card and returned it to Huang Yi. Do you have a grudge against that student? Seeing Huang Yi leave, another contract master couldn't help asking. No. The security officer looked relaxed. But why do I feel that you don't like him a little? He has an unsteady belief in God, why should I like him? The security officer retracted his gaze from Huang Yi, smiled, and patted his teammate's shoulder. You stay here first, I'll go to the bathroom. The smell in the toilet was strong and pungent. The security officer stood on the platform, facing the long cement urinal, and absent-mindedly untied his belt. That kid is really disrespectful. Pan Sen laughed dumb. He has a contracted beast that can hear the voices of humans. This unique talent, naturally, cannot be told to others. The contracted beast told himself that when the student was reciting the doctrine, he was disdainful of the contract master in his heart, thinking that he was too fragile. He even thought that it was worse than weird. Listening to the story, Pan Sen just felt interesting. That student is a superhuman. Hearing this, the security officer looked blank. What did you say? He has superhuman vibrations. The contracted beast replied. Pan Sen's face changed and he pulled up his zipper in surprise. Hidden so deep. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Yi walked into the carriage full of wet and moldy smell, found an empty seat and sat down. Not long after, the steel behemoth rolled on the track and drove away with a clang. Huang Yi flipped through the wrinkled student ID card. His eyes were indifferent, and his expression was normal. We have arrived at the terminal, contract 18 city. Please take your belongings and get off the bus in an orderly manner. After hearing the voice announcement, Huang Yi stuffed his student ID card, which he had flipped all the way, into his messenger bag. Passing through the corridor full of industrial metal style, facing the warm morning sun, he saw the strong atmosphere of life outside the subway entrance. Shaobing, delicious shaobing. Fresh fruit, cheap for sale. Second-hand feature phone, collected from the ruins of the rioters, only 30,000 federal coins, guaranteed to be authentic. Hitchhiking, we will leave when it is full, only one person is missing. Look, selling discs, hot discs. Everyone is not curious enough, I still have people and pets. The hawking voices are endless. These are scenes that are not seen in his hometown. From childhood to adulthood, Huang Yi has only seen theft, rape, burning, looting, and even the escaped extraordinary people, making strange chaos in his hometown. The tense and oppressive environment inevitably made him indifferent. Back to Contract City, it is rare to relax a little. Student brother, are you going back to school? The driver stopped the road with a smile. Huang Yi asked cautiously, how much is it to go back to Heji No? 3 middle school. Only 300. Huang Yi looked over and saw that there were many reserved students sitting in the van, looking at him expectantly. It seemed that they wanted to leave for school earlier. 300 per car. It was estimated that there were 7 or 8 people in the car. If they shared the money, it was acceptable. What are you talking about, 300 per person? Are you robbing? Huang Yi's face sank. The driver was very dissatisfied. I have quit that job a long time ago. Huang Yi did not hesitate and turned around and left. Then how much do you think is appropriate? The driver stopped him anxiously. 30. You are a habitual offender, you can rob more than me. The two parted unhappily. Huang Yi decided to take the bus back. The price was not cheap, 1 yuan per kilometer. The air in the car was not circulated, and I was reluctant to turn on the air. With the residual vomit smell, it was very stuffy. After paying 30 yuan, Huang Yi got off the bus with a livid face. Looking at the vehicle that left with a dark exhaust, he silently memorized the license plate number. He vowed that if he had the chance, he would definitely tear off the roof of the bus that passed by the school. Commissioner Huang, you're back. At the school gate, he ran into a classmate who was returning to school. The man came forward in surprise, and when he got closer, he noticed that Huang Yi's face was not very good. Are you carsick? The classmate asked in surprise. Just poisoned. Huang Yi didn't want to say more and walked straight to the campus. Contract No. 3 middle school is ranked in the top 3 in the entire city. All students who are enrolled are smart and devout, at least they have to look devout on the surface. Only believers with firm beliefs can gain the recognition of the gods and become extraordinary people. At 4 p.m., all students who have not awakened, go to the temple to confess. Maybe you can still get the mercy of the gods. During the self-study class, the head teacher spoke in a serious tone. There are only a few days left for the college entrance examination. In a class of 40 people, there are still more than 10 students who have not awakened. It's like a student taking the physical education exam and getting a 0 in physical education. It's really against the will of heaven. He looked around the class with a cold and dissatisfied look. Seeing Huang Yi's disapproving expression, he felt even more upset. He was obviously above average in terms of education, but he just couldn't awaken. He doesn't look insincere. Could he really have no talent? Huang Yi, you lead the team in the afternoon. If no one awakens, don't come back. After the head teacher left disappointed, the class was in chaos in an instant. Huang Yi, why haven't you awakened yet? Will that mean you won't be able to go to college? No way. He is obviously the most pious one among us. I don't understand. I believe that your sincerity will sooner or later be noticed by the gods. Many classmates were worried and expressed comfort. It was no secret in the class that Huang Yi came from the ruins of the riot. Driven by curiosity, I found that Huang Yi was a good person. He was not competitive, emotionally stable, rarely angry, and surprisingly mature in both psychology and behavior. Boys were willing to talk to him, and girls enjoyed sharing their troubles with him. After 3 years of contact, he had already won the recognition of teachers and students and pushed Huang Yi to the position of class leader of the psychological committee. Huang Yi did not participate in the discussion. Instead, he took out the required course Superhuman, which he had read countless times, and read it silently. This book briefly describes the gods believed in by each city-state and the characteristics of superhumans. The content is very simple, and only the content about the contract master has a deeper description, but it has never been able to solve the mystery in Huang Yi's heart. Under the influence of my father, I became a believer in destruction. But I can recite the doctrine of contract without any problem and even praise his name of God. Is this the special nature of the destruction path, or does this special nature come from myself? Huang Yi didn't know, but he had a vague feeling that all this seemed to be related to his missing father. After his faith was destroyed, a strange feeling appeared in his mind. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could always vaguely see a series of earthen mounds appearing in front of him, like a grave. Huang Yi had an illusion that he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the graveyard. "Be quiet, we are still in class." The study committee member at the same table could not bear to see Huang Yi being disturbed, so he spoke up to stop the noise. After class, the unawakened students consciously gathered in front of Huang Yi's desk. Huang Yi looked at their sad expressions and closed the textbook. "Let's go and repent. Every school has a temple. The decoration is not luxurious, more like a large classroom." However, the podium was replaced by a vague-looking gilded stone statue, more than 4 meters high, close to the ceiling. The statue representing the contract opened its arms as if to welcome its believers. The costumes carved on the stone statues have a symmetrical and coordinated beauty. "Commissioner Huang, I don't think I can go to college." Someone is depressed. "I obviously worked very hard, but I just couldn't get God's approval." There were tears in someone's eyes. They all expressed their feelings in front of Huang Yi without any burden. With the college entrance examination approaching, everyone is under great pressure. "Me too." Huang Yi looked at the dozen or so worried classmates and patiently comforted him. "Just think, I should be the most regretful. My grades are higher than those of you, but I can't become a contractor. I got such a high cultural score for nothing. After graduating from high school, I will have to compete with you group of poor students for jobs. Maybe one of you will become my boss." Who am I to argue with this? The classmates were all amused. I got a lot of comfort from Huang Yi's self-deprecating words, but it's really a pity. Today's human cities are built on wasteland. Educational resources are scarce, and those who are not extraordinary do not even have the opportunity to go to college. Perhaps many ordinary people have to wander around the city throughout their lives. If anyone among us can become a contractor, I hope it is you. Even if it doesn't work now, if I become a contractor in the future, I can pass the adult college entrance examination and enter university. A girl stared into Huang Yi's eyes and said hopefully. These slightly ambiguous words made the young classmates make ambiguous noises. The female classmate was so embarrassed that she quickly hid in a corner and pretended to recite the teachings silently. "Stop making trouble. Hurry up and repent and recite the teachings. Maybe there is still someone who can get God's attention." Huang Yi dispersed the booing classmates, sitting nearby in the first row, leaning on the back of the chair, staring at the statue in a daze. Soon after, another group of people entered the temple in an orderly manner. When he found someone inside, he restrained his voice and sat down quietly. Huang Yi and the leader looked at each other and nodded, knowing that they also came to the gods to repent. The content of the confession is pretty much the same. It's nothing more than blaming himself for not having firm faith and not being loyal enough. If he gets extraordinary powers, he will definitely give back to the gods, etc. In Huang Yi's view, he is like a senior old man, making bitter, small, and expired cakes to banks and employers. Desire to get loans, that is extraordinary ability. I don't even believe it, but will God believe it? Huang Yi laughed with disdain. Repentance is obviously useless, but as a believer of destruction, hiding in the contract city, you must have a posture. After all, I am considered a human heretic. Huang Yi laughed at himself slightly. He quickly corrected his attitude, clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest, and put them against his mouth and nose. After closing his eyes, the tombs hidden in his consciousness became increasingly clear. Wrong. I'm not approaching it. Huang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils were shocked. It's the tombs that are approaching me. Why are you approaching me? Huang Yi frowned. He didn't like the existence that was out of control, but he was powerless against this unknown. Even if he was a level 59 destruction path, he was still elusive. You can't hide. No matter what the purpose of this tomb group is, even if they want to bury me, they have to try to contact it. You can't guard against thieves all day long. Huang Yi's eyes were cold, and then he closed his eyes. In fact, he had guessed it long ago. I'm afraid that his upgrade speed was related to the tomb group. And he could recite his god's name without suffering God's punishment, which was probably related to this place. The benefits of contact are greater than the risks. Having made a decision, Huang Yi no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and let the illusory tomb group reappear in his consciousness. It was vaguely visible that a dirt path led to a tomb in front of him. The tomb was dug up, and damp soil was piled around it. The coffin inside was rotten by termites, and on the mound of earth, there was a wooden-handled iron shovel. The shovel head was rusty, and the whole body was covered with dewdrops, as if it was within reach. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes, trying to see farther. But the wet and cool morning mist beside him blocked his deeper prying. His legs were even more difficult to move, as if they were restricted by invisible constraints and could not move an inch. After standing still for a long time, Huang Yi put his attention back to the prez. After hesitating, he tried to reach out his hand, but the pressure doubled, as if someone was hanging on his arm and he couldn't lift it at all. Huang Yi froze in place and gave up immediately. He became more alert to the evil of this trip. There are words on the tombstone. Huang Yi had already given up hope and could only glance roughly within the range of his eyeballs, trying to remember more information. But on the collapsed wooden sign, he saw faded words. Huang Yi's eyes were solemn, and he carefully identified them. But he was shocked to see his own information written on the tombstone. Path, destruction. Tomb owner Huang Yi. Level 59 Undertaker. Destruction sequence. Level 10 Butcher. Level 20 Madman. Level 30 Unable. Level 40 Wu Tian. Level 50 Undertaker. Level 60 Gravedigger. Gravedigger Advancement Ceremony. Massacre the city, kill 10,000 people. Huang Yi's pupils shrank, and his brain was completely blank. Consciousness was even more rejected by the tombs and returned to reality. He stared at the statue of the contract on the podium with unfocused eyes. His breath was heavy, and there was still fear in his eyes. After a moment of rest, Huang Yi felt cold all over, looked at the students who were quietly repenting in the classroom, and silently stood up and left the temple. I am the tomb owner. Coming to the hot playground, Huang Yi's brain gradually returned to rationality. There were few words on the tombstone, but the amount of information was huge. Huang Yi could only disassemble the information word by word. Then he shook his head with certainty. No, I'm not dead. A tombstone can't prove anything. I am a believer in destruction, not a believer in weirdness. But the sequence above really made Huang Yi very concerned. Although it only wrote to level 60, it was also the name of a path he had never known before. Butcher Madman. Huang Yi frowned and walked around the playground again and again. Finally, he laughed dumbly. Gravedigger. Is this the name of my sequence after level 59? But the self-mockery on his face turned into an indescribable solemnity. Level 60 is a hurdle. Huang Yi heard the principal of level 65 mention that the most important thing for a contract master at this stage is to let the beast pet evolve. Otherwise, it will not be able to. Now, looking at it again, it is equivalent to the advanced ceremony of the path of destruction. You want to kill tens of thousands of people. Do you really think I have no humanity? Huang Yi felt unprecedented pressure. He personally experienced why destruction is an evil god. The path to promotion is to destroy humanity. Huang Yi, who claims to be cold-blooded, will not be addicted to killing. Before leaving the temple, he made a cruel deduction in his mind about those inexperienced classmates, and he had no intention of killing them at all. No wonder until today. I haven't met other believers of destruction. Huang Yi sighed. They are either hiding and developing, or they have been eliminated long ago. It is dangerous and difficult to make a big noise of massacre, even in the ruins of the rioters. It is impossible to recite the doctrine of other gods like himself without any harm and still mix in the orthodox city of gods. Suddenly, Huang Yi's heart trembled. Thinking of a certain possibility, pressure followed. My special ability is simply prepared for stealth massacre. Huang Yi stopped circling the playground and felt short of breath. Dissatisfaction with his father increased again. So he sat on the ground, and the slightly sharp grass tips tickled him and shook his. He also changed his mind. That shovel. Gravedigger. Huang Yi was silent for a moment and recalled the shovel standing next to the first tomb. He was quite concerned. It goes without saying that those who can appear in the strange consciousness tomb group are definitely not simple. You mean, I haven't reached level 60 and can't get it? If I can get the shovel, maybe I can dig the second tomb. Huang Yi simply connected the information and came to an unreliable. But the clues are incomplete and can only be roughly understood. However, Huang Yi vaguely realized that perhaps this was the correct answer. Killing some villains will not improve much. If you want to reach level 60 as soon as possible, you have to find a supernatural person who can be rewarded. Huang Yi sorted out his thoughts, and his mind was clear. The current goal is to reach level 60 and become a gravedigger. However, without the advancement ceremony, it is impossible to break through the level cap. It's just suppressing the level. It doesn't matter anyway, the experience will not disappear. But if there is a large-scale massacre, I will disappear. Huang Yi is very clear-headed. The advancement ceremony of the evil god believers, I think the major forces have long been prepared. There are probably many spies in the ruins of the rioters. It is impossible not to notice it. It is even more impossible for him to die voluntarily. Of course, he can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Believe in the evil god, you should repent. Huang Yi sighed heavily. Although this was not his original wish, there was no turning back. He was open-minded enough, patted the dust on his pants and chose to return. But when one foot stepped into the gate, he suddenly realized something. Gravedigger, does it mean digging other people's graves? Huang Yi thought about it and felt that it was impossible. It should mean digging a grave for yourself. Huang Yi secretly praised himself for being smart and walked into the temple calmly. Evening. The sun was setting. A young man found class 2 of senior 3. Standing at the door, he knocked politely. Excuse me. Is Huang Yi here? Contract. The school bell rang, and countless students rushed to the cafeteria in the sunset. In the quiet temple, no student chose to leave, until a cry interrupted everyone's meditation. I. The classmates looked back and saw a girl in the last row with a red face. Student Yang, what's wrong? Huang Yi found that it was a girl in the class and asked. Student Yang noticed that others were curiously looking at him, and he was also nervous. He realized that it was impolite to make loud noises, so he pursed his lips and nodded to Huang Yi frantically with excited eyes. Huang Yi suddenly realized and felt relieved. He immediately stood up and tapped on the desks of his classmates, signaling them to leave the temple. After walking away, he burst into urgent questions. Student Yang, have you awakened? Really? Damn, so lucky. I thought you were going home to take over your parents' small supermarket, but I didn't expect you to become a superhuman. I'm so envious. The classmates talked a lot and beat their chests. The girl's face was also flushed, and she was full of joy under the crowd of classmates. Yes, she successfully communicated with the gods and obtained the contract. It means that as long as you sign a beast pet, you will be a superhuman and a contract master. Let's eat first and continue in the evening. Huang Yi was sincerely happy for his classmates. In these last 5 days, perhaps 1 or 2 people can achieve superhuman achievements. Just treat it as a practice for the 3-year friendship. Of course, I have to skip the dinner. Subsidies, scholarships, and charity funds have to maintain a year's expenses, which is simply stretched. In the contract city, you can't expose your cultivation to avoid attracting attention. But now the plan has changed. In order to reach level 60 as soon as possible and test my own ideas, I should take a risk. Hi Tilda, a young man in neat clothes stood on the only path leading to the cafeteria. He waved to Huang Yi with a kind face. You go eat first. Huang Yi glanced at the other party and asked the classmates to go first. Your friend. Are you here to cause trouble? Do you want me to call the classmates in the class to calm the situation? They are all extraordinary people, not us useless people. If the psychological committee encounters problems, class 3-2 will not agree. You worry too much. Huang Yi is not a troublemaker. The classmates were quite alert. It's okay. After sending the classmates away, Huang Yi went over. He remembered the other party, the security personnel at the subway station in the morning. See you again. Pan Sen extended his hand in a friendly manner. Huang Yi ignored him, stared into his eyes and said directly, What do you want to see me for? Pan Sen smiled dumbly and took back his hand indifferently. Can't I just go back to my alma mater and see you by the way? But when he saw Huang Yi's impatient expression, he sighed slightly. Actually, I came to see you out of helplessness. My service attitude was bad this morning, and the captain scolded me. He asked me to get your forgiveness. Huang Yi narrowed. Pan Sen's contracted beast. He said he didn't believe it and told you to get out. Pan Sen looked embarrassed and wanted to say, this sentence doesn't need to be translated. But knowing that Huang Yi is a transcendent, even if he responded in a low voice, he didn't dare to take the risk, so as not to be detected. After Huang Yi walked 3 meters away, Pan Sen asked loudly, Huang Yi, what god do you believe in? This is the stage when the psychological defense line is weak, thinking that he has escaped from the crisis, and his body and mind are relaxed. He can always get the information he wants in this way. Contracted beast. He said no one believes in him. Pan Sen frowned immediately, and before Huang Yi's figure entered the crowd, he asked again, what path do you believe in? The contracted beast keenly captured Huang Yi's thoughts. He said destruction. Well, no, there is also the contract path, the strange path. How come there is even the ruling path? The contracted beast was confused and told all the information it captured. Watching Huang Yi walk away, Pan Sen rubbed his newly grown rough beard and also turned his back and left. He doesn't believe in anyone, but he is a transcendent. He sneered in his heart. He was quite satisfied with the result of the interrogation. As for the path, it should be the first one. He said destruction. He was happy and said, I really found an interesting person. Pan Sen put his hands in his pockets and left the campus. On the way, I received a text message from a colleague. Captain Pan, I still want to ask for leave. I need you to help me take over the security post for a few days. Pan Sen was disappointed. No, you can't come, don't come again. The night view of the contracted 18 cities is quite pleasant. On the wasteland, there are bright lights and wine. Pan Sen rides a motorcycle and blows the night river breeze, which is very comfortable. Just take me here, thank you for the dinner. A pretty girl got off the car and stuffed the helmet into Pan Sen's arms with both hands. Don't invite me up to drink a glass of water. Pan Sen smiled wickedly. Are you sure you want to drink water? The girl rolled her eyes at Pan Sen, lightly lifted her hair, and looked seductively. Pan Sen laughed and didn't answer. The girl bit her lip slightly, and seeing that he didn't take the next step, she asked tentatively. Then, I'll go back. Okay. Pan Sen nodded, holding the helmet, and didn't mean to get off the car. Just watching the girl swaying like a willow in the wind, walking towards the rental house dejectedly. The farther she walked, the heavier the sound of her high heels seemed to be. The voice of the contracted beast came to my ears. She is very disappointed. Walking slowly is to keep you. As long as you continue to invite her, she doesn't mind spending the night with you. Pan Sen patted the helmet with the remaining fragrance in his arms, carefully picked up the broken hair of his female companion, and responded with a lowered eyebrow. It's boring to pretend to be reserved. I like to take the initiative. Then, he threw the helmet into the river outside the fence without any nostalgia, letting it drift with the neon lights. Let's go home and write a summary. The engine roared, spewing black smoke, carrying Pan Sen back to the community. After taking a cold shower, Pan Sen concentrated his attention and sat down at the table solemnly. In front of him, there was a pen, a red wine glass, and a diary that was obviously torn neatly place. Recalling today's content briefly, Pan Sen picked up the pen and wrote, Huang Yi, male, about 18 years old. Reciting the doctrine of contract this morning, nothing happened. But his identity is a hidden extraordinary person. If it weren't for the white dog's reminder, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Pan Sen paused with the pen tip and continued to write. I went to his class to find him, and his classmates said he was confessing in the temple of the contract. And not a believer in the contract, but an extraordinary person, and can recite the doctrine of the contract. After continuous observation in the afternoon, there was no obvious backlash. Then there are several possibilities. The more Pan Sen's thoughts became, the more serious his face became. 1. Believe in the two gods. 2. Deceive the two gods. 3. Special talent. Pan Sen adjusted his breathing, squinted his eyes, and added, talent can refer to one or two. Or other special things that have not been discovered. Putting down the pen, Pan-sen held the notebook and looked at the words he had summarized. His breathing was a little heavy. He had never heard of anyone who could believe in the two gods. Even if it was deception, it was unheard of. Whose status can surpass the gods? Becoming a transcendent means being watched by the gods. Reciting the doctrine of the honorific name of another god is a betrayal and heresy. No matter who it is, they can't bear the consequences of provoking the two gods. Pan-sen's brows were gloomy, and his hand holding the red wine glass trembled slightly. As a security officer in Contract City, he has heard of all kinds of strange things. I have indeed heard of examples of people who betrayed the righteous gods and converted to evil gods and still managed to survive at the low stage of the extraordinary. Of course, this comes at a heart-wrenching price. The terrifying backlash is tantamount to slow slicing. Therefore, reciting the doctrine is still the most direct and effective way to test the evil people. But the biggest doubt about Huang Yi is that nothing happened. No matter what means or methods, in short, Huang Yi achieved such an effect. Not punished by God. Pan-sen drank the red wine in one gulp, his eyes slightly drunk. Putting the goblet aside, Pan-sen was slightly excited and wrote down what he saw in the evening. Huang Yi said in his heart that he didn't believe in any god. But how can he get extraordinary abilities if he is so insincere? As far as I know, the path of destruction can't do this. Insufficient information. I still choose to believe in my intuition. Huang Yi is the path of destruction. This is also what he admitted first, and the rest is more like a subconscious cover-up. Very alert. Pan-sen smiled confidently. Looking at the information obtained in the morning and afternoon, he compared them repeatedly. He sorted out the past in his mind and found no omissions, so he slapped the table with satisfaction and concluded. Huang Yi's specialness comes from himself. Pan-sen poured red wine happily. He tore off the paper with Huang Yi's information. He squeezed it into a ball and put it on his tongue covered with white moss, and took it with sour red wine. I'm sure you'll be eaten. Late at night, cats and dogs barked. The community where Pan-sen lived was middle to high-end. In summer and autumn, there were clusters of flowers and a high degree of greening. In the contract city where every inch of land is worth money, those who can settle down in a favorable environment are either rich or noble. Moreover, only powerful, extraordinary people are eligible to buy. If you want to sneak into such a community quietly, it is difficult to do it unless you are ahead in strength. The more luxurious the villa area, the more terrifying the defense force and the beep, beep, beep. We received a call from the public, saying that there was a fire at the subway station leading to the ruins of the rioters. In the early morning, Pan-sen, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a hurried text message. He looked at the message impatiently. How could there be a fire in the middle of the night? Pan-sen opened the quilt irritably, not daring to neglect it. As the captain of the security team and the person in charge, he could not be absent from such. Before going out, he took a windproof jacket and a helmet. Soon, the roar of the engine sounded in the underground garage, roaring angrily in the middle of the night. The number you dialed is temporarily unanswered. Pan-sen dialed the number with one hand, but no one responded. This made him feel cold in his heart. Are you so angry that you don't even have time to answer the phone? Pan-sen became more and more anxious. The low-lying motorcycle drove through the neon light area and headed towards the deserted suburbs. In the night, there was only a beam of car lights, illuminating the uncertain road ahead. Beep, beep, beep. Halfway through, Pan-sen finally answered the phone. The other end cursed. The fire is out, the burning material is gasoline, it is definitely arson. Pan-sen breathed a sigh of relief. You are not injured. No, the fire was ignited in the security check hall, which is full of metal equipment and has no continuous combustibles. It quickly annealed on its own. The voice on the other end was scared. Fortunately, the fire was not set in the rail car, otherwise the loss would be great. The equipment is visually normal and should not affect the operation of the subway. However, the specific situation will be known only after the report comes out. Okay, I know. Pan-sen asked more. Who reported the fire? Still investigating. Thank you for your hard work. I will treat you to supper when you get there. After hanging up the phone, Pan-sen frowned slightly. I really can't figure out what the point of burning the subway station is. A crime of passion, or just plain dissatisfaction. Pan-sen let go of the accelerator and slowed the motorcycle down to a safe speed, with no idea what to do. He vaguely felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. At least the crime was committed intentionally. Pan-sen sighed slightly. But at this moment, a panicked, urging voice sounded in his mind, sobering him up instantly. The contracted beast was terrified. "Don't slow down, we are being followed." The other paw. Destruction path. Being followed. Pan-sen's heart tightened. This was the first time he had seen a contracted beast so panicked. In the past, it had always been able to deal with crises calmly, but now it screamed at the top of its lungs to run away. Obviously, that stalker is something I can't handle. Boom, Pan-sen listened to the advice, pulled down the goggles that came with his helmet, and turned the throttle. Even though the situation was critical, he did not dare to stop and think. That fire. Did you seduce me? But how can the other party be sure that I will be there in person? Pan-sen was confused, but what concerned him the most was the final reminder from the contracted beast. Path of destruction. Pan-sen breathed rapidly and gritted his teeth. The violent roar of wind in his ears made him inexplicably irritable. Except for the high school student, there are no believers of destruction that I have come into contact with recently. But how dare Pan-sen believe this? I originally thought that after finding out Huang Yi's background, I could manipulate him at will and turn him into a chess piece to do things for me. I was still complacent before going to bed. But now you tell him that Huang Yi is the one who is following him. This doesn't make sense. I never showed any overt hostility. There's no reason for him to target me. Pan-sen admitted that the contact yesterday afternoon was a little deliberate, but this should not be a reason to trap yourself. What makes him unbelievable the most is that high school is obviously the stage of awakening. Who can be strong enough to scare the contracted beast? It shouldn't be Huang Yi. Mind reading is the secret of the contract beast, he shouldn't be able to see through it. There are even fewer people who know. And I have no enemies, let alone opponents who can destroy me. But this doesn't make sense. Pan-sen tightened the throttle and let the motorcycle roar ferociously. At this moment, the conflicting information made him upset. For the first time, he felt that active thinking was a burden. He let out a heavy breath, not wanting to think about who was tracking him. Now that the person who came was evil, he had to at least escape this. With 10 kilometers left, we can meet up with our companions. At that time, forces can be organized to carry out counter-detection. Pan-sen's first thought was to check if Huang Yi was in the dormitory tonight. Get rid of it. Pan-sen put away his thoughts and stopped. Glancing at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye, he saw potholed grass on both sides of the road. Under the bright red taillights, he quickly backed up in fear. Further away, there was only darkness. No, follow closely. The contracted beast was frightened. Can you confirm the other party's level? Pan-sen's eyes were focused, and he focused on the paved road. The contract beast's voice trembled. Between level 50 and level 60. Chinese letter. Pan-sen was startled, and the tires suddenly skidded. The car body was pulled by the huge inertia, almost throwing Pan-sen to the ground. Still, he controlled this iron beast with his skillful skills. But in my heart, I was frightened and uneasy. How could he provoke such evil people at the 37th level of his contract path? The next second, Huang Yi's figure naturally appeared in Pan-sen's mind, but he was quickly expelled. I simply don't dare to connect the two. An 18-year-old with more than 50 levels of destruction. Why? So what does my temptation yesterday mean? Pan-sen gritted his teeth and felt frightened for the first time. Yesterday he only asked 2 questions. What God do you believe in? What is your path? The other party did not answer, and his mind-reading card was not exposed. If it was really Huang Yi, Pan-sen couldn't imagine what judgment he was basing his decision on to trap and kill him. At least we have nothing to do with him. This is the most reasonable explanation Pan-sen can think of. But no matter which one it is, he knew that he had provoked a true believer of the evil god. Only by escaping first can we learn the truth. The sound of the engine is ups and downs. The surroundings were dark and gloomy, sweeping over like a tsunami. The beam of light from the car lights carried Pan-sen through the dark night with difficulty. Highly focused and eager to survive. But the crisis keeps chasing. In front of them, gravels of different sizes appeared, like blocking ropes, cutting off the road ahead. Pan Sen's psychological pressure increased dramatically. If it hits, the car will definitely be destroyed. Coupled with the fragile nature of the contract master, at such a high speed, people may even die. Where is he? At the critical moment, Pan Sen dared not mess up anymore. Holding the front of the car tightly with both hands, the speed of the car does not slow down. He's behind you on your right. The moment he heard the contract beast's answer, Pan Sen turned the front of the car and abandoned the main road. Heading towards the grassland on the left, trying to avoid this pile of gravel. Stopping is impossible. He is very clear-headed and absolutely cannot compete with more than 50 levels of destruction. But the next second, the contracted beast's horrified cry made Pan Sen tremble with despair. Wrong. That man is laughing. He pushed you in this direction on purpose. But the reminder was too late. Next to a row of gravel, under the light, scattered starlight is reflected. Thumbtack. Pan Sen's pupils were frightened, and his emotions were on the verge of collapse. This time, there is no room for maneuver. I could only watch as the motorcycle jumped into the potholes and grass, and then its tires were punctured by thumbtacks. The car lost control, and Pan Sen flew out. Bang! At this moment, a white dog appeared out of thin air. It was Pan Sen's contracted beast. There was no need to command it at all. It opened its mouth and spit out a stream of water, wrapping Pan Sen. It gave him enough cushioning and also scattered the thumbtacks. Otherwise, he would definitely be covered with holes. But even so, under the impact of 100 kilometers per hour, Pan Sen still fell to the ground and his consciousness was blurred. It felt like his lungs were dislocated. He was very glad that he was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, it would be another matter whether he could wake up under such a violent collision. Woof, 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 danger was approaching, and the white dog stepped on the water, restless and agitated. Biting Pan Sen's coat, he wanted to take him away. But it was not good at strength, so it was difficult to do it. And the threat in the dark was approaching, and the white dog was terrified. The guardian refused to leave, and could only roar hard towards the distance. I can't escape. Pan Sen stroked the white dog's head and comforted it miserably. The other party had a cultivation level higher than his own, but he chose to set an ambush cautiously. He used the fire alarm to lure him out and killed him halfway. I thought it would not be so easy for him to run away. He sat up with difficulty and looked into the distance, just asking for an answer. Could it be you? At this time, a figure walked out of the darkness. It was dark and windy tonight, and the bright moon was not visible. Only the motorcycle that fell in the distance was still stubbornly lit. It gave Pan Sen the only light source. But when he saw a figure walking out of the shadow, his heart was also clenched. The man was tall and thin, and it was obvious that he was malnourished. He wore a white mask on his face and white rubber gloves in his hands. He looked indifferent and slowly approached. Pan Sen untied his helmet with one hand and threw it away weakly. With blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, he grinned a miserable smile. Huang Yi, good evening. Good evening. After Pan Sen recognized Huang Yi, his expression was complicated. Until now, he couldn't believe that Huang Yi, who he had only met twice, was actually more than 50 levels of destruction. This disparity made him unable to be proud at. Why? Staring into Huang Yi's calm eyes, Pan Sen asked innocently. From beginning to end, he thought he was hiding very well. No hostility was shown. This shouldn't be the reason for the other party to want to kill him. Because the other party didn't expect that he could read minds. My own questions were considered teasing and joking at best, but not serious enough to be violent. Huang Yi stepped from the road into the wet grassland. He pulled the mask up to the bridge of his nose. It was no surprise that the other party recognized him. Looking down at Pan Sen's miserable expression, he asked casually, "Did you discover anything?" When Pan Sen heard this, his expression was astonished. Deep in his eyes, there was even deeper fear. From this question, Pan Sen heard many answers. Huang Yi really didn't know that he had the ability to read minds, but his own experience showed one thing. Huang Yi didn't know the overall situation, but just because he had doubts, he made a trap to ambush himself, and the decision was made without any delay. How cautious is this? Pan Sen couldn't imagine why such a sophisticated approach would happen to a high school student. Just thinking about it made him feel cold in his heart, and his body trembled uncontrollably. I don't understand, what are you talking about? Pan Sen shook his head. If you want to survive, you At least, he didn't put it into action, he just imagined it in his heart. No hostility was shown. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope. But he also knew that since the other party took action, he shouldn't have naive illusions. But now, Pan Sen can only mediate. Do. The mobile phone rang nearby. It's a text message. Pan Sen didn't dare to pick it up, but just looked sideways. But I saw a message displayed on the small screen. Team Pan, the caller's information has been found. The owner is female, her name is Chen Yun, her number is 191. Her ID number is 4578. She lives in. According to the caller's report, the caller was a young male. Pan Sen took a cursory look and felt his heart tighten. This name and number were not unfamiliar to him. It was the woman who had a tryst with her for dinner last. Pan Sen's pupils were startled. But he saw a thumbtack inserted on the electronic screen. The battery was also broken down and smoke was rising. What did you do to her? Pan Sen looked back with a cold face. But he saw Huang Yi holding several thumbtacks on his white rubber gloves. With a flip of his hand, all the thumbtacks fell to the wet ground. A tiny splash of water. Destiny, Destruction. Level 10, Butcher. Skill, Breakthrough Weak Points. Effect, can greatly find the target's weaknesses and kill them with one blow. After hearing this, Huang Yi threw away the thumbtacks and took out a functional phone from his pocket. It is now shut down. This scene made Pan Sen feel cold in his heart. He didn't care about the woman, only met a few times. What Huang Yi did made him fear death. We shouldn't have come to this point. Pan Sen said. Huang Yi played with his phone. Don't you care about her? Pan Sen said truthfully. It's a casual appointment. Then I guessed it right. Huang Yi nodded in agreement. He also felt that the relationship between the two was not deep. Click, then, with a hard squeeze, the entire fuselage twisted and deformed. Pan Sen swallowed, as if he saw his fate. The other party's vigilance is far beyond imagination. Wouldn't it be possible to just ask a few words and alert the snake? Even if he kills the wrong person, he will not let it go. At this moment, Pan Sen felt extremely regretful. Some people should not be tested. His chest rose and fell as he adjusted his breathing. Why are you so sure I will come? Huang Yi stopped looking at him. There was no response either. After throwing away the phone, he dug into his trouser pocket. Woof! The contracted beast, the white dog. The voice whimpered and frightened. It also knew that it could not stop Huang Yi. He even dared not tell Huang Yi's voice to his face for fear of being targeted. So he anxiously returned to Pan Sen's beast control wheel. He said in his heart that you have the highest level and should not be an ordinary security officer. At least he's in charge. If you hadn't come, I would have planned to stop and kill you on your way to and from get off work after the college entrance examination. He also said the bet was right. You will come. After returning to the beast-controlling space, Baiquan no longer performed, but spoke human words. Help Pan Sen analyze and find escape routes as mutt. Bet. Pan Sen laughed sadly in his heart. The strength is far above his own, but he is still cautious. Looking back at my little city now, it's very ridiculous. Pan Sen took a deep breath and looked directly at Huang Yi. I was extremely nervous and asked the most important question. Will you let me go? Huang Yi patted his shriveled trouser pockets. He said calmly, Of course I will. As long as you promise not to cause trouble for me. Pan Sen had no time to be serb. But he was horrified to see Huang Yi bend down and pick up a thumbtack on the wet grass. The contracted beast jumped up and down, his voice heartbreaking. Don't believe it, he is lying. He didn't want to let you go. Pan Sen's pupils were out of focus. He knows it too. But unwilling to give in, the last hope of survival was extinguished. Kill me, can you escape? Pan Sen was heartbroken. Watch Huang Yi clean the dirt from the nail tips. The voice trembled. Don't forget, you come from the ruins of chaos and have no one to rely on. Huang Yi sighed at the thumbtack. So I have nothing to worry about. Pan Sen suddenly collapsed and asked, What will you gain by killing me? Huang Yi held the thumbtack between his fingers and shook his head. I don't know. But I think you have a lot of problems. Asked me a lot of things but never asked me for an answer. A confident attitude. Is it because you can know what? In his mind, White Dog panicked. The roaring continued. It turns out it wasn't just me who guessed the opponent's trump card. Huang Yi also guessed himself correctly, even reacted that night. It's not a bad loss, but I'm not willing to give in. Do you know who I am? Huono. Pan Sen saw Huang Yi pointing the thumbtack at his forehead. Suddenly he became furious. I am not only under the direct jurisdiction of the main city of the contract. There's more behind. Puff, the thumbtack shot out and penetrated Pan Sen's forehead. Pan Sen tilted his head back, his pupils dilated, and he saw blood floating in front of his eyes. Then he fell heavily to the ground, break through the weak points and kill with one hit. It doesn't matter who you are. Huang Yi looked at Pan Sen's gradually cold body. I think this is their third meeting. In terms of time, it's less than 24 hours. From the beginning to the end, Huang Yi didn't know the other party's name, so it doesn't matter who he is. Whether there is a hidden danger or not is important. Stop hiding. I still have to go back to school. Huang Yi pulled on his gloves to make them fit better in his palms. He urged slightly impatiently. If the contract master dies, the pet will also have a hard time surviving. But he didn't want to wait for his pet to choke naturally, lest there be any future trouble, or the remaining information would cause him trouble. If you don't kill him on the spot, you won't be able to sleep well. Bang! Suddenly, a splash of water exploded in front of you, bringing with it extremely high temperatures. Cover the yellow field. The white dog hid behind the water splash and immediately ran away in terror regardless of whether it succeeded or not. There is absolutely no courage to fight to the death. Woo, but the next second, Baikwan was startled and suddenly fell to the ground. An extremely strong traction force pressed on its slender body, sobbing in pain. Destiny. It was the first time I met a contracted beast that could speak human language. According to the textbook, only those with extremely high intelligence can learn human language. Read minds. Huang Yi suddenly realized, even a little solemn. Contractor is the most special, extraordinary path. The main body is fragile and cannot cultivate itself. All resources must be used to irrigate the beast pet. Not only is the level growth slow, but the evolution cycle. But at high levels, it is also extremely terrifying. Belongs to late career. Therefore, most contractors only support one pet. Only those with a big family and a big business would choose to cultivate multiple pet animals. For every 10 levels, you can contract one. The most bizarre thing is that animal pets have a chance to awaken their natural skills. Just like the white dog in front of me, if this mind-reading ability is used well, it is a magical skill. Before Huang Yi came out tonight, he was still wondering if he was a little too sensitive. It turns out that my intuition was right. Pantheon died from too many problems. In the future, you have to be careful with your words and deeds when facing contractors. Since there is mind-reading, there may be weird beast pets that can see through the path. Huang Ji sighed and approached the white dog. It is a pity that, without the contractor, the pet animal is like a rootless duck and cannot live for long. Let me go, okay? Baikwan begged for mercy and fear. Huang Yi's eyes were distressed. Okay. Zhu Gu subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second he felt the gravity around him suddenly increase. It kicked its legs in panic. You lied to me, you lied to me. Bang! Bones burst and blood splattered everywhere. The contracted beast struggled for a moment, but made no sound again. Huang Yi's eyes were indifferent, fists stained with blood. In my mind, there is a piece of ice that is quietly melting. Tomato Internet Cafe. At 2:30 in the morning, the bustle subsided. Someone is watching dramas out of boredom. Someone was excited to play in a group. More people had already nestled in their seats and fell asleep. Huang Yi walked into the private room. Several classmates in me. Huang Yi, why are you here? Hurry up and join the 5-man team. We have played several games. It's almost the college entrance examination. Is it really okay for us to do this? You haven't awakened yet. The college entrance examination has nothing to do with you. But the study committee member has awakened. Why is he here too? He has awakened and is still a top student. Are you worried that he won't be able to go to college? You are right. Several All of them were greasy under the radiation of the computer. When Huang Yi sat down, the study committee member at the same table lowered his voice and smiled obscenely. Tell me the truth, did you really go to pick up the small cards we picked up on the road? Others also listened attentively. Huang Yi smiled and didn't answer directly, but he left the answer to them to guess. Does it matter whether you go or not? Log in and start killing. It's just dawn. Contract 18. The first to wake up are the students who got up early to go to class. They are young and lively, or they are tired and sleepy, numbly devoting time to school. I will never stay up all night playing games again. Too tired. Huang Yi and the others walked out of the internet cafe haggardly. His face was oily, dry, and yellow, his eyes were thickly rimmed, and he looked listless. Bring the fried dough sticks buns and join the team returning to school. Do you still have facial lessons? Huono, morning reading class was stopped by the head teacher. We're stopped together. This is what Huang Yi's classmates wanted to do by reading early to catch up on their sleep. You haven't awakened yet, and you can't even go to college. Does it make sense to come to morning reading? Why don't you take your classmates to the gods to confess? The head teacher with gray hair on his temples had a serious expression on his face. Each class has an awakening indicator. The current situation is equivalent to more than 10 people failing to graduate from high school. It can be seen that the pressure is extremely high. Yesterday was quite fruitful. At least one female classmate became a contract believer. Today, 2 people must awaken no matter what. Keep the number down to single digits. The head teacher lost his face and left. There are 3 days left for the college entrance examination. For those who have not yet awakened, the highest diploma they can obtain is high school level. Thank you for your hard work, brother. The study committee members at the same table expressed sympathy. It's okay, sleep with you. Huang Yi stood up calmly. Then I'll keep lying down. Huang Yi watched his deskmate sleeping happily while reading aloud. He also walked out of the class, followed by 10 people. Psychological committee, you are going in the wrong direction. That's the dormitory over there. The temple is on the wrong side. Kind reminder from classmates. Huang Yi waved his hand. It's okay, you go and confess first. I'm going back to the dormitory. Several classmates who stayed up all night together also struggled for a moment. Then he said firmly, I will accompany Huang Yi. The 11 people were divided into 2 groups and walked in 2 directions. I took a shower and it felt so comfortable. The filter of staying up late playing games is finally broken. I'm so tired. In the dormitory, several people were lying happily on the bed, looking satisfied. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go to college? After Huang Yi washed up, he was shirtless and his muscles were well proportioned and lean. He put a towel on his shoulders and wiped the moisture from his hair. You're not afraid, so what am I afraid of? Yes, I know my situation. I can't save myself, and it's even less likely that God will take a fancy to me. Go to sleep, you can have everything in your dreams, including some extraordinary abilities. Huang Yi heard this and reminded, I will go to the temple later. It's okay, no need to call us. Good night, psychological committee. Did you see me kill alone last night? That's my move, show off. Keep your voice down, go to sleep. Huang Yi remained silent. Drape a towel on. Then wash the clothes and dry them. Then I put on a clean but wrinkled school uniform. Looking at the sleeping people, he silently exited the dormitory. In the temple, hundreds of people were seated. They all faced the contracted idol and silently repented, or they recite the teachings silently, hoping to influence the gods. Huang Yi scanned around and after seeing his classmates, he sat nearby in the first row. He stared at the contracted statue for a long time buffet. In his mind, those cemeteries were getting closer and closer, and his figure appeared again on the winding dirt road. The surrounding fog has dispersed quite a bit. With a wider field of vision, Huang Yi could clearly feel that the pressure on his body had been reduced a lot. He raised his stiff arms and smiled happily. Yesterday, I could only move my eyes. Experiencing the changes, Huang Yi was quite satisfied, although the limbs are like rusty gears, added lubricant. But it's better than freezing in place, unable to move. He lowered his head slightly. Looking at the wooden monument again, there are new changes. Path, destruction. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 60 gravedigger. Advanced ritual, massacre the city, kill tens of thousands of people, not yet carried out. Yes, Huang Yi reached level 60, after killing level 37 Panson and his contracted beast, full of experience, the ice that represents the shackles. Huang Yi's original plan was to escape from the evening self-study and clean up the extraordinary rioters in his hometown. No more now. It's even more important to keep a low profile. I guess it's because of the white dog. Huang Yi was silent. The information revealed by Zhugu made him feel uneasy. The 12 zodiac signs are clearly the top existences of contract beasts. Although they have a lot of experience, they are also very threatening. Especially mind. hard to guard against. How can you live in an orthodox city and not bear risks? Huang Yi was very open-minded. Then he looked away from the wooden tablet. He turned to the wooden-handled shovel stuck in the dirt pile. To be able to appear in the sea of consciousness and be accompanied by a strange cemetery, it must be something other than a mortal thing. Huang Yi thought about it for a long time. At this moment, his expression darkened and he tried to reach out again. Chengna. 8 km away from the riot ruins subway station, it has been heavily blocked, many vehicles piled up, causing traffic congestion. Brother, what happened ahead? I don't know, but it looks serious. The sheriff forbids taking photos and has set up a shed. It's really strange. I saw a message from Feshen saying that a genius captain died. He was sent by the main city of contract. Is it true? Don't ask about this kind of thing, be careful of getting into trouble. But the murderer is really bold, killing people in the street. This has not happened in Contract City for a long time. It seems that the public security court will be busy. The drivers whispered. They chose to pass through the desolate grass on both sides of the road, leaving many tire marks. Fuck, which wicked person threw the thumbtacks? A driver cursed. A shed was set up on the road ahead. The area of 20 meters in radius was covered. Everyone in the shed had a serious look on their faces. Among them was Pan Sen's cold body and a white dog with a broken skull. Not far away, the motorcycle was broken and the pungent smell of gasoline was floating. All the thumbtacks on the ground were marked. Only the gravel on the road was scattered. According to the person who received the call, a driver who was driving tired hit a rock and tilted sideways, and then noticed the murder scene. Report. Confirmed to be a means of destruction. A woman in a white robe reported. Pan Sen died from a thumbtack piercing his brain. This is the way of destruction, the talent skill after level 10, weakness breaking. And Pan Sen's contracted beast had a broken skull and internal organs bleeding, and there were obvious signs of gravity compression. A middle-aged man listened silently and nodded solemnly. Then he looked at the sheriff beside him. Tell me about the clues you found. A young man said seriously. Yes. Then he picked up a sealed bag containing a deformed mobile phone. He said, the owner of this mobile phone is Chen Yun, a 25-year-old woman with congenital heart disease. The fire alarm was dialed from this number. Pan Sen received a report from a colleague at the subway station at 1:23 a.m. and left the community surveillance at 1:26 a.m. The young man pointed to the road. There are tire scratches on the road 1 kilometer away. It was compared with Pan Sen's motorcycle and confirmed to be correct. Obviously, Pan Sen had already discovered the stalker at that time. Then, the young man cast his eyes on the scattered gravel pile in front of him. In order to avoid the rocks, Pan Sen chose to go around from the left front, but he was hit by a thumbtack and eventually fell down and was caught up by the murderer. According to the forensic results, Pan Sen and the contracted beast died at about 1:47. Based on this estimate, Pan Sen's car speed was 100 to 120 kilometers per hour and arrived here 17 minutes later. But he couldn't get rid of the murderer in a short time. No expression. He said loudly, are there any other discoveries? Yes. A contractor who was holding a pet said solemnly, this place not only has the breath of destruction. There are also traces of weirdness left. The possibility of a gang committing the crime cannot be ruled out. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and there was a layer of dissatisfaction on his face. Immediately, he looked at the young man who had reported earlier. Where is Chen Yun? The young man still had a sealed bag in his hand and said, he had a heart attack, but he was probably scared to death. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. In other words, the murderer went to Chen Yun's residence first. Chen Yun was scared to death. The murderer got the phone, went to the subway station to set fire, and called the police to lure Pan Sen to death. The young man nodded seriously. The clues point to this. The middle-aged man asked, is there a surveillance camera at Chen Yun's residence? It's an ordinary rental house over there, there is no surveillance camera. Because it was early in the morning, there were no witnesses. The middle-aged man's face was tense, suddenly collapsed, revealing deep fatigue. Then investigate. Let the people in the security court close in. Don't play long games, just drain the pond. Find out all the cultists hiding in the city. Catch those who should be arrested, kill those who should be killed. Investigate thoroughly. The surrounding security officers responded seriously. Yes. Just then, someone held the phone with an anxious look on his face. Deputy Court President, people from the main city are coming. They want to inquire about Contract 3, the temple. Huang Yi's eyelids twitched as he closed his eyes. Dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The next second, the corners of his tightly pursed mouth slightly rose. I caught you. In the sea of consciousness, it's still the familiar earthbag grave. Only this time, there was something a little different. Encountered it. Huang Yi's eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily. The left hand was shaking violently. The clenched teeth were bleeding slightly. It seems to bear the same weight as the white dog. Until he exhausted all his strength, his fingers finally touched the wooden-handled shovel. Click, click, click at the same time. Huang Yi heard a small sound, crisp and sweet. It sounded like breaking glass. Like a spider web, it spreads in all directions. As the vision becomes clearer, it was as if some kind of shackles were breaking on Huang Yi himself. The biggest feeling is that the gravity that restricts movement quickly disappears. Huang Yi, who had adapted to the suppression, suddenly relaxed his tense body. There was no pressure on the muscles in his body, and his knees softened, directly crushing the soft mound. Huang Yi's hands, he even subconsciously held on to the shovel that was thrust into the ground. Like a drowning person coming to shore, gasping for air. Relaxed for a moment. Huang Yekai stood up from the ground. In front of the soil bag, he left a heavy kneeling mark. Huang Yi wiped away the beads of sweat on his shoulders, still remaining cautious. Seeing nothing unusual, he lowered his gaze. Looking at the round wooden handles in his hands. Gravity is gone. Is it because it hit the shovel? Huang Yi murmured to himself. Then, slowly pull it out of the soil. Makes a slight rubbing sound. Huang Yi paused, highly focused. After observing carefully for 2 seconds, no new changes were found. Then suddenly, he pulled it out. Kick up some claw. The scope of activity has increased. Before I picked up the shovel, it was difficult to raise my hand. If you guessed it correctly, this shovel is the key to opening the tombs. It's also the only solution. Huang Yi adapted to the relaxed body. Then he looked at the rusty round shovel head. There are several large black patches attached to it. According to experience, it is coagulated blood. Huang Yi couldn't tell how long ago it was left. He reached out cautiously, but the moment he touched it, he retracted as if he was electrocuted. The whole face showed an expression of pain. Pain, bone-piercing pain. Don't touch this blood. Huang Yi put one hand on his forehead, sweating profusely. Just the touch of my fingertips, I heard sharp murmurs, piercing into my brain like steel needles. In an instant, countless horrifying eulogies were mixed with blood and bones everywhere. It turned into a flickering phantom, swimming in his consciousness. It made him physically and mentally convulsed. Now, Huang Yi was in unbearable pain, but he still clung to the wooden handle and refused to let go. Despite his fear, his eyes were full of desire. This item is definitely a killer weapon. If it hurts someone, it might be the ultimate form of torture. What makes this shovel special is the blood stains on it. Huang Yi's eyes were wild. But he still subconsciously kept the shovel head away from himself. There is lingering fear in my heart. As for whose blood it was, Huang Yi couldn't guess. But the level is absolutely extremely high. At least level 90 or above. Believe in evil gods. Huang Yi calmed down for a moment, and then moved his eyes away from the round shovel head. Looking at the smoky surroundings, the current visibility is estimated to be 30 meters. It's so much better than before now that I can move around freely. It's time to explore the edges. Huang Yi made up his mind, gripped the shovel tightly, and walked away cautiously. But soon, they stopped in front of a thick fog. The area in front is attached to the previously terrifying gravity. Once you step into it, you will be trapped deep in it. Huang Yi didn't hesitate and turned back immediately. Looking around, the area of activity this time was 30 square meters. As for the next development, I don't know what the conditions will be. Of course, Huang Yi also gained something new. Next to him, there is an unexcavated earthen grave. This earth bag looks very fresh. On the raised earth bag, there were 2 earth clods. It is hexagonal with 2 pieces of paper money sandwiched in the middle. In front of the earth bag, there is also a marble tombstone. The top is clean and smooth, with no traces of engraving at all. The first is an empty tomb. Then what can be found in the second building? Huang Yi looked at it thoughtfully. He weighed the shovel in his hand. His face hardened. Dig. He also looked forward to whether he could dig out more information in this consciousness tomb. 3 hours later. Huang Yi was exhausted, sitting on the wooden handle of the shovel, sweating like raindrops. Here, he was stripped of his extraordinary powers. Physical fitness has returned to the level of ordinary people. It took several hours to dig 2/3 of the way, but the coffin was not even seen. Just then, he heard the school bell ringing suddenly. Continue. Huang Yi's expression turned grim. So another half-hour passed. Commissioner Huang, it's time to go eat. In the space of consciousness. A call from a classmate appears. That voice seemed to come from heaven, vast and profound. That's it for now. Huang Yi looked at some coffins exposed in the mound of soil at his feet. He sighed slightly and threw the shovel aside. This physical work cannot be rushed. Then, with a thought, he left the consciousness space. Inside the temple, Huang Yi opened his eyes. What he saw was the classmates gathered together. Have you noticed? Huang Yi classmate, it seems different. Really, I don't feel it. How can there be a change? If you want to say that the committee member has become handsome, I advise you not to say it. Several classmates talked and laughed. But the classmates who had been staring at Huang Yi before also felt strange. I always felt that Huang Yi's eyes became deeper. I don't know if it was an illusion. Don't talk, let's go. We are all hungry. Huang Yi listened to the chattering of his classmates and just waved his hand. A group of 7 people formed a team and went to the cafeteria. After getting the meal, men and women sat around the long table, exchanging their experiences. Breaking news. Just got the news. Something big happened in the city. After reading the text message on his feature phone, a classmate lowered his voice in surprise. What's the matter, so mysterious? A girl asked, shaking her short hair. Good boy, no wonder you haven't awakened. Your faith in the god of contract is so impure, and your feelings are a waste of ambition. A male classmate looked jealous. My family is rich, so I can't bring my phone. And you talk as if you have awakened. The boy carefully put the phone back between his thighs and retorted. The classmate's feelings are pure, not mixed with any utilitarianism. Such a relationship makes Huang Yi very relaxed and enjoyable, but he just ate silently and didn't join the conversation. Occasionally, he looked up and watched them bickering happily. Don't keep us in suspense, come on. Someone was so anxious. Curious about what the breaking news was. It's Chengnan Avenue, a contract genius died. The man was excited, an expression of watching the excitement and not minding the trouble. Huang Yi's face was calm, and the hand that picked up the food did not pause at all, as if listening to something indifferent. According to him, the news was passed back by the day students. This matter caused a big fuss. The main city was furious and sent people to investigate. The security guards in the whole city were taking action, and there was panic everywhere. The number of casualties in the city increased sharply. Most of them were cultists, and of course there were also residents who were affected. This made all the classmates cover their mouths in surprise. Is this true? No wonder there is such a big fuss. At the age of 24, he became the captain, and he is also a level 37 contract master. He is indeed a genius. Most college graduates are basically stuck at around level 25. That person is indeed very talented. It seems that the higher-ups are serious. How can you be so heartless, aren't you afraid? There are so many heretics hiding in our city, it's so dangerous. Huang Yi took a bite of rice and agreed. It is indeed dangerous. He underestimated the power behind Panson. I didn't expect that the other party was really in va. According to classmates, it seems to be very deep. Fortunately, I killed him in advance. Huang Yi picked up a piece of meat and was clear in his mind. Contract city does not refer to a single city, but a general term for the belief in the god contract. And there are 23 such cities in total. Wrapped by tall city walls, they are separated in various places and are only sorted by the time of establishment. The city where Huang Yi is located is the 18th sit. These forces are the believers' territories established by spreading the belief in gods. Huang Yi has no doubt that if the clergy are given more time, they can definitely guide their hometown into a new contract city. He does not object. In this era of conflict between gods, humans are struggling to survive. At least they can live a stable life by relying on a certain god. Unlike today, violent crimes, no order, and fear all day long. As far as Huang Yi knows, the largest and most numerous cities at present are believers who believe in the god protection. There are 161 in total. You don't know, the murderer is very arrogant. The sheriff said in the news that this is a naked provocation to them. The classmate became more and more excited and talked endlessly. He said that the murder scene was not destroyed at all, and he even disdained to cover it up. The power of destruction remains very deep. This behavior angered the main city of the contract, City 1. Huang Yi listened silently. He thought about destroying the scene, at least increase the workload of the security guards, but he gave up the idea at that time and did not deal with the rubble and thumbtacks. Showing the power of the path of destruction and giving the correct information can mislead more people. And being able to recite the doctrine of the contract, coupled with the identity of a student, is the best cover. In addition, the monitoring equipment is basically deployed in middle and high-end residential areas and important locations. This is also the reason why Huang Yi gave up entering the residential area to kill people. Instead, he chose to set up an ambush and kill safely. In this chaotic world, electronic equipment is expensive and difficult to popularize. Pan Sen's death is destined to become an unsolved case. I heard from my day classmates. This may be a gang crime. At the scene, traces of the power of weird were also found. The classmate was beaming with joy, enjoying the shocked expressions of others, but Huang Yi frowned when he heard it. Weird. Afterwards, his eyes were solemn and a little uneasy rose. He was sure that he was not a believer of weirdness, let alone weird power. But why did they say that weirdness was found at the scene of Pan Sen's death? Huang Yi sorted it out. Finally, he was sure that he had not been followed. The murder scene was also clean and neat. If that weirdness was really Pan Sen's man, there was no reason to watch me kill him. Later, Huang Yi thought, although he could not say that he was relieved, but his suspicion was completely cleared. As for what that weirdness did, it had nothing to do with him. And by mistake, more misleading information was added, but if someone really wanted to trouble him, then everything would not. I'm done eating. Go to the bathroom. He put the matter behind him and said hello to his classmates. He took the stainless steel rice bowl provided by the school to the recycling area and then went to the bathroom. The school toilet was filled with the smell of mothballs, sharp and pungent. There are special people cleaning here every day, and it is quite clean. Can I bring the shovel into reality? Huang Yi stood in front of the urinal. As soon as his hands touched the waistband, he had this thought. With the idea of trying, he walked into the toilet cubicle silently. He closed his eyes. Now, Huang Yi has gained a certain degree of dominance in the consciousness space. He can control it by himself. After closing his eyes, the foggy cemetery will not appear in front of him. This made his tense heart for many years relax a little. It really works. Huang Yi sat on the toilet, tried a few times, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The familiar wooden-handled shovel appeared out of thin air between his hands. On the shovel head, the blood clots were black and mottled. It contains extremely terrifying evil. Even touching it can make people lose consciousness and achieve the effect of forced restriction. If injured, the consequences will be disastrous. Huang Yi, are you in there? Someone wants to see you. There was a shouting voice outside. Huang Yi's eyes turned cold, and he took the shovel back into his consciousness. He could sense that there were two extraordinary auras outside the door, approaching. Creak. Huang Yi's face was calm, and he pushed open the toilet door. In the toilet, it was filled with the pungent smell of mothballs. Huang Yi saw two men wearing windbreakers in front of him, a young man and a middle-aged man. Huang Yi, they are from the security court. The classmate. He left wisely. Outside the toilet, there were several classmates gathered around. What happened? Why is the public security court looking for Huang Yi? I don't know. Judging from their faces, they seem very serious. Don't ask, this is not something we can inquire about. Then let's go back and continue cooking. The committee member was stuck in the toilet while eating wool. Yes, at least we have to see what it is about. Then just wait a moment. Several classmates were. He didn't dare to get close, but he didn't leave either. Huang Yi, right? Hello, my name is Chen Yilin. He is the deputy team of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Public Security Court. The middle-aged man showed his badge and his attitude was lukewarm. I'm Huang Yi. Huang Yi looked away from the badge. His face was calm. Know why the other person is here. Have you met Panson? The deputy criminal investigation team stuffed Jai Anhui back into the inner pocket of his coat, but he paid attention to Huang Yi's subtle expression from the corner of his eye. Huang Yi's face was stunned. Who is Pan Sen? After he killed Pan Sen, he didn't even know his name. I found out during lunch, so they put on a puzzled expression in cooperation. You wouldn't know. In the early hours of last night, Pan Sen died on Chengnan Avenue. The young man next to him spoke loudly and felt oppressive. Huang Yi's expression froze. The pupils trembled slightly. It seemed to reveal fear and panic. Then he lowered his head silently. I really don't know him. Chen Yilin waved his hand to stop his apprentice's white face. That's it. Pan Sen had contact with you yesterday. It was the security officer in the morning who said that your faith was not strong enough. Then in the evening, I came to the school to look for you. Don't be nervous, I'm not holding you accountable. Whether one's faith is firm or not is a private matter. We at the magistrate's court don't care about this, it's the school's responsibility. I'm just asking you to find out what's going on. What did Pan Sen talk to you about at school? Huang Yi listened quietly, took a deep breath, and seemed to be suppressing his nervousness. He asked me what gods I believe in. Chen Yilin smiled and asked, then how did you respond to him? Huang Yi shook his head. I didn't reply. I thought he was inexplicable and offensive, so I left directly. Chen Yilin nodded. This is consistent with the clues they found. Subsequently, the corners of his mouth raised with a little more meaning. Then can you tell me? What god do you believe in? Huang Yi raised his head in shock, his expression changing. It seemed like there was an offended struggle. Chen Yilin stared at his expression, then smiled casually. I was joking. Then what else did he ask you? Huang Yi's heart sank. The last question is actually a pitfall, but he had no choice but to jump. After thinking for a moment, he said, I walked very fast and I didn't hear you very well. He seemed to be asking me how he got it. When Chen Yilin heard this, his expression instantly collapsed. It seemed that he was helpless about what nonsense Pan Sen asked. Excuse me. Chen Yilin bowed slightly, approached the apprentice who was taking notes and left the bathroom with a wet floor, watching their disappearing figures. Huang Yi's face turned cold. His eyes were indifferent. He turned towards the urinal to relieve his urge to pee. Huang Yi, what's wrong? What are they looking for you for? The faces of the two sheriffs seemed dissatisfied. Were you reported to NV Pio Nuchang last night? The male students crowded into the toilet and chatted with each other. The female classmates were also anxious outside the toilet door. No. Huang Yi shook his body and replied calmly. What is that? That's what you said. Yes, we are all worried about you. Huang Yi felt warm in his heart when he heard this. This matter probably won't be kept secret for long. Yesterday afternoon, the person who stopped me was the victim Lao Lai mentioned. My name is Pan Sen, he died early last night. Several students looked shocked. Unexpectedly, Huang Yi still had this relationship with him. That's a genius from the main city, although he is dead. Then what do they want from you? Lao Lai, who comes from a well-off family, asked. They suspected I was the one who killed him. Huang Yi put on his belt, pushed aside the crowded classmates and walked to the wash basin. Ha ha ha, so funny. Is the magistrate's court so unprofessional? This is outrageous. With Commissioner Huang's slim body, I can hit 10. Best joke I've heard this year. The students were very happy. It seems that he wants to relieve the tension just now. Huang Yi turned on the faucet. Use hands soaked in water to smooth the bangs from your forehead to the back of your head. Looking at himself in front of the mirror, the corners of his mouth raised. What if? The classmate immediately put his arm around Huang Yi's shoulders and said seriously, if you can kill Pan Sen, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Lao Lai excitedly raised the functional machine. I'll stand on my head and pull it to him to eat. Roll. The two walked out of the. Chen Yilin looked back at the gold-plated plaque of Contract No. 3 Middle School. His weathered eyes were slightly narrowed by the hot sunshine. Master, what are you looking at? The young man also looked back in confusion and saw only young students coming in and out. A few years ago, he was so young and carefree. Now he has entered the first pick of the danger of contact. Then Huang Yi is hiding something from us. Chen Yilin withdrew his gaze. He took out his sunglasses from his inner pocket and wiped them. He was performing nervously and awkwardly. It's a pity that he is not the best actor and his eyes are dull. The surface is in place, but the eyes are the windows to the soul. They are calm from beginning to end. The young man next to him looked shocked and then became angry. He actually never noticed it. Then I'll go back and interrogate him. Feeling deeply ashamed and deceived, he immediately wanted to look back. But he was stopped by Chen Yilin. He looked dissatisfied. Why are you always so impulsive? Can't you be more steady? No one has secrets. He wants to hide it, so of course it doesn't hurt. Chen Yilin rolled her eyes at the young man and exhaled impatient hot breath from her nostrils. Then he put on his sunglasses and walked away. Just the secret, as long as it has nothing to do with Pan Sen's death. The young man quickly followed up. Then how do you know? Think for yourself. The young man paused. I'm going to find out where Huang Yi was last night. When Chen Yilin heard this, he looked back at his apprentice with confusion. Are you bad at writing? Have you forgotten all the basic knowledge? The fact that he can recite the contract doctrine infra. Do I still need to check if he has a pulse? The young man panicked and looked embarrassed. Master, do you mean that he has no suspicion? The detachment leader snorted coldly. Until the murderer is caught, his suspicion will never be ruled out. It's just the size. Let's go and visit the next person. The young man hurriedly followed up. We are all at school, why don't you go up and visit? Chen Yilin waved her hand and refused. I'm busy. After lunch, it's lunch. Sleeping in a hot and stuffy environment is difficult. Huang Yi took a cold shower. Then he lay down on the mat and closed his eyes. He did not forget that from the second grave, only a corner of the coffin was dug out. When his figure appeared in the consciousness space again, he picked up the shovel. Keep digging. I desperately want to know what secrets are buried here. Another 2 hours passed before the construction started. The whole coffin, Huang Yi dug it out completely. This coffin is very complete. There were no signs of being eaten by insects. The surface is evenly painted with black paint, giving it a simple and solemn look. But in Huang Yi's eyes, there was an extra element of evil. A red coffin signifies the end of life, and a black coffin signifies a wasted death. Huang Yi gripped the shovel tightly with a cautious expression. This is his only reliance in the space of consciousness. Open the coffin. After watching for a long time, nothing happened. Huang Yi stopped waiting, inserted the round shovel head into the gap of the black coffin, and pried it open with force. Kick kick. After spending a lot of energy, the coffin was pried open. But no matter how much you pry, it's difficult to get a loose coffin with a wide angle. Huang Yi thought for 2 seconds. Plug the shovel into the mound of soil next to you for easy access at any time. He stretched out his hands, alert, grabbed the loosened coffin and pushed it up. Bang! The coffin lid fell to the ground, raising dust and making a dull sound. Huang Yi backed away cautiously, subconsciously holding the wooden-handled shovel. But when he saw the inside of the coffin, his eyes were filled with shock. No body. Inside, Huang Yi never saw any bones, but a complete set of black mourning clothes. There are not only melon skin hats, vests, leggings, and black cloth shoes, they are all ancient styles. But what caught Huang Yi's attention the most was a plant growing on top of the mourning clothes. Huang Yi is no stranger to this. Myrtle. Huang Yi's eyes were serious. Myrtle, also called Nyanzi, Zai, and Shanyan. This type of plant often grows in barren mountains and ridges, but only those growing on graves have the most plump and delicious berries. Elsewhere, the myrtle petals are purple-pink. The petals of the plant in front of me are red, as if they have been filled with blood. Look at the empty mourning clothes again. It was hard for Huang Yi not to suspect that the corpse inside was used as nourishment by the myrtle. No contact for now. Huang Yi didn't dare to underestimate him. Keep your distance and decide to observe for a while. Being able to exist in this space like a shovel is definitely not simple. Jingle bell, the bell rang for the end of the lunch break. In the space of consciousness, it ripples like a reminder. Huang Yi felt irritated. I just wanted to insert the shovel into the mound and leave this place, but on the stone tablet on the ground, I saw amazing changes. Path, contract. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 0 awakened. Huang Yi's heart trembled. He still remembered that when he first saw it, there was no word engraved on it. Strange. Incomprehensible. Huang Yi felt inexplicably uneasy. Although he was a believer in destruction, he would not suffer backlash if he recited the teachings of other gods, so he could pretend to believe in any god. but the extraordinary person who really obtained the contract still made him feel uneasy. This meant that he was being watched by the contract, and he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. He looked up at the fog again, and the more tombs that were looming made him unable to hide his uneasiness. He was afraid that one day he would be swallowed by the tombs and become nutrients for those who came later. At least for now, it's not a bad thing. I have gained a new way to help me hide better. Huang Yi is not a hesitant person. He quickly sorted out his thoughts. In this chaotic world, having one more extraordinary person will give him a stronger ability to survive. As long as there is enough benefit, unknown dangers will not stop him. Treasure hunting is dangerous in itself. Huang Yi was determined. Looking at the mounds in the thick fog, perhaps the treasures buried there are waiting to be discovered. If you can get a sharp weapon like a shovel, the adventure is worth it. Even the myrtle in the black coffin in front of you is a rare treasure. Only wait for the future to find out. Let's do this first. Huang Yi retracted his gaze and inserted the shovel steadily into the soft soil. The next second, his figure disappeared in the space of consciousness. In the dormitory, the students were irritated. All of them could not stand the sharp and urgent alarm. This ghost ringtone was chosen with the principal's lifespan. It's like a death sentence, can't you change it to a soothing one? Fortunately, I'm about to go to college, otherwise I would rather go to the construction site than take this annoying class. Your words are not funny at all. Haha, get up quickly, you still have to study. The roommates were dizzy and sweaty from the heat. When their eyes met, they subconsciously moved to Huang Yi in the lower bunk. The eyes met, which was quite complicated. Everyone felt sorry that Commissioner Huang Yi was just an ordinary person. Maybe there would be no such good dormitory leader in college. Get up, everyone, and go review. If you have the ability, help more. The classmate sighed in his heart and got up to wash. At this time, Huang Yi also opened his eyes. His eyes fell on the calendar on the bedside. There were only 2 days left before the college entrance examination. Soon, a group of people came to the class in groups. Huang Yi did not waste time. Organize those dejected and unawakened classmates to go to the temple. Only 2 days left. Everyone try your best and don't leave any regrets. Maybe the stronger your wishes are, the more you can get the attention of the gods. Huang Yi comforted. I don't care. It's uncomfortable to sit in the classroom anyway. Yes, and the prerequisite for going to college is awakening, so reading is a waste of time. At noon, I haven't slept enough. Haha, I think so too. The classmates looked numb, as if they had accepted their fate. Huang Yi heard this and stopped trying to persuade him. This time, he walked through the aisle and came to the last row. Looking at the huge classroom, there were more than 100 people sitting loosely. Some people were whispering, some were daydreaming. Some people sincerely repented and reflected on their faith not being firm and pure enough. Some people came here to catch up on their sleep and fell into a deep sleep. Huang Yi had a blank expression. Looking at the gilded contract statue again, he felt a little more intimate for some reason. I think it's because he became a quasi-contract master. This feeling also existed when he first embarked on the fate of destruction. Get the power of the contract. The next step is to sign a contract beast. Huang Yi pulled out an old book from his wide trouser pocket. It was Contract Master that he had to study in the first year of high school, and the publisher was the contract main city. According to the records in the book, there are 2 ways to choose a beast pet. The first one, go to find it in person, cultivate feelings, and swear blood oath. But the process is very dangerous. Basically, only big. Not only is the output stable, but you can also choose high-quality pets. As for the second method, it is very popular. That is to build a summoning array and sign randomly. This process is very similar to fishing, and those who are willing will take the bait. The advantage is that it is safe, convenient, and risk-free. The disadvantage is that you cannot control what kind of pet you sign. It may be very weak and have low growth space, but there are also very strong ones. As for the highest level of the 12 zodiac animals among the pets, Huang Yi has seen it once. That is Panson's contracted beast Zhu Gu, possessing the talent of mind reading. If used well, you can know the shortcomings of all opponents. Absolutely magical skills, and pets of this level have huge growth space. Huang Yi suspects that there is no bottleneck in evolution. Panson is worthy of being a genius, but it's a pity that he died too early. Huang Yi was a little regret. If the other party was not too deliberate and was noticed by himself, I'm afraid that all the cards would be seen through. You are still too young. You are arrogant and high profile, and you are easy to be targeted. Huang Yi does not regret it. He will only feel relieved if he eliminates such a person. Regardless of the position of good and evil, the existence of Panson alone is a great threat. The 12 zodiac signs. It should be possible to sign with extremely low probability only through the second method. Huang Yi frowned slightly. This probability is so low that it is outrageous. But at least, it is higher than the winning rate of the lottery. Huang Yi thought for a long time, still unable to determine. With his current strength, he can try the first method. Let's see after graduation. If you can't find a satisfactory beast pet, then take a gamble. This sitting, it was time for evening self-study. They were not doing useless work. The temple witnessed 6 new awakeners. Someone in the team brought by Huang Yi obtained extraordinary qualifications. The male student just had tears in his eyes. Silent and speechless, Huang Yi took him away from the temple to express his congratulations. The male classmate wiped his tears and smiled with relief. They chose to give up the future. But I know, Commissioner Huang Yi, you are different. I will wait for you in college. I hope to be your classmate again. Huang Yi felt uncomfortable listening to the corny words. Okay, stop talking. I was half a day ahead of you. The male classmate was stunned. Huh, Huang Yi smiled. With the urging of his mind, an illusory golden disc rose from the back of his head. On the disc, there was a scale carved with 2 hanging discs hanging. The scale pattern was the symbol of the god of contract. It was also the symbol of every believer of the contract. On it, a beast pet could live. It was also a unique consciousness space. The classmates were dumbfounded. Huang, Commissioner, why are you still in the confessional? Huang Yi's eyes curved and he smiled warmly. I brought them here and I will take them back. Just consider it, the last night with them. In the early morning, the cool breeze blew. The contracted 18 cities were dark everywhere, and people had already fallen asleep. Only a few places could guarantee continuous power supply and bright lights all night. The public security court was one of them. Master, when I went out to visit, I also checked Huang Yi's whereabouts last night. He was really not in the dormitory last night, but he made an appointment with his roommate to go to the internet cafe. The young man reported excitedly, as if he had discovered something. But Chen Yilin's attitude was very cold. He has ruled out suspicion. He awakened at noon today. Registration was carried out at 10 p.m., a believer of the gold contract. The apprentice opened his mouth slightly and stood there in a daze. He looked a little surprised. The gold contract is the highest level of faith. It is extremely rare. Even he is only at the silver level. I know. The apprentice's face fell, and he threw the sordid content on the table. On it was what he had investigated about Huang Yi's whereabouts last night. Although it was not accurate, there were doubts that could be explored. For example, Huang Yi picked up a small card, separated from his roommates, and disappeared for more than an hour without reason. But now, this doubt is not important. Who would believe that a newly awakened contract believer could be the murderer of Pan Sen? Just like a newborn baby, no one thought that he could kill a middle-aged strong man in an hour of disappearance. Continuing the investigation is a pure waste of time. Who killed Pan Sen? The young man was full of irritability, and when he saw the cigarette box on the table, he still shifted his gaze. Chen Yilin exhaled a puff of white mist and flicked the ash. Frowning, destruction and strange remains were found at the scene. Panson's death was related to the cultists. This is a fact that has been set in stone, but now it doesn't matter. Chen Yilin threw a thick document over indifferently. This is the information compiled recently. According to the confessions of the cultists, they all mention the plans they are preparing. As for the specific content of the plan, the above speculation is that it is an advanced ritual. The young man was shocked. He quickly flipped through the documents. He quickly scanned them and felt his heart pounding. This is Contract City 1, and we have received the interrogation results from City 18. Based on the confessions provided by the cultists, we have come to a disturbing conclusion. We all agree that the cultists' plan is the advancement ritual. It is very likely that it is the weird path. Level 70, Hell. Advanced ritual, turn a city into a weird domain. Key point. In the weird domain, the more and stronger weirdness appears, the stronger the feedback from the promoted. I already understand why Master said that the murderer of Pan Sen is not important anymore. There is no need to delve into who it is. As long as all the cultists are captured and brought to justice, the relationship will be perfect. Come to think of it, this is also the result that one city and 18 cities want. What is their purpose? The young man swallowed. If the whole city turns into a ghost, how many people will die? He didn't dare to think about it. The hidden cultists in the city are the informants. Highly likely, their target is the ruins of chaos 100 kilometers away. Chen Yilin's eyes were solemn. The young apprentice suddenly became nervous. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and deploy your defenses. Other colleagues beside him reminded. This is a decisive battle at this level. We have to wait for support from the main city. The young man immediately realizes the weakness of his abilities. Sitting on the chair dejectedly, Chen Yilingguo, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, cursed and snuffed out the cigarette butt fiercely. Those who believe in evil gods are nothing but good things. The next day, early morning, in morning reading class, the 9 classmates looked at Huang Yi's back reluctantly, heading to the confessional with regret. Don't look so downcast. It's a good thing that Commissioner Huang can get the attention of the gods. Yeah, we should be happy for him. I'm happy too, but I feel a little uncomfortable for no reason. The college entrance examination is tomorrow, let's do our best. I hope someone among us can wake up. They comforted each other. There is a touch of loss in my heart. Huang Yi, come here. The head teacher looked serious and called Huang Yi to the office. As soon as he sat down, he looked at Huang Yi with suspicious eyes. I heard that people from the security court looked for you yesterday. Well, because I met Pan Sen. So you came to me to ask about the situation. Huang Yi answered truthfully. The head teacher frowned and said no more. This matter was such a big deal that he naturally heard about it. In the past 2 days, at least hundreds of cultists have been arrested in the city. Dozens of people died, including Inasa. It made people panic. This shows that the people in the security court are serious. Instead of fishing for big fish with a long line, we chose to drain the pond directly. It is estimated that it will continue for some time. Are you awake? Throwing away his worries, the head teacher's eyes became kind again. Currently, it is Huang Yi, the class cotter, who is the latest to wake up. It also made him most anxious, but he is also the one with the biggest surprise. Yes, Huang. Let me take a look at the contract roulette. The head teacher's expression became impatient. Every believer has an illusory disc with his own destiny. The patterns carved on the roulette wheel are the embodiment of belief in the gods. For example, the god of contract is a just scale. Believers of gods also have talent differences. Some people practice extremely quickly, while others are always stuck. The most conspicuous external feature is the color of the disc. Black iron common, bronze good, silver excellent, gold excellent. There are 4 levels. According to research by various forces, this is highly related to the purity of faith. The more devoted you are to the gods, the higher the quality of your talent and the purer the color of the roulette wheel. The head teacher's is bronze. He is now in his 40s and is only level 39. His upgrade speed is already extremely slow. This is the limit of faith. The principal's contract roulette is silver and has reached level 65. Therefore, just by looking at the quality of the roulette wheel, you can know the future talent of each believer. Huang Yi didn't say anything. Looking within the sea of consciousness, there are 2 divine beliefs rising and falling in it. Those are destruction and contract. All exude dazzling golden light. Bite, Huang Yi mobilized the contract and immediately dispersed it from the back of his head. Make up the illusory Libra. This made the head teacher fascinated. That's great. Jin Pin's faith, I haven't seen him for many years. The head teacher's face was filled with emotion. Last night I heard that, in my class, an awakened person with golden quality came out. Didn't sleep all night. Now, early in the morning, I couldn't help but come to Huang Yi. This is really making me look embarrassed in front of the principal. But the strange thing is, why are you awakening so slowly? The head teacher was very strange. It stands to reason that such pure beliefs are manifested very early. Most gold medal players have already started to show their prowess in junior high school. Huang Yi didn't wake up until the college entrance examination, which is really an exception. I don't know either. Huang Yi pretended to be confused. He would not be wrong if he didn't say anything. The head teacher also waved his hand and did not go into details. There was a strong sense of pride in his eyes. Your talent has been noticed by the principal. He promised that your college living expenses will be covered by the school. At this moment, Principal Chen is receiving foreign guests. Those are the admissions departments of universities in major contract cities. This year, the 18 cities are very impressive. There are 3 gold-grade contract believers, but they have all been poached to other cities. You are 4th and the latest. The principal is negotiating terms for you. In terms of your golden quality, your future is bright. Return to the classroom from the office. Many people's eyes were focused on Huang Yi. Watching him return to his seat, whispers formed a huge noise. As expected of the psychological committee member, the man I like. Not only is he awakened, he is also of golden quality. The monitor's silver qualities have won him the favor of many universities. He is more excited to get the attention of the gods than I am to get it myself. This is the 4th gold medal this year. Hey, how do you feel about being the first person to know the qualities of Huang Yi-san? Me. I encouraged student Huang to come, and then. The study committee member at the same table bumped Huang Yi hard with his shoulder. You're so stupid. It's a big one. We were invited to an internet cafe a few days ago. I felt sorry for you and thought you were about to give up. The faces of my classmates were full of excitement. I didn't expect it either. Huang Yi responded calmly, with a calm expression. After perfunctory with my deskmate, Huang Yi ignored the comments in his ears. Return your attention to the tea. Contract roulette, the relationship with animal pets. Turning to a new chapter, Huang Yi's eyes narrowed. Contractor is different from other ways. He has a special space for controlling beasts. It can be used as a pet to practice and recuperate. The way for beast pets to obtain skills is to kill other ferocious beasts and obtain soul beads, then randomly obtain skills from the soul beads. So, contractors are ferocious beasts and strange natural enemies. Huang Yi recorded silently. According to the textbook, contractor is a late-stage profession. Incomparable. It is even rarer to be an extraordinary person who can choose his own skills. Not only can it control beasts, but it can also control ghosts. However, because too much money and resources are burned in the early and midterm, it is difficult to raise a good pet. Many middle-class contract families, for the sake of their children's future, choose to lead their children to other god cities and convert to other gods. In this way, you can gain extraordinary power that is very strong in the early and midterm. For example, preservation is such an existence. It is also the god with the largest number of believers. As for the dignitaries, they look further ahead and invest crazily in their children's contractual beliefs. Special personnel are also provided for this purpose. After all, if you don't have money, most of your options are to randomly summon pet animals. This also shows that the few. I'm not worried. Huang Yi moved his eyes away and looked at the lush greenery outside the window. Relieve eye fatigue. He has the means of destruction and is able to survive on his own. You can allow yourself to slowly choose a pet. The path of destruction, due to its particularity. The front, middle, and late stages are all very strong. It's just that, living in a city with orthodox beliefs, you are destined not to reveal it too much. Reviewing is boring. But the college entrance examination is tomorrow, and everyone is working hard. I want to improve my scores and get admitted to a beast-controlling university in a better city with more resources. This sitting will last from morning to evening. Jingle bell, the school bell rang in the afternoon. The classmates in the class are still reading books consciously. I don't want to waste time waiting in line for food. Go. Huang Yi closed the textbook and asked the classmate next to. You eat first and I'll go after I finish the questions. The study committee hesitated for a moment and declined the invitation. Good. Huang Yi glanced at the contract history question he had written, then got up and headed to the cafeteria. There, I happened to meet 9 classmates who had finished their meal. Huang Yi, you're here. The posture of the 9 people is unnatural. Eating so fast? Huang Yi asked. See that they are hiding from their own thoughts. Yes. Eat it in advance so that you can repent quickly. It's about to close over there, so we'll leave first. Their smiles were forced. Okay, I wish you all the best. Huang Yi nodded and went to the window to get some food. Let's go too. No time. Be a monk for a day and ring a bell for a day. The smiles of the 9 people disappeared, and their eyes became sad. There is a lot of low self-esteem in my heart. Although I had already had a premonition, I accepted mead. But I was the only one who failed to awaken, and all my good buddies around me were going to college. Achieve extraordinary things. In their hearts they felt a sense of abandonment and loneliness. Tomorrow, we will identify the examination room. The temple will also be closed early tonight. During this period, this is their only hope. Huang Yi, don't eat it yet. The head teacher hurried to the cafeteria under the setting sun. His eyes were urgent. The principal wants to see you for something. Great thing. Contract no. 3 middle school under the setting sun is coated with an orange glow. Let every student be filled with youth and freshness. The head teacher hurried. Looking at the cold boy beside him, he always felt out of place. It seemed that he had an extra layer of stability that was not suitable for his age. There was a gap in his heart, and he was also wary. He didn't dare to imagine how much blood Huang Yi had seen in the ruins of the rioters. He could only remind carefully. Remember, after meeting Principal Chen, be polite and enthusiastic. I believe that the school will seek good benefits for you. We always welcome you back to No. 3 Middle School. Huang Yi followed the middle-aged man, listening to his warm words, and was also touched in his heart. But the gravity of reality always made it difficult for him to. The advancement ceremony of the level 60 gravedigger alone made him feel heavy. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Huang Yi said sincerely. What are you talking about? The teacher will need your care in the future. The head teacher was happy and said half-jokingly. Okay. A few minutes later, he took Huang Yi to the principal's office. He knocked on the door. Principal Chen, I've brought Huang Yi here. Let him in. A brisk voice came from inside, sounding in a good mood. The head teacher whispered, Pay attention to your words. After that, he opened the door. Then he gently pushed Huang Yi in and closed the door, in the principal's office. There are many solid wood scenes, tea tables, bookshelves, wooden tables, etc., which look low-key and restrained. The most eye-catching thing is the 4 big words written in ink, contract spirit. You are Huang Yi, right? Principal Chen looked at Huang Yi with a smile. He looked him up and down. He looked qua. His name is Chen Jiking, a level 65 contract master. He is also one of the top combat forces in the 18 contract cities. He is thin and looks energetic. Good afternoon, Principal Chen, I am Huang Yi. Huang Yi bowed slightly. You are a very troublesome kid. You awakened just before the college entrance examination, and you are a gold-level person. You disrupted my original work rhythm. Chen Jiking said happily. There was no complaint on. This year, there are only 4 awakened people with golden faith in the whole city, and there is one in his school which is very proud. He was very proud in front of the principals of No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School. But this student is a bit special. Awakened too late, and this is the first time he has seen him. The other 3 gold-level people were poached in junior high school and jumped grades. But no matter what, the golden quality faith wheel cannot be. The students are ignorant. Huang Yi lowered his posture. Hey, that's impossible. Chen Jiking waved his hand. Without much greeting, he directly brought up the topic. Your faith is gold, and your talent limit is very high. The news has spread to major contract cities, and many beast-controlling universities have contacted me. I hope you go to school there. Huang Yi did not interrupt, but listened carefully. Chen Jiking laughed at Huang Yi's calm expression. What the head teacher said was indeed right. This child was too steady. Aren't you curious? Huang Yi shook his head. The head teacher said that I can trust the principal's judgment. I will listen to your arrangements. Chen Jiking was happy and satisfied. He led Huang Yi to the tea table and poured the hot tea that had been brewed long ago. Sit down. He handed over the tea and said, Silver quality means excellent seedlings. If the cultural score is high, you can get the qualification for recommendation. As for the gold quality, it is rare. It is the source of students that every university wants to fight for. They contacted me this morning and offered very good conditions. Some even spent a lot of money. He stared at Huang Yi's expression, but did not see the latter's excitement and expectation, and he also felt a little bored. This kid doesn't give any emotional value. He took a sip of tea and found it tasteless. Continued. Every university has given the qualification for recommendation, and free food and accommodation, subsidies and scholarships. Also, we can provide you with high-level beast pets. According to what the principal said, Huang Yi also understood. In order to fight for himself, every university is willing to provide great resources. During school, as long as you reach level 10 extraordinary, you can provide new soul beads skills according to your wish. Soul beads are the unique crystals of monsters. Pets can absorb soul beads and gain unique skills. This is also the unique point of the contract master. Unlike most paths, the skills are fixed. Some universities even give targeted points to specific evil god believers, but to exert its power, it still needs to evolve to level 60. It is annoying in the early and middle stages, and a real thigh in the late stages. In Principal Chen's remarks, if Huang Yi wants to go the direction of multiple pets, the school will also provide professional guidance. Huang Yi can hear that this is really a bloody investment. For a single pet, the school unconditionally supports it. Even for multiple pets, professional planning will be carried out for the future. This means that every decision made by the school represents a huge cost. Of course, most people cultivate a single pet. Only high-ranking officials would dare to adopt the multi-pet mode, which would consume resources at an unimaginable price for Huang Yi. The most important thing is that now the policy has changed. With one city contract, resources will no longer be distributed equally to various universities, creating the phenomenon of negativity and indolence in governance. Instead, in the past 2 years, a competition system has been adopted. If major universities cannot obtain rankings in officially organized contract competitions, their resources and funds will be cut. This will lead to problems with subsequent enrollment and eventually fall into a vicious cycle. Therefore, all universities pay special attention to extremely talented students. The investment is also huge. This is naturally a good thing for you. As long as the school achieves a high ranking, it will gain prestige, fame, resources, and money. I won't go into details about this. When you go to college, you will understand how popular gold-grade faith can be. Principal Chen stopped talking, feeling a little heavy in his heart. For the 18 cities, this is a pity. Although the strength of contract city is not divided in order, but the earlier it is established, the deeper its heritage and talents will naturally be. What ultimately reflects the strength of a city is its local universities. The 3 gold products that appeared in the 18 cities this year have all been absorbed by the top cities. It is true that there is no separation at all, but there is no doubt that Contract City is naturally the best place for gold-level believers. Moreover, the given conditions and various resources are incomparable to other cities. From a personal development perspective, I hope you can go to the main city. There, the probability of encountering gold items will be high, but it's not like you can go everywhere. You have a head talent there. Principal Chen did not talk about his selfishness. After all, the advantages of local universities are too small in comparison. It is really impossible to open this mouth. What do you think? He changed into a comfortable position and tapped the tea table rhythmically with his fingertips. He seemed very interested. What path should we take? Specialize on a single animal pet or multiple animal pets? Is the development direction going to be a strong attack route, a treatment route, or an increase route? Principal Chen poured tea for Huang Yi, which was sweet and fragrant. With a solemn expression, I have the conditions given by Major Yun. I have checked them for you and they are all excellent. The choice of your pet is far more important than choosing a university. The orange light fell from the window and lazily filtered into the principal's office. It also fell on Huang Yi's wheat-colored profile. He listened silently and made no hasty decisions. He took a sip of tea to soothe his throat and asked, Principal Chen, the students are confused and want to hear your advice. Hearing this, Chen Jiqing couldn't heh. The eyes are quite appreciative. Huang Yi's calm nature made him envious. When I was young, I was too naughty and couldn't hide my thoughts, so I got into a lot of trouble. Nowadays, when comparing the two, there is not only a huge gap in talent. Even the character of mind is hard to catch up with. This made Principal Chen feel inexplicably emotional. He organized his thoughts and seriously suggested, The main direction of beast pets, whether it is strong attack, amplification, or human shield, has advantages and disadvantages. If you take the route of multiple animal pets, you won't have such troubles. Theoretically, this is also the maximum limit for a contractor. Huang Yi was stunned. Theoretically. Chen Jiqing nodded and leaned on the back of the solid wood chair. Yes. As we all know, every time a contract master. Such examples have appeared many times when predecessors were exploring. Not to mention, there are still people controlling ghosts. It's so chaotic. The beast controlling space is in the contract roulette, and its size is already established at the time of awakening. This has nothing to do with the concentration of belief and is highly related to the toughness of will. Even if there is a genius who wants to take the multiple animal pet route, there will not be many choices due to the size of the space. The resources consumed are not large. This is also the reason why some universities and colleges dare to promise to cover everything. Because they know that even the richest heirs of high officials and dignitaries can only have 3 or 5 pet animals. Even because of the uneven distribution of contract masters' energy, all beast pets grow slowly, have difficulty evolving, and are stuck in levels. In the end, a good hand of cards will lead to mediocrity. Of course, even if the lessons are in front of us, there are still countless geniuses who succeed one after another. It is because of the many animal pets that he has a strong enough imagination. The reason why it is strong in the later stage is that one person forms an. And this is supported by successful examples. Principal Chen briefly recalled. Currently, the one who fosters the most pets in the contract space is City Lord Lai of Yacheng, with a total of 8 pets. This is already a peak that is difficult for humans to reach. Huang Yi heard the implication. The pinnacle of humankind. Very sharp. Chen Jiqing was slightly surprised. Seeing that his understanding was higher, he smiled and was quite satisfied. He also had the intention of supporting the younger generation, so he couldn't help but say more. But that level is too high, and I don't know much about it. Although my level is among the strongest among the 18 cities, but in the main city, it is only at the average level. But being the principal of Contract No. 3 Middle School is very convenient. It allowed me to come into contact with many truly top players and gain a lot of knowledge. He said in a solemn tone, under the gods, there are divine messengers. The number of apostles for each god is 3. They communicate directly with gods and walk the world on behalf of gods. They are top-notch beliefs. Transcendence gold. It can be said that he is a demigod. All contract cities must obey the divine envoy's orders. Only they can control the beast as the 9. Lai Changqing, the city lord of level 91, is already the top combat power of mankind. But in front of the divine envoy, it's still not enough. Speaking of which, a hint of shock flashed across Principal Chen's face. He heard this kind of news during a meeting in the. I was also fortunate enough to meet the divine messenger from a distance. That sense of oppression is really too terrifying. When Huang Yi heard this, he could only remain silent. These are secrets that he has never known. There is no way, the level is too low, and the things you come into contact with are far from even the tip of the iceberg. His path to destruction is high though, but there is no systematic training at all. There is no organization to communicate with. If you think about it, if a cultist like this wants to form a team, they may have been targeted by the orthodox or even eliminated. A few days ago, he didn't even know that level 50 was called Undertaker and level 60 was called Gravedigger. The only source of information is the damaged tombstone in the consciousness space. At this moment, he was very sober. It is necessary to follow the orthodox path of contract. Not only can the identity of the followers. There is also systematic training that can save you many years of detours. I've decided. Huang Yi did not hesitate and said firmly, I will take the route of multiple animal pets. Moreover, as a contractor, he has advantages that others do not have. That is the space of consciousness. Although it is strange and eerie, I have never been able to figure out the secret. But there is one thing that Huang Yi can be sure of. That is, as long as you dig more graves, you can not only harvest strange things, but also expand the boundaries of your consciousness space. There will be no situation where the living space of pets is squeezed. Huang Yi has a strong premonition that 8 pets are far from his limit. Are you sure? Principal Chen said with interest. I have to remind you, the backbone of the contract master and even the high-level combat power are all single pets, Huang Yi said seriously. I have thought it through. Which university is willing to afford the resources of my multiple pets, I will choose to go there. Chen Jiqing nodded, he also thought so. Then, he took out 3 documents from the drawer. Introduced. Schools that offer such conditions. Universities in 3 cities. Contracted 14 cities, 21 cities, and 18 cities. He did not see the surprised expression on Huang Yi's face, but only felt a little bored. Still patiently explained. Although there are few students with the golden grade faith, it is not a problem to gather 10 students in each class in the top 5 cities. Plus, the resources are abundant, and the teaching strength is strong, so the conditions given are all for specialization in a single pet. If you want to develop multiple pets, you can pay for it yourself. Of course, the school will also provide professional guidance. According to the principal's introduction, schools that dare to promise multiple pets are in an extremely dangerous situation. If the ranking of the contract competition is still very poor, the supply of resources will be 1 level lower. It has reached the point where you have to gamble. What's your choice? Chen Jiqing's expression was serious. He solemnly placed the 3 cities' admission quotas in front of Huang Yi. In the depths of his solemn eyes, there was a little more nervousness. I choose this. Huang Yi glanced at. He picked up one of them and responded with a smile. When Principal Chen saw it, he suddenly smiled. He was full of relief. The admission letter came from the 18 contract cities. Night falls. The whole campus is brightly lit, but Huang Yi sees that it is deserted and no one is around. Tomorrow, we will check the examination room, and the day after tomorrow, we will officially take the college entrance examination. The 1st and 2nd grade students have a holiday in the afternoon. Chen Jiqing closed the door of the office and explained happily. Huang Yi understood. Tomorrow we will check the examination room. Now only the 3rd grade students are left on campus. The other classes have been closed. Do you know why I am happy? Chen Jiqing stood on the 4th floor, enjoying the evening breeze and looking at the campus. I don't know. Huang Yi stood behind him and answered truthfully. Because you chose the university in Shibasheng. The more Principal Chen looked at this student, the more satisfied he was. He has plenty of patience. The principal of No. 123 Middle School is considered top-notch. They all hold positions in universities and have heavy responsibilities on their shoulders. He smiled freely and patted Huang Yi on the shoulder. If you have decided on your first beast pet, you can contact me. Since you have decided on a local university, a mobile phone will naturally be provided to you. Although feature phones are not high-tech enough, they are at least durable. After hesitating, Huang Yi was stunned for a moment, then followed him. When he arrived in front of the dormitory building, he said goodbye to the principal. The lights in the cafeteria were still on, and only 2 windows were left to provide meals. Huang Yi quickly filled his stomach and returned to the dormitory. Drink. I'll treat you, don't keep your hands idle. Tomorrow we'll see the exam room, I'll treat you to a good meal. Don't drink if you're awakened, you still have to take the college entrance exam, don't make any mistakes in your cultural scores. In the dormitory, there was a lot of noise and joy. A cool mat was spread on the ground, and 7 people in the dormitory sat around a pile of drinks and snacks. Old Lai played the dynamic music on his feature phone and raised his glass to invite others to drink. Since you know, drink less. Someone advised. Well, although I didn't awaken, I can graduate from high school. At most, I can find a class to attend. Old Lai said with a red face and a smile. When Huang Yi approached the dormitory door, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Under his feet were discarded aluminum beer cans. Looking with a frown, there were many. Oh, our psychology committee is back. I heard that you were received by the principal. You will be a big celebrity in the future. Old Lai laughed wildly. His words made other students look at each other in surprise, feeling a little unnatural. Why are you still standing there? Come and drink. Are you not giving me face? Old Lai picked up a bottle of wine and threw it over. Seeing Huang Yi catch it, his vanity swelled. Then he grinned and drank the aluminum can of wine. His eyes were confused, to be honest. Huang Yi, I'm so jealous of you. Everyone likes you and is willing to play with you. There are many girls who have a crush on you, do you know? Now you have awakened, The belief in gold quality, compared to you, I seem like a piece of trash. I really want to change the script with you, psychology committee. The classmates suddenly fell silent when they heard this. They stared at each other. They sensed the change in the atmosphere. Huang Yi put the wine can on the table and said calmly, "You've drunk too much." Lai Tianqi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then showed a bleak smile. He turned off the music on his mobile phone, opened the new wine, and muttered, "Yes, I'm drunk. Sorry, Huang Yi, I'll punish myself with a can." Huang Yi looked at him and drank it with his head tilted back, and the wine flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was nothing to say. I've advised him, this is the path. Huang Yi didn't want to pay attention, took a shower, and sorted out the night talk with the principal. He wiped his wet hair with a dry towel, but saw his roommates cleaning the dormitory. He just nodded without making any statement. Lying back on the bed, Huang Yi covered himself with a thin sheet to cover his belly button. He stared at the calendar hanging on the wall in a daze, slightly absent-minded. Yes, no miracle happened, and 9 people in the class failed to wake up. The temple was also closed by the school in the afternoon, cutting off everyone's thoughts. This night, the lifeline between ordinary people and extraordinary people was officially drawn, and the two were destined to go their separate ways. Hiss! Huang Yi didn't think much. He just exhaled lightly and calmly tore off today's calendar. The next page was revealed, with the words written by hand. College Entrance Examination Day. The lights in the dormitory were turned off, and there was no conversation all night. The classmates lay in bed, and in the afterglow of the street lights in the campus, they carefully looked at Huang Yi on the lower bunk. When their eyes met, they all saw the confusion and loss on each other's faces. It can be vaguely perceived that the road Huang Yi is going to take is very difficult. The belief in Jinpin is not the same as them. This is Principal Chen, let me pass it to you. The next day, the head teacher found Huang Yi. He handed the 2 items to the other party solemnly. Huang Yi took it and saw that one was the admission letter of the local university. The other one was the feature phone promised by the principal. The appearance is exquisite and the feel is comfortable. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Huang Yi turned on the machine curiously. I found that a series of numbers had already been saved in the contacts. Note, Chen Jiking, don't you plan to add a teacher? The head teacher also took out a functional phone with an expectant look on his face. My pleasure. Huang Yi finished adding the head teacher's number. Type a note. Liu Feng, the high school teacher. Liu Feng looked at Huang Yi and sighed slightly. Are you going back now? Continuing to stay in the dormitory may affect the student's mood in preparing for the exam. Also, those who are admitted are advised to leave early. Then I'll go back first. Okay, remember to come to the graduation dinner. After bidding farewell to the head teacher, Huang Yi came to the school gate. When he got to the bus that made him look ugly. Young man, do you want to take a car? The dra. When Huang Yi got into the car with a calm expression, he stepped on the accelerator with a smile. In the busy traffic, the car body swayed, showing off the driving skills. Finally, I braked hard and stopped at the entrance of the Chengnan subway station. Chenghui, 30 yuan. Huang Yi handed over the money and watched the vehicle go away with a gloomy expression. But the wanton ridicule coming from the carriage made Huang Yi's veins jump. Dissatisfied, he took off his mask, stuffed it into his pocket, and silently recorded the license plate number in the memo on his phone. Then he turned around and got on the subway, taking out the admission letter and mobile phone in his messenger bag. At this time, a slight smile of relief appeared on his face. Going home this time can be regarded as a homecoming. He was looking forward to it and saw the excitement on his family's faces. The bonus will come soon. I can also buy some fresh vegetables and fruits for my mother and sister. As for the house, no need to buy the ruins of the rioters. Huang Yi closed his eyes happily and rested. The rail car clanged out, and 2 hours later, it stopped at the dilapidated and old terminal. Although there are people cleaning here frequently, the floor is still wet and shiny, and there is a rancid smell from the kitchen waste ditch. The security check when getting off the bus is very simple. You can leave the station with your ticket. Unlike pit stops, the review is strict. The level has improved. After walking out of the security checkpoint, Huang Yi keenly sensed that the security personnel here were several levels higher. Far higher than the last time I stopped. Everyone looked serious, and the passengers entering the station were strictly checked. and their levels are all between 30 and 50. Huang Yi frowned. Is it the influence of the Pan Sen incident? This level of security should not appear in the ruins of chaos. Even mid to high-end residential areas cannot afford such tight security. Not to mention, this is a ruins of chaos. The next second, Huang Yi realized something. My heart sank and I suppressed all my thoughts like a stress. I walked out of the subway station in silence, but I also kept an eye on it. Outside the station, the sky. It seems like it's going to rain. Huang Yi withdrew his gaze and cast it at the love shed aside. There they have been giving out porridge for 10 years to promote the reputation of the god of contract. The clergy held propaganda posters and issued orders in a harassing manner. Huang Yi looked at the familiar scene and headed towards a fruit stall. How to sell watermelons? Standing in front of the fruit stall, Huang Yi asked. 25 yuan a pound. Tan Zhenjin lay motionless on the rocking chair, his tone cold. I'll buy one. After Huang Yi hesitated for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Pick it yourself and weigh it yourself. Huang Yi was not surprised when he heard this. In the ruins of chaos, fruits are a luxury. Without connections and strength, it is difficult to purchase and sell goods. Otherwise, it would have been hacked long ago. He once wanted to do this business, but his status as a student in Contract City made many things inconvenient for him. But it can also make him live a peaceful and happy life. He was quite satisfied. At least it's better than carrying the name of a follower of the evil god and acting like a rat crossing the street. Just thinking about being an enemy of the extraordinary gods can make you feel physically and mentally exhausted and realize your own weakness. Life is rare. Huang Yi picked up the watermelon, patted it, and finally chose the round one. In the end, he was asked to pay 135 yuan, so he wondered if it was a 50 yang claim, but he still pretended not to notice and didn't intend to cause any trouble. As long as you remember the other party, there are always plenty of opportunities to make up for losses. After paying the money, Huang Yi was sulking and returned to his hometown carrying the watermelon. The characteristic of the ruins of the rioters is that they have no city walls, so it can be said that they have no boundaries with danger. The closer you live to the edge, the more likely you are to be attacked by monsters and strange things in the dark. Those who are able can either move to the center or live in a city blessed by orthodox gods. Most of those who are willing to stay in the ruins of the chaos have criminal records or are fugitives. Otherwise, we will not be willing to live in chaos and unrest. The position of Huang Yi's family is neither good nor bad. Located in the central area, although the community is dilapidated, it retains memories of Huang Yi's childhood. The family is warm and the neighborhood is harmonious. But a few years ago, everything was gone. My mother and sister became weird believers, and their bodies were completely destroyed, leaving only their souls. There was no longer a living person. I feel better, at least superficially healthy. Those who are bewitched by evil gods seem to have the only path to disaster. Although I'm not a good person, at least I'm a normal person. Return to the low, uninhabited neighborhood. Huang Yi sighed slightly and stepped into the corridor with extremely poor lighting. But just as he reached the third floor, a pungent smell of blood came from the half-open iron door. Huang Yi paused while taking out the key. He clearly remembered that he had mopped and cleaned the house last time he went out. It was impossible for such a clear smell of corpses to remain. Huang Yi's heart trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He quickened his pace and pulled open the half-closed iron door. After turning on the light, he saw that the few furnitures were overturned and the wall paint was peeling. A swollen corpse was lying on the ground. Blood was splattered everywhere. Bang! Huang Yi straightened the collapsed wooden table and his eyes became deep. He put the fresh watermelon on it and then walked towards his mother and sister's room with a cold face. But he saw that the wooden door was broken. There were more than a dozen corpses piled up inside, and dried bloodstains were all over the dressing table. Not here. Huang Yi had a blank expression on his face and straightened a corpse facing the ground on the ground. What he saw was a stray. According to the degree of blood coagulation and the natural changes of the corpse, Huang Yi estimated that these people died no more than a week ago, and they are all extraordinary people. It can be ruled out that they are not contract masters. Through the collection of various clues, Huang Yi returned to the living room with a cold face. The remaining power here includes destruction, weirdness, and even other ways. Without exception, they are all evil gods. From various traces, they have not completely disappeared. So this is not a vendetta, but control. Mom is level 30, sister is level 35, it is a strong force. Huang Yi's face was solemn, but this group of extraordinary people was willing to take them away at a high price. Whether there is any plan, I don't know. If you want them to help, you must control them first. In addition to force, it is to feed human flesh. Only in this way can the self-will that persists can be destroyed and reduced to a walking corpse. Forgetting memories can achieve new weirdness. They were taken away for at least 5 days. Huang Yi's face was gloomy, and he did not hope for his mother's self-control. But that sister. Thinking like this, Huang Yi was upset. After closing the iron door, he went to the utility room and took out an axe. The next second, the whole empty community was filled with the dull sound of cutting meat and splitting bones. The swollen corpse burst, splashing blood with a foul smell. Huang Yi didn't care. After being discouraged for an hour, his whole body was sticky. My consciousness space can take out items. Can I put them in? Huang Yi clenched the axe, panting, and also had such doubts. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the rotten meat. The next second, the body disappeared in front of his eyes and appeared in the cemetery in the wasteland. Okay. Huang Yi was not happy when he found this situation, but silently, he grabbed all the chopped pieces of meat into his consciousness space. Looking at the second tomb, the myrtle with bright red petals, under the root system, was also pressed a rotten and faded black mourning dress. Huang Yi tried to fill all the minced meat into the black coffin. As the blood seeped in, Huang Yi vaguely saw the myrtle branches swaying. The petals seemed to be more charming. Huang Yi stood in the living room, opened his cold eyes, and his consciousness immediately withdrew from the space. Looking at the noisy hall, the discomfort came again, making him feel annoyed. Bringing a mop and a bucket, this cleaning took another 2 hours, and night fell. Eat. Huang Yi's expression was numb, and he pulled a relatively intact plastic red stool. Sitting at the wooden table with blood all over his body, he used a fruit knife to cut the watermelon in half. Leave half for them. Huang Yi ate voraciously, and ate half of it alone, feeling only half full. He sealed the remaining half with plastic wrap. Originally wanted to put it in the overturned and long-powered refrigerator, but saw that the egg liquid was broken and smelled. Let's clean up when we get back. Huang Yi retracted his gaze and put the remaining half of the watermelon back on the wooden table. After taking a shower, he returned to his messy room and changed into a hooded sweatshirt. He calmly put on a mask, a cap, and rubber gloves. He grabbed a handful of thumbtacks and stuffed them into the long pockets of his sweatshirt. If my mother and sister were reduced to ashes. Huang Yi stood in the corridor outside the iron gate, looking at the lavender moonlight above his head. For the advancement ceremony, let's choose this place. Then, he lowered the brim of his hat without any psychological burden. He locked the door and turned into the darkness. The subtle sound of metal friction could be faintly heard, crisp and dangerous. Let's watch the weather together in the evening. The city will be sunny and cloudy tonight. There will be showers in the riot ruins. Citizens, please take precautions. The contract is eternal. 18 cities will report to you. The evening news was playing on the heavy color TV. The signal is intermittent. The 4 people sitting in the small room didn't pay attention, just a background sound. They crossed their legs and held cigarettes in their hands, filling the air with smoke. Hangzhong. Bump. 5 barrels. You kid, you can't do the same thing, right? Yayaji. Bang. Don't be rude first, I'm crazy. Damn it, are you colluding? It's always you two who are messing around. Curses rang out in the room. The sound of mahjong collision was clear and sweet, and cigarette butts were scattered all over the floor. Beep. Suddenly, the background sound cuts off. Someone looked back and saw that the color TV screen had disappeared. It turned into a colorful mosaic, emitting a buzzing sound of electricity. What a broken signal. I'll go out and check the antenna. As soon as the thin man stood up, he was grabbed by the collar. Give me the money first. Are you trying to run away? The thin man snorted coldly, took out a large stack of banknotes, and slapped it on the table with dissatisfaction. What nonsense. It sounds like I'm short of money. The man's eyes were bright. He suddenly let go and took out a red ticket with a smile. You really should go out and check the signal. It's going to rain. It'll be bad if it ruins your feng shui. Where did you get the money? Business secrets. The thin man put all his wealth back into his pocket and walked out of the house proudly. But not long after, the door opened again. Why so fast? The signal is not good yet. Are you going to see the antenna or are you going to pee? Several people at the mahjong table complained. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The man from before was seen walking back stiffly. Then, a man wearing a mask and cap walked into the house. There was a thumbtack between the two fingers in his mouth, pressing against the thin man's throat. Bang! Huang Yi closed the door and looked coldly at the smoke-filled people. I want to ask you something. Several people stood up and looked at each other with serious faces. Hold the bottom of the mahjong table with both hands. The cold guy hiding there gave them some confidence. What's up? Huang Yi took a tour. Knowing that these people are all wanted fugitives in Contract City, there are more or less murder cases on hand. Maybe there is a way. It's okay. Huang Yi paused and stopped thinking about asking questions. The thumbtack in his hand was inserted into the throat of the man in front of him, causing blood to flow profusely. With quick hands and quick eyes, he took out a few thumbtacks from the long pocket of his sweater and shot them at the bodies of the other 3 people. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, several gunshots rang out. Unfortunately, the bullets were all empty and the man in the sweatshirt ran away. Made the extraordinary one. What a damn bad luck. You are trying to force me to believe in evil gods. The bodies of the 3 people were pricked with thumbtacks, and their clothes were quickly dyed red with blood. They gritted their teeth and hated it. It's just that the thin man from before was holding his bleeding neck and looked pale. It's hopeless. The arteries were punctured. The 3 of them had sad faces, as if the rabbit was dead and the fox was sad. A man approached with a gun, pointed it at the thin man's head, and shot him. I have a kind heart and cannot bear to see pain. To help you get out of trouble, just use these bills as bullet money. Brothers, let's all share a share. A few people are not pretentious either. After dividing the pile of banknotes equally, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Playing a game is not as fast as grabbing it directly. It's enough for medical expenses. This nail is not in vain. Outside the door, Huang Yi listened quietly. After not getting the information he wanted, he left calmly. He adjusted his peaked cap, looked at the lavender moon that was gradually obscured by clouds, and continued to look for the next target. Ruined ruins, crowded and chaotic. Trying to find your family is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Cultists, in particular, act in a very low-key manner and are basically difficult to detect. Huang Yi has never had contact with him over the years. Even the names of the previous realms are understood through the tombstones in the consciousness space, since there is an advancement ceremony. Then, once these cultists are mobilized collectively, it will probably be a big incident. Huang Yi suspected that the disappearance of his mother and sister might be related to this. Coming to this conclusion, I felt even more awe-inspiring. It would be easy to kill the criminals behind him, but what he wanted was to spread the information. There are always people who have connections with cultists. What he has to do is force them to come to him. Subsequently, Huang Yi traveled to casinos, red light districts, and underground black boxing. Every time he appeared, he would take away some lives and cause panic. It's still too slow. Huang Yi circled around the center and outside, but no one could stop him. Not even the extraordinary ones showed up. This made him slightly irritable. Make things bigger. The cold wind is blowing, and looking at the sky, it's going to rain. The street was dark, as if no one lived there. Huang Yi walked on the wet marble floor, occasionally hearing the sound of rats. In the night, dogs could be heard barking. Although he knew that it was not easy to find the cultists. But until now, there was no harvest, and it was inevitable that he was depressed. Decided to change the target to the mansions in the central area. There are many big. Although they will send their children to the Orthodox city and live under the protection of the gods, they themselves cannot obtain the legal identity of the contract city. The procedures and visas for a round trip are extremely troublesome. However, they can also pay a high price and ask the contract master to protect themselves. Moreover, the source of their money is not clean. It is not difficult to imagine that there must be some people who collude with the cultists. Even provide funds and resources for the cultists, although I don't know who it is. But if you kill more, you can always lure them out. Huang Yi did not hesitate and went to the central area of the ruins of the rioters. Although doing so will definitely encounter a decent contract master, even attracted the attention of the contract city, but he didn't care too much. Huang Yi stepped on the puddles and quickened his pace. But the more he walked, the more he felt something. The water stains on the ground had submerged his toes without him noticing, and the surroundings became dead silent. Even the cicadas in summer seemed to have disappeared without notice. All he could hear was the splashing sound of water. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the house in front of him, which was also oozing water, reflecting a cold light. He stopped, but the cold water was still rising slowly. It buried Huang Yi's instep with a piercing coldness. He looked but he saw a pale hand holding his ankle tightly. In the reflection of the puddles, a man with a swollen face, his eyes widened and bulging, his gray pupils, staring at him blankly and indifferently under the rippling water. Bubbles formed at the mouth and nose, as if struggling or spitting out water. Strange path. Huang Yi was calm, and finally led the cultist out. He reached into the long pocket of his sweater with his right hand and took out a few thumbtacks. But the next second, he turned around suddenly. He saw a man in a vest looking at him playfully from behind. His appearance was no different from the weirdness in the water. Huang Yi's eyes condensed. It's not a strange path. It's a contract path. Level 41 Contract Master. Very sharp. You noticed me so quickly. The man in the vest sounded surprised. With flip-flops on his rough feet, he came briskly through the stagnant water. But Huang Yi noticed that the ghost hands at his ankles were getting colder and colder. It seemed as if he was dragging himself into the water. I heard that you were crazy and killed many people. Are you short of money? The man pulled out a dagger from his casual pants. There was teasing in the words, and on the back of his head, there was an illusory bronze totem. That is the scale pattern, which is the symbol of the god of contract. Huang Yi ignored his teasing, but stared coldly at the dagger in his hand. He felt an extremely ferocious and strange aura from the dagger. Obviously, that dagger is also weird. Control 2 tricks. This is also the first time Huang Yi has seen a contractor do this. Are you a cultist? Huang Yi clenched the thumbtack in his hand and turned his attention to the man again. The man was stunned. Stand 5 meters away from Huang Yi. I seem to have heard something funny. You, a person from the path of destruction, actually asked me if I'm a cultist. Although I control ghosts, I am also an upright person from a well-known family. Huang Yi didn't want to waste time talking nonsense to him. Really? You don't seem to be very afraid of me. The middle-aged man stroked his thick stubble and stepped back cautiously. Obviously, he is also aware of the fragility of the contractor's body. But when he took a step back, his eyes widened. The water exploded, and the masked man who was bound in place suddenly broke free and approached him very quickly. Behind Huang Yi's head, a destruction totem also appeared. It was a pile of scattered rubble, as if it had just experienced a planetary explosion. The golden light is brilliant. Huang Yi's swift movements also made the man in the vest look horrified. Aren't you level 20 destruction? You tricked me on horseback. As he screamed uncontrollably, fear arose in his heart. Suddenly I realized that the news reported by my subordinates was false. It's not that the 20-level transcendent is inflated and playing tricks everywhere, but he is fishing. That weird thing is over 40 levels, but he can't even catch the opponent. Then this young man's level will only be higher. Every time you attack a few people you run away. Now you ask me about the cultists, what do you want to do? The middle-aged man was full of panic. I want to scold mime. Isn't this simply harmful to others? But Huang Yi didn't reply. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and surging gravity erupted from all around. He pinned the man to the spot. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The man in the vest was full of panic and said with a fierce expression, It is absolutely clear that we cannot sit still and wait for death. He saw the opportunity and threw the dagger tightly in his hand. The blade tore through the air and blew up a harsh wind, hitting Huang Yi directly in the face. At the same time, in the pool of water on the ground, more than a dozen pairs of pale palms stretched out, carrying the stench of the ditch, trying to grasp Huang Yi's feet again. This move has been tried and tested many times, and it works perfectly every time, killing him with one blow. But at this moment, the man in the vest was feeling nervous and unsure. Bite? Huang Yi flicked his fing. The hard thumbtack hit the approaching dagger accurately, bounced it out of position. Passing Huang Yi's side face, he stabbed the red brick house on the side. The hard brick was as fragile as tofu at the moment, and it was easily cut open by the dagger. Destiny, destruction. Level 10, Butcher. Exclusive skill, weak point attack. Huang Yi snapped his fingers again, and the thumbtack shot into the thigh of the man in the vest, causing a stinging pain. 5 meters away, just a few. The next moment, Huang Yi's palms tightly strangled the opponent's neck, and his feet were firmly grasped by pale hands. Like a vine, it clung to him. Be honest. Huang Yi pressed hard with his palms and heard the sound of his Adam's apple breaking. But the next second, Huang Yi's pupils shrank. But he saw the man in the vest in front of him, with foul-smelling turbid water oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His pupils gradually turned gray. The body also became heavy and swollen, as if it was filled with corpse water. Is this what's weird? Huang Yi's face darkened, and he pinched Y's throat. The dozen or so pairs of pale palms clinging to the body suddenly fell into the water and turned into smelly sewage before disappearing. He turned around and saw that the strange swollen spot at its original location had long since disappeared. The dagger that slashed through the brick building also disappeared without a trace. Huang Yi stood there coldly, watching the water gradually recede. And the totem of destruction hanging on the back of his head was slowly fading away, as if it had never appeared before. Although weird is fragile, it is better because of its unpredictable ability. If the skills of the main body are not understood in advance, it will become a guessing game, unless you use high levels to crush. Moreover, contractors can use strange characteristics to significantly increase the strength in the early and midterm. In the textbook, Contractor, it was evaluated that this kind of behavior is a heretic, that is, taking shortcuts, basically sacrificing room for growth in the later period. After all, when a pet reaches level 60, it can evolve on its own and enter a higher level. But weird often kills people and feeds them human flesh to level up. Not to mention the crazy advancement ceremony after level 60. No one dares to do this, as it would be no different from a cultist. And the major contract cities are also on guard. People control ghosts, and ghosts are also fools, so major organizations often review ghost control contractors and report their level progress. Not only is the process cumbersome, but it also cuts off the possibility of getting to the center of power. Power is always more. So in the contract city, controlling ghosts will never become the mainstream, and even weird is not dared to be used as an auxiliary. Even if the early and middle stage ghost controllers are indeed strong, it also means that they are difficult to be trusted. The principal's previous reminder to Huang Yi was based on this concern. The one in the water is the contract master. Or, Weird's ability is to allow people to switch between the two. The accumulated water seeped into the cracks of the bricks, leaving only the wet ground. Huang Yi's expression was still calm, and he took off his shoes and shook off the water stains in his woven running shoes. I have clearly shown enough weakness. When I was making trouble, I only showed my level of 20. This way, I can ensure that the people who come here will not. But I can't fully show my level 60 strength, which will make the cost of contacting the other party too high. Compared with the upcoming plan, it is not worth taking such a risk at a critical moment. But Huang Yi didn't expect that this ghost-controlling contract master is also bold and careful. His ability is also unpredictable. He can actually switch places with GUI and escape. It is an extremely powerful life-saving skill. Click Huang Yi secretly commented. Putting on his shoes again, the wet socks are a little cool in the evening breeze. But compared with the coldness of the ankle that was grabbed by Gi, it can be completely ignored. Not bad. I am also cautious enough. At this time, Huang Yi's eyebrows under the duckbill cap showed a hint of smile. Destiny, destruction. Level 50, Undertaker. Skill, gravity manipulation. At this level, gravity can be controlled, but each Undertaker has a different way of using gravity. Although Huang Yi has never seen other Undertakers' gravity control, he is confident that his control is excellent. If there is a progress bar for gravity control, he has reached at least 85%. He can give the thumbtacks fine gravity control so that the nails can fly stably with the weak point breaking and play a bullet-like effect. And the nail pierced into the vest man's thigh, there are traces of gravity. and the trace is limping away 100 meters away. This also makes Huang Yi sure that the strange ability is similar to switching. The person who was hit before was the original body. The long line is out. I just don't know if I can catch a fish. Huang Yi was in a heavy mood. He exhaled slowly and chased quickly. A minute later, the gravity trace disappeared completely. Huang Yi followed the blood on the ground and soon saw the vest man limping in the narrow alley. Huang Yi then slowed down his pace with peace of mind. He put his hands in the long pockets of his sweatshirt, playing with the remaining dozen thumbtacks, and followed behind slowly. But the direction in which the man in the vest fled made Huang Yi frown. He went to the inner circle. It was a cloudy night. The cold wind whistled with a moist breath. Huang Yi wrapped his sweater around his waist and followed behind him with narrowed eyes. The inner circle of the ruins of the rioters is inhabited by wealthy bosses. The security level is not low. If this ghost-controlling contract master is really the security guard of a black market boss, just to teach him a lesson, the whereabouts of my mother and sister may be cut off. According to the time, they have been missing for about a week. In addition, only this extraordinary person came to the riot today. All kinds of unpleasant things made Huang Yi feel irritated. Damn, I kicked the steel plate. The man in the vest covered his bleeding thigh. The pain was unbearable. Loosening his palm, the flesh inside was bloody and the bones were vaguely visible, and warm blood flowed out, making his face pale as paper. He looked back cautiously and felt that he had walked far enough and was safe enough, so he leaned against the rough wall, sat down limply, and rubbed off a large piece of moss. The wound on his leg was not stabbed, but it was like a gunpowder explosion that made him tremble physically and mentally. He sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He tore the vest, then bit the wooden handle of the dagger in his mouth and said dully, "Come." As soon as the voice fell, water gushed out from the brick cracks on the ground. More than a dozen pairs of pale hands climbed up the body of the man in the vest, strangled his hands, legs, and even his neck, and hugged his chest tightly from the back. When everything was ready, a pair of hands reached into his festering wound. The next moment, the man in the vest tensed his body and struggled desperately. His expression was hideous with pain, and sweat oozed from his forehead. But all his actions were strangely restricted. The intense pain was completely accepted by him without any resistance. When the trickster's hand was stirring, the man in the vest felt that hundreds of years had passed in the human world, and every second was torture. His eyes were out of focus, and his vision was blurred. When he came to his senses, a slightly bent nail fell on the ground. The wound had been tightened by the tattered vest to stop the bleeding. As for sterilization, there is no condition for it for the time being. The man, who was already naked, laughed at himself to divert his attention and relieve the pain. When he stood up again from the ground, he found that less than 30 seconds had passed. This made the hatred in his heart rise to the same weight as fear. But when he thought of what happened just now, he was defeated in a flash, and he was also suddenly afraid. This kid is really evil. He believes in evil gods but asks me if I am a cultist. It seems that he is not in the organization. But his strength is so strong. He covered the gray vest stained with blood on his thigh and limped on. Although he escaped temporarily, he was still uneasy. The moon was dark and the wind was high. A touch of coolness fell on the man's. He looked up in astonishment, but saw a drizzle of rain falling from the sky. You'd better hurry back to the organization to recuperate. No place is safe now. This leg needs to be treated as soon as possible. If Yi thinks I'm unhealthy and wants to replace me, it will be troublesome. The man in the vest said sadly. Huang Yi didn't dare to follow too closely, fearing that Yi would notice him, although he didn't know what the other party was mumbling. But he followed all the way and noticed something unusual. Live in the basement. Huang Yi frowned slightly and watched the man in the vest walk into a garage. The rolling door of the basement was broken and rusty. His limping footsteps echoed leisurely in the empty basement. The air was sour and rotten from not circulating for a long time. Huang Yi looked around and was more confused. There was not even security. Such a high-level contract master, a strong man, should not. But his brisk steps showed his inner peace, as if he had returned to the place where he thought he felt the most secure. Huang Yi raised his mask to his eyebrows. He held a few thumbtacks in his hand. Gravity attached to his feet, making his footsteps extremely subtle. If you don't stand next to him, it's hard to hear his footsteps. Huang Yi followed the lame man and passed by more than a dozen old cars covered with dust. But the deeper he went, the more violently Huang Yi. It seemed that there was a huge energy deep in the basement. This energy was cold and strange, revealing an indescribable feeling, which made his spirit slightly painful. The release of the breath alone was so terrifying that people kept away from it. The next second, Huang Yi's heart trembled. He was not unfamiliar with this power. He had felt it from his mother and sister for many years. It was a strange sense of distortion. But why is the strange energy here so huge? It seems that many strange ways are imprisoned. After getting a rough idea, Huang Yi's eyes shrank, and he quickened his pace with a solemn expression. It seems that the family he is looking for is in the basement. At this moment, the lame man opened an iron door, carefully observed behind him, and found nothing unusual, so he went in with a look of joy of being saved. The indignant voice was blocked by the iron door, looming, "Sister Han, I'm back. You guessed right. That kid is really weird. He has caused a lot of trouble and he is indeed not a fool. He is luring us with a plan. I'm afraid he is not here with good intentions." Inside the iron door, there is a simple compartment. The group stopped playing cards and stared at the man in the vest with serious expressions. Without exception, they were all extraordinary people, or cultists. The woman called Sister Han was indifferent to his crying. She just coldly threw the cards on the table, and her eyes were still fixed on the black and white TVs in front of the table. The pictures on it were like frozen shots, with mosaics of poor signals flashing occasionally. "Good man, can you find this place?" Then, she supported her knees with her hands and stood up. She walked to the man in the vest and squinted her eyes. "Sister Han. This is." Seeing this, the man in the vest was full of panic, and he really felt the murderous intent in Sister Han's eyes. "Get out!" Sister Han grabbed the man in the vest by the neck and smashed him against the iron gate. With a loud bang, he collapsed like mud. The other extraordinary people also had indifferent expressions. After throwing away their cards, they stood up, stepped on the body of the man in the vest and filed out. In the cramped warehouse, only he was left with shortness of breath and dilated pupils. Now, he could not raise any anger or confusion. His desperate eyes stared at the black and white TV in front of him in fear and confusion. Under the surveillance, a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap walked slowly in the dim garage. The next second, the masked man raised his forehead slightly. He also found the surveillance hidden in the blind spot of his vision, but the gloomy eyes seemed not to care about being discovered. There was a strong murderous intent in it. He had just felt this feeling from Sister Han. Ha-uh. Ha-uh. The man in the vest's eyes became more and more out of focus. His breathing was as rapid as if he was short of oxygen. He raised his hand with difficulty and touched his numb neck, and then he realized that his cervical vertebrae were broken, as if he was crushed by a heavy object. Until the moment of his death, he didn't have time to provide the last information. The person who came is also a believer of destruction who can control gravity, stronger than you. The man in the vest choked completely, his pupils rolled up and oozing out the smelly corpse water. He worked hard for the organization, but ended up like this. His vision began to blur and his breath was sad. But at the last moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly in relief. "Sister Han, I'll wait for you on the road ahead. There are many gods. Each path has a specific name, but the only thing that is consistent is the number of levels. This allows people to quickly judge whether the other party is a threat." Sister Han pushed open the iron door with a cold face and led a group of cultists to welcome the enemy, although she didn't know the information about the visitor. But she has absolute confidence in herself. The man in the vest is level 41, and he is also a mainstay in the organization. Since he can escape from the opponent, it means that the person who comes is in his 40s. The strength is good, but just good. The level of caution is not enough. Huang Yi stood ne. He also noticed the surveillance camera in a hidden corner and felt a little guilty. Bite! The thumbtack shot out and destroyed the camera, but a rush of footsteps was heard. There are many steps, but they are extremely vigorous. I think they are all extraordinary. The man in the vest fled back here, which further proves that this place makes him feel at ease. The level of people coming will not be too low. Huang Yi tugged on his peaked cap, turned around and disappeared into the person is missing. When she came to the sound, Sister Han looked at the broken camera above her head, her eyes narrowed dangerously. The rest of his men also looked around warily. Are you going to spread out and look for him? He shouldn't have gone far. Someone suggested. Sister Han glanced at the other party dissatisfied. Dispersed. You met alone, are you able to keep the other person? The man choked. He also thought of the fate of the man in the vest who fled in embarrassment. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with. Among the people present, I'm afraid that the only one who can confidently say to keep the other party is Sister Han. Then how about, tell the superiors? Sister Han looked at the darkness everywhere, and there was deathly silence in front of her. He asked coldly, are you going to tell the leaders that we are weak and incompetent? The man realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he immediately shut up and hid behind others. Tim. Sister Han thought for a moment and called to the two of them. You must have mobile phones with you. Go back to the monitoring room and turn on all the lights in the underground garage. If you see the other person, call him immediately. I don't believe that a mouse like him can keep his head hidden. The two men nodded in agreement and immediately returned seriously. Sister Han looked at the remaining 10 people and pointed to a woman. Follow me. Responsible for searching this floor. Others in groups of 3 go search other floors. When you meet the other party, if you are not sure to stay, just hang on to the other party and wait for support. Yes, in an instant the group of people dispersed. Sister Han took her teammates and began to search this floor. Sister Han, where did the other party come from? How dare you attack us, aren't you afraid of death? The female team member followed behind and asked insolently. Looking at Sister Han, who is 1.68 meters tall and has a single ponytail, she looks neat and tidy. It made her feel quite at ease. If you are afraid of death, you will not dare to take risks alone. Sister Han walked in the darkness and replied expressionlessly, but the more I searched, the more uneasy I became. It seems like some information was omitted. According to the previous news report, an underground casino encountered extraordinary people who, when the man in the vest received the notice and left, but fled back in embarrassment, and was even followed without realizing it, it proved that the man was not a fool who had just gained extraordinary power and had an inflated heart. His actions were seduction. Is the target us, or is it something strange being imprisoned at the bottom of the basement? The people lurking in Contract City were raided by the security court. As expected, they should have learned some information about us. But the other party came alone and behaved in such a reckless manner. It can be confirmed that he is not from the security court. Now you are hiding again. Are you a casual cultivator? Sister Han frowned with heroic eyebrows, unable to guess the other party's purpose. The eyes are slightly irritable. She looked around and saw that the surrounding area was dark, with only the safe passage on the green light sign on the wall emitting a long green light. It is obviously difficult to detect that the other party wants to hide. Wrong. Why aren't the lights in the basement turned on? Sister Han looked at the dark lamp above her head. The next second he came back to his senses instantly. His pupils trembled as he realized the source of his uneasiness. Follow me back to the monitoring room. When the female team member heard this, she was suddenly shocked. My heartbeat is racing to keep up with Sister Han's rapid pace. Her face looked panicked. Suddenly, I understood why Sister Han was so anxious. But the other party had previously told someone to turn on the lights in the underground garage. But until now, it's still pitch black. Is something going to happen to them? The female team member's face tightened. Sister Han took long strides, her face was solemn, and she didn't respond. When they returned to the monitoring room, the yellow light that was turned on inside the iron door carefully squeezed out of the door. What also escaped was the sticky blood on the ground. Sister Han stood outside the iron gate, frowning, carefully sensed the dim surroundings for any strange and extraordinary aura, but there was absolutely no gain. It was just the fresh blood spilling from the crack in the door that made her more vigilant. You go and open the door. Sister Han stared at the iron door and said coldly. He took out the function phone and rested his fingertips on a certain number. It seems that whenever there is an emergency, the number will be dialed. The female team member's heart trembled when she heard this. Okay. She took a deep breath and approached the iron gate nervously. The surroundings were so quiet that she could hear her drumming heart, and fine cold sweat oozed from her forehead. She was not unfamiliar with the two members who were assigned to the monitoring room to turn on the lights. They were all higher than her. if they could get into trouble quietly, and had no time to reveal information to the outside world. It meant that the lurking visitor was absolutely extremely terrifying and could not be faced by herself alone. And Sister Han asked her to open the door alone, which should have increased the danger level of the other party to a certain level. Squeak, the female team member, did not dare to refuse the order. She walked stiffly to the iron gate with legs that seemed to be filled with lead. The door that was easily opened before seemed as thick and heavy as a stone pier at this moment. She widened her frightened eyes and pulled a crack open with all her strength. The blood inside seemed to have found an outlet and spread directly over the soles of her shoes. The scene inside made her breathe heavily and quickly. They are dead. Through the half-open door, she saw 3 bodies lying inside. One was the man in the vest killed by Sister Han, who was slowly recovering, but not threatening. The other 2 were the people Sister Han had arranged to come back. The forehead was pierced by a sharp weapon, bleeding nonstop, and the neck was drooping weakly, as if there had been a finishing blow. Her face was tense and her voice was trembling, although she had killed many people and was used to seeing dead people. But she had never been hunted in the dark. This aroused her primitive fear of death. But the only thing that made her feel at ease was that the murderer did not hide behind the door and give her a fatal blow. Get out of the way. Sister Han exhaled heavily. The mobile phone pressed on the feature phone was also taken back. She took a few steps forward and solemnly opened the iron door and saw their deaths. The monitoring station was also destroyed. Sister Han looked at the smashed monitor with a cold look in her eyes. She looked around and said to the female team member calmly, "I'm afraid the others are not safe either." The female team member calmed down her panic and nodded seriously, but what Sister Han said next made her heart hang high. "You go and find them back." The female team member looked at Sister Han with a cold face in shock. The pupils trembled violently. The face was even more flustered. "I really want to say that they should disperse. Since it is not safe, why send me alone to find them?" She didn't dare to ask. Looking at the feature phone in her hand, "I hope she can call for help," and whispered in a nearly begging manner, "Or you." But what responded to her was a cold look. The female team member swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She could only bite the bullet and leave, accepting the fact that she became the bait. Although the bait is a bit straightforward. "But if there is a chance to destroy my living force, will you take the bait?" Sister Han rotated the phone between her fingertips, and the corners of her mouth raised a confident arc. Half a minute later, she felt that the time was almost up, so she prepared to follow. But just as she took a step, she stopped in her tracks. She saw a man wearing a mask standing in the dim road ahead. Her pupils widened, and her eyes were filled with, "Am I the bait?" Han Jai's full name is Han Shuang. She has a heroic face, but now she is full of panic. The 2 of them stood in silence under the green sign of safe passage. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Han Shuang felt anxious and paid more attention to the man in front of her. The threat level was also raised to about level 50. It proved that the other party dared to face her alone and had a certain confidence. She bit her lower lip and was slightly annoyed that she killed the man in the vest in advance. Otherwise, she would not have zero information about this person. Chat. Han Shuang narrowed her eyes and wanted to explore the other party's cultivation. But strangely, she could only feel a faint extraordinary fluctuation. This level was like a beginner who had just entered the extraordinary, and it seemed that there was a thin film between the 2, blocking her peeping. "Okay." The man in front of her spoke, and his voice was very young. This made Han Shuang frown slightly. Just when she was wondering if she was overthinking, she suddenly widened her eyes and saw a sharp object rushing towards her. Path of destruction. Han Shuang's face was shocked. She felt the trace of gravity control and her heart tightened, but her movements were not slow at all. With a wave of her right hand, a gravity field suddenly appeared in front of her, trying to block the trajectory of the thumbtack. At the same time, an illusory silver wheel appeared at the back of her head. The pattern engraved on the wheel was a pile of scattered rubble, which was the totem of the god destruction. The shape was like a planetary explosion, full of tension, and under the dim light of the safe passage, it looked solemn and sharp. Destiny, destruction. Level 50, Undertaker. Skill, gravity control. Han Shuang also waved gravity to resist, but the next second she was full of fear. The thumbtack that shot over was fierce, and under her own gravity, the impact was extremely weak. What a delicate manipulation. She couldn't understand how someone could compress gravity to such an extent, but her extremely fast reaction also slowed down the predetermined trajectory of the steel nail. Han Shuang quickly controlled the gravity around her body, took a step back, and dodged the thumbtack that was originally destined for her thigh. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her eyes were tense. Just after dodging the attack, before she had time to relax, several more thumbtacks came from all directions. He doesn't want me to leave. Han Shuang gritted her teeth, her eyes were terrified. She really felt the gap. Her method of controlling gravity was like pouring out a basin of water, with a heavy burden and loose liquid. The opponent's use was more like a fierce water cannon, which put her under great pressure. Panic inevitably appeared on her face, because at this moment she had no way to avoid it. Puff, puff, puff. 3 thumbtacks pierced her legs and right hand. The feature phone was not stable and fell to the ground, the back cover was broken, and the battery was ejected. Ugh. Han Shuang's face was painful, and she slowly knelt on the ground. She clearly felt that the high temperature condensed in the wound was burning her flesh and bones. That was the diffusion of gravity after encountering obstacles. The pain was deep in her bones, which made her understand the control of gravity a little better. But this improvement did not make her happy at all. She gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at the figure walking slowly in the darkness. But when she saw the masked man clearly, her pupils shrank. On the back of the other party's head, a golden totem of destruction was slowly fading. She knew very well that the golden color meant the extremely pure power of faith, which was the ultimate talent that every extraordinary person dreamed of. And her silver, which had been her pride for many years, was completely defeated at this moment. The stubbornness on her face completely turned into decadence, and she knelt on the ground, no longer holding on to let out painful wails. "We can talk now." Huang Yi came to Han Shuang and looked down at her, but the other party's voice was sharp, and she couldn't hear what she was saying. Huang Yi put away the thumbtack pointed at her forehead with boredom, picked up the feature phone next to her, and reinstalled the battery. "What do you want to ask?" Han Shuang wailed for a few seconds before she released her emotions and adapted to the pain. "On which floor is the weirdo locked up?" Huang Yi put the phone in his pocket and asked calmly. She was covered with sweat and her eyes were dazzled. "The 3rd floor underground." "Have you seen a mother and daughter?" Huang Yi looked at the other party's confused expression and added, "There is a weird mother and daughter in Ping'an community on Xingfu Street, and their level is over 30. Listening to the explanation, Han Shuang nodded with difficulty and took a deep breath. "I have seen it. On the 3rd floor underground. Thank you for your cooperation." Huang Yi nodded seriously, then squatted down and reached out to grab Han Shuang, who was terrified. "No, don't kill me." But the next second, her voice stopped abruptly. Even the body disappeared on the spot, leaving only traces of blood. The flesh and blood of the dead can be put into the consciousness space. I was wondering if the living can also be put into the consciousness space. Huang Yi's eyes. When Han Shuang's figure appeared in the desolate cemetery in his consciousness, he also deepened his understanding of this evil space. And in the inner vision, Han Shuang's figure was bound by the rules of the tomb group and could not move, only his eyeballs could move. And the extraordinary aura on his body was also dispelled, just like himself at the beginning. The shape is similar to the mysterious realm. Huang Yi quickly realized the strategic significance of the cemetery here. This was very similar to the strange realm he had heard about, but this is not an increase, but an equal weakening. He can forcibly bring extraordinary beings who are difficult to match to him to the level of ordinary people who are equal to him. I just don't know if a level 60 extraordinary person can walk around in it. Also, what are the levels of restrictions? Huang Yi frowned. He didn't believe that a level 90 transcendent could be pulled in by his, and he vaguely realized that this consciousness space was not that restrictive. I'm afraid it's just a tool to abuse food. The only way to elevate your authority is to dig up graves. Huang Yi thought that when the second grave was dug, the scope of activities had become larger. Maybe if you keep digging, there will be more surprises waiting for you. Of course, there are also unknown dangers, but these doubts need to be tried and explored in order to know where the boundaries are. If you're level 60, be careful. Huang Yi looked inside the mound and saw the shovel inserted quietly on it. If the other party gets it first, my consciousness may not appear at will. I don't know if we can starve each other to death. This has to be the next direction of exploration. Huang Yi walked to the third underground floor with his ideas in mind. Early morning. The wind sounded like a crane. In contract 18 city, police sirens roared past to disperse the. Under the escort of all security personnel, a dark vehicle finally stopped in the courtyard of the public security court. Who is sitting inside? In a police car, a young man was driving the vehicle and asked the co-pilot's master. As the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, Chen Yilin was not qualified to welcome them, so he was assigned to escort them here. He took a puff of cigarette, reached out the window and flicked the ashes. Support from the main city. Why are you here alone, without a secretary? And at such a critical moment, why should the meeting be scheduled in the morning? Shouldn't we start preparations non-stop? Master, what level is he? The young man turned around in shock. He saw with his own eyes that the president and deputy president of the court were attending to greet him. Listening to the disciples' curiosity, Chen Yilin did not answer. Instead, he looked at the young man walking out of the car and smiled enviously. At least we don't have to worry about the threat of the weird advancement ceremony. The young man swallowed, eyes filled with fear. According to speculation, there is something strange at level 70 at this moment, and an advancement ceremony is being held secretly. But what the master said can prove that the support of a contracted city starts at least level 70. At this stage, it is extremely powerful, invincible in the same situation. The ruins of the rioters, the second floor underground, there were urgent footsteps. Why are you here? Where is Sister Han? The three were patrolling nervously and saw the person coming. It was the woman next to Sister Han. She asked me to call you back to the monitoring room. The female team member looked at the team members, as if she had found hope of survival. The uneasy mood finally calmed down a little, but she didn't dare to say many grievances in her heart. But the three people who were patrolling looked at each other with alert faces. Are you okay? Why didn't Sister Han call you to come find us? You are lying to us. Looking at their scrutinizing eyes, the female team member Pani. The feeling of powerlessness as a discarded child just now surged into her heart again. She naturally knew that Sister Han asked her to find her teammates alone, which put her in danger. Now facing the doubts of her teammates, she burst into tears. I didn't lie to you. Sister Han asked you to go back to the monitoring room. Old Ma and Old Tan, something happened. The three looked at her collapsed emotions, but they didn't believe it at all. They have become cultists. It is difficult to improve without blood on their hands. Call and ask. Someone made a suggestion. The call was quickly made, but no one answered the phone. This scene made the faces of the people present heavy. Even the female team member stopped crying, and her pale face was full of fear. Lowering the volume. Huang Yi pressed the volume button, and the phone ringing dropped rapidly. Let this dull underground garage on the second floor return to peace. From a distance, Huang Yi heard the sound of running, as if returning to the first floor from other passages. It seems that they realized that Han Shuang might have encountered an accident and wanted to rush to support. Huang Yi had no intention of contacting for the time being. The most urgent thing was to confirm the location of his family. Retracting his gaze, Huang Yi followed the green light of the safe passage and walked to the third floor underground. Blocking in front of him was a heavy iron door and two strong men. Who are you? Who let you in? Where's Sister Han? Say your password. The two were alert, and bronze faith appeared behind them. It seemed that if they answered incorrectly, they would attack at any time. Huang Yi felt the level of the other party. All of them were elites of about level 45. Let them guard the door here. It can be seen that the other party attaches great importance to weirdness. Puff, puff. But Huang Yi had no desire to chat. Two thumbtacks popped out, and the suppression of level 60 destruction was not something they could resist at all. Just the moment they saw Huang Yi, their foreheads were pierced, and red and white mixed, splashing on the wall behind them. Buzz! Take the key from the guard. Huang Yi threw the bodies of the two into the consciousness space, intending to use them as nutrients for Myrtle. Then, he turned the heavy iron door open, and the moment he pushed the door, the evil wind blew in his face, as if it could pierce the brain nerves and make his mind chaotic. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes, slowed down for a moment, and then walked in. On the third floor of this underground garage, all the people gathered were weird believers. Among them, 80% were alive. They were covered with wounds, their hands and feet were tied with chains, and a thick layer of dried blood was spread on the ground. Their lips were pale and they were dying. They looked at the masked man who walked in numbly and viciously. "You will regret it. Damn villains, I will never associate with you. Come on, I'm level 49, kill me, let me become completely weird, then we can fight to the death." Some weird believers shouted excitedly. But no matter how they struggled, they were too weak to move the weird god plate. They could only look depressed, like a dog that had lost its home. Yes, weird believers have two forms, before and after death. Before death, they can use the god's wheel like many believers, and the way of practice is to create terror, panic, despair to others, and finally ravage them to death. And in this process, they devote everything they have to the evil god, so that they can obtain illusory and strange abilities. As long as they reach level 10, they can have a second life. Once they die, they will exist as undead. Some retain their flesh and blood, while others become ghosts. The common point between the two is that they abandon the god plate, abandon themselves, and move towards the great terror of no master, or are captured by the contract master. The strange body will also have an abnormal desire for human flesh and blood due to physiological changes, but if they eat too much, they will lose themselves, just like taking drugs. "Please, let me out. Give me a meal, I've been hungry for many days. Let me be a full ghost, okay? I can give you all the money. I'm honest, I cooperate." But more strange believers are weak, pale and thin. It seems that in order to restrict them, these cultists not only break their hands and feet, but also limit the supply of food. They don't even worry that they will starve to death. What's the purpose of imprisoning so many weird believers? Even if they become ghosts, they don't care. For high-level weird, are there any advanced rituals in this regard? Huang Yi frowned and retracted his gaze. There was no sympathy for their miserable situation. Their way of cultivation made Huang Yi disdain from the bottom of his heart. Although they are both believers of the evil god, Huang Yi naturally does not shy away from killing people, but he rarely tortures people, and he will not enjoy torturing people. Huang Yi looked around, eagerly looking for a familiar figure. After walking to the end, he saw a dead soul in a white nightgown. His hair was disheveled and his soul was weak. He buried his head in his knees, sobbing faintly. The woman heard the footsteps and raised her head in surprise, her eyes full of bloodshot. She saw a masked man standing in front of her, and her face was immediately excited. She waved her hands and feet with blood marks, trying to contact the cultist who tortured her. But that action was without any malice, more like a plea. "I beg you, let me go. I am willing to agree to anything you want, I just want to see my son for the last time. After seeing him, I will eat human flesh, you can do whatever you want to me. He is about to take the college entrance examination, I want to pick him up at home, can I?" The mother choked and reached out to grab the last hope of escape. Her face was excited, but she was suppressing her. Huang Yi's heart trembled, and he couldn't bear to see the pleading in her eyes, so he turned his head away. Huang Yi noticed that in front of the other weirds, there were corpses, some half-eaten, or multiple skeletons. Most of the weirds had crazy eyes, looking at him greedily, as if they were obsessed with the fresh flesh and blood on his body. Huang Yi knew that they had lost themselves and became completely terrifying. He was not surprised by the cultists' behavior of raising weirds, but he didn't know why they did this. But perhaps someone knew. "Mom, it's me." Huang Yi simply calmed down, took off his baseball cap, and pulled the mask to his chin, with a gentle tone. This voice made his mother look startled. When she carefully confirmed it, the faint soul also shed illusory tears. "My dear son, you are here. Wow, I listened to you and didn't eat meat. I still remember you clearly. Don't be angry with your mother." The mother covered her face and cried, with relief in her tone, and more of pride in her restraint in eating meat. But soon, she seemed to realize something. She stretched out her hands and tried to push Huang Yi away, her face panicked. "No, you can't come here. They are so fierce, you should leave quickly, I'm afraid I can't protect you. I'm satisfied to see you once. Don't worry about your mother and don't delay your studies. I'm fine." Before she finished her words, Huang Yi grabbed her wrist, and the strong level suppression limited her struggle. They won't come. Mom, believe me, your son is very strong. Huang Yi saw the guilt in his mother's eyes and forced a smile. Until his mother calmed down, he carefully touched the chains on her hands and feet. As soon as he touched it, a strong stimulation reversed through his palm, causing Huang Yi's extraordinary power to slow down, accompanied by severe stinging pain. He could feel that his hands seemed to be burned by boiling water. Huang Yi had no expression, but just silently untied them all, his eyes gradually coldly looking at the 4 empty chains beside his mother, piled up on several corpses. As if asking casually, "Where is my sister? Where's my sister?" Hearing Huang Yi's question, the mother, who had just calmed down, was stimulated again. She grabbed the child excitedly, fearing that he would disappear too. "It's all my fault. It's my useless mother. Roying ate a lot of meat to protect me. She was also taken away." Listening to my mother's crazy crying, Huang Yi just kept silent, helped her up from the ground. "Can you still walk?" My mother nodded with red eyes. "I'm fine." Looking at her weak soul, she could still walk normally. Huang Yi put on his cap and mask again, took out the seized feature phone, and just walked in front in silence. Passing by the stranger area, most people just looked at him viciously. Her hands and feet were severely restricted by chains, and her face was pale and haggard. "Brother, can you save me by the way?" Someone heard the conversation in the weird area, and the desire to survive rose again. Huang Yi ignored it and didn't even look at the person who was talking. He just used Han Shuang's feature phone to edit a text message to the number he had called before. "Really, brother, save me. Isn't it just a matter of convenience?" The man endured the stinging pain from the chain and forced himself to stand up. Many people just looked on numbly. Some people were hesitating whether to speak up, even though there was little hope. What if the other party was soft-hearted? After all, saving one person is also saving one. "Hurry up, brother. You can break in here, which means you have some skills. But the other party will definitely come back for help, you can't escape alone." The man saw Huang Yi walking further and further away, and his face became more and more impatient. "Hurry up and untie me, I'm fucking you. Otherwise I'll shout and you can't leave." Listening to the man's angry roar, the mother grabbed Huang Yi and pleaded, "Son, he was mean to you, can I go back and kill him?" Huang. But after hearing his mother's plea, he softened his heart. "You are in a bad condition, let me kill you." Hearing the conversation between the two, the angry man's pupils flashed with panic. He originally wanted to use provocation to make the other party turn around and beg again, but who knew that the other party would directly sentence him to death? When he was afraid and wanted to change his words, a light flashed in front of his eyes, as if something was flying straight in front. Then, red and white liquid splashed in his sight, and the whole person hit the wall with the back of his head under the huge impact. The man remained unconscious and slowly collapsed to the ground, while the figures of the 2 people were getting farther and farther away in the blur. Others remained silent and did not dare to speak. But the fear in their eyes could not be hidden. They could not understand Huang Yi's move at all, but they also knew that this was not something they could provoke. The impatience in his eyes seemed to kill anyone who stopped him. "Sister Han is not here. You didn't answer the phone." On the 2nd floor of the underground garage, the female team member ran back to the monitoring room, but they didn't find Han Shuang's whereabouts at all, and the phone couldn't be reached. A cloud of gloom hung over everyone's heart. "What should we do?" They looked solemn and anxious. "Try to contact other people first." With a plan, they immediately dialed the "Hello, Zaya Along." The voice on the other end was unexpected. "Have you found the intruder?" The man called Zaya Along had a serious face. "Sister Han may have been in trouble, you go back to the monitoring room first." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "Okay." Soon, 2 groups of people gathered. 10 people stood together, all feeling the anxious and depressing atmosphere. No one knew who would be the next target. At this moment, they huddled together for warmth, so that they could get some encouragement and comfort in the dark and empty garage. "Who of you can contact the higher-ups? Report the matter. This is not something we can handle." Someone gave advice. "Oh, how could we not think of this? Do you need to remind me? I called you back because I couldn't get in touch with you. The only person who can get in touch with the boss is Sister Han. And I don't know where her phone is." Zaya Long was also very blunt. Everyone became irritable and angry in the oppressive environment. The man kindly reminded her, but was choked and immediately glared at her, but he was persuaded by his teammates. Now is not the time to quarrel. Just then, a beep-beep notification sound suddenly came from the phone. Zaya Along picked up the phone and frowned. Who sent you a message? Zaya Along was silent, with a little panic in his eyes. Sister Han. This made the crowd agitated. All of them gathered in front of Zaya Along's phone. They rushed to see what text message was sent on the narrow screen. The message was very brief, but it made everyone pale. I'm on the 3rd floor underground. Everyone's face was panicked and their hearts were pounding. It was as if they saw the Grim Reaper's soul seeking. The female team member trembled. Do you want to go? But as soon as the words came out, she denied it in her heart. It made the others subconsciously take a step back, as if even approaching the phone required great courage. Go, are you going to die? Someone yelled and cursed with an angry expression. What if it was sent by Sister Han? Some people hesitated and had a fluke mentality. But this is not impossible. After all, no one has seen Sister Han really in trouble. When they looked at each other, they felt it was very reasonable. Zaya Along, call back. Someone said in an imperative tone. Zaya Along was unhappy, but the other party was a senior and had a higher level than him. He didn't dare to refute it all and called back in anger. Beep, the ringtone rang, and Zaya. Everyone waited nervously. But the ringtone rang for a long time, but no one answered it until it hung up automatically. No one answered. Zaya Along's expression was solemn. He muted the phone and put it back in his pocket. This uneasy signal made them look panic. Someone suggested, give up here and go. If you dare to go, you're going to die. Are you going to die here? Don't you know that this is a strange settlement? If the plan above can't go smoothly, what will happen to us? So what, can we kill Sister Han? As soon as the words came out, all the arguments stopped. Everyone was shaken. They respected Han Shuang, so they called her Sister Han. The only reason was because she was strong. But more than 50 levels of destruction. Now their life and death are unknown. This is already an extremely dangerous signal. They are cultists, not Dashachun. If they run away, even if they will be on the wanted list, the world is so big and it will be difficult to find themselves. But staying here, there is only the worry of life. After weighing the pros and cons, they had the idea of escaping, and when their eyes met, they saw the true thoughts in each other's eyes. Then, after Zaya Along was entangled, the word run had not yet come out, but he caught a glimpse of a masked man walking in the passage, with light and silent footsteps. There were several thumbtacks between the fingers. Behind him, a woman in a white nightgown stood far away. His pupils trembled and he screamed, "Watch out, someone is coming! Someone is coming!" Zaya Along just exclaimed as a reminder, but felt a chill in his throat. It's like breathing out the wind. He subconsciously touched his throat. His palms were filled with warm blood, but his body was gradually getting colder. Destroy! Zaya Along collapsed in fear and unwillingness. At this moment, he felt the gravity control that far exceeded Sister Han's, but his voice was hoarse and he could no longer speak complete sentences. Run! The rest of the people were also frightened. He didn't see how the other party took action at all, but his companion had already fallen. That Zaya Along was also a strong player among them. At this second, everyone's scalp was numb. I don't know who shouted the first words, and people and animals immediately dispersed, without even the courage to resist. Puff! 2 more sharp, piercing sounds exploded in my ears. Soon they saw 2 more cultists, dripping with blood, falling behind. The huge bloody holes in his body were shocking. Don't kill me. The only female team member was also frightened. Her mind went blank, and she even forgot to use K-often. There is only the primitive desire to escape in my heart. Soon, she fell far behind and was left behind by the team members, but her shrill pleas were met with no sympathy. She felt her body tremble, and then she saw blood floating in front of her eyes, and then it hit the ground heavily. The pupils are still open, and the vision is grage. Before she completely lost consciousness, she vaguely saw that the scene in front of her had changed. It was no longer a dark underground parking lot, but a bright and desolate grassland. In front of him was an open coffin, and sitting next to it was a woman with a ponytail who couldn't move, looking at him in shock. Sister Han, the female team member murmured in her heart, and finally choked completely. Huang Yi threw all the cultists he killed into the consciousness spay. Then he turned his gaze again to the few people who had escaped. I have no intention of letting you go. Huang Yi did not hesitate, and immediately activated the level 60 extraordinary power, causing some afterimages to appear on his body. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. The first time was when I was a child. My whole family was half forced and half seduced by my father into believing in evil gods. Huang Yi secretly swore at that time that he. But as I grew older and gained more knowledge, my hatred for my father became indifferent. The knot that I thought I couldn't get over now becomes less painful. At least my mother and sister really lived a second life, which was also the source of Huang Yi's lack of hatred. Even thankful that my family is still with me. The second time I got angry was now. His family was his bottom line. Ever since he saw his mother being tied up, he had no intention of letting them go. Not to mention the missing sister. Destiny, destruction. Level 20, fanatic. Exclusive skill, bloodthirsty. Duration, increases with the level of the believer, adding 1 minute for every 10 levels. Level 60, can last up to 6 minutes. Effect, at the expense of sanity, it improves comprehensive performance such as damage, speed, pain, and defense. After the time is up, the negative effects will be doubled. A life and death fighting skill. 1 minute later. Huang Yi returned to the monitoring room calmly. Over there, his mother stepped forward with distress and wiped the fine cold sweat from his forehead. He pursed his lips and said nothing. They're all dead. Huang Yi spoke calmly. Mom nodded silently, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. What about Roying's whereabouts? It's okay, there's still a high-ranking one left. Huang Yi smiled. Let's go home first. Ruins of Chaos. Xingfu Street, Ping and Community. Third. As soon as Huang Yi took out the key, lightning and thunder began in the dark night sky outside the corridor. It seems like it's going to rain heavily. With the cold wind blowing late at night, Huang Yi opened the door and turned on the lights in the living room. I left half a piece of watermelon for you. Huang Yi pulled a plastic red stool and motioned for her to sit down. Thank you, son. Mom murmured as she opened the plastic bag and looked at the half piece of watermelon inside. Her nose felt sour, but she held back her tears for fear of worrying her child. I'm going to take a shower and then interrogate my sister's whereabouts. You should go to bed early too. Huang Yi took a watermelon knife and cut it into several small pieces for his mother to make it easier to eat. Okay, thank you for your hard work, son. The mother looked at the child's back walking towards the bathroom, and the infatuation and struggle in her eyes turned into fragile distress. She picked up a piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth. The sweet juice dripped onto her silky white skirt, spreading a hint of pink. The pulp was swallowed into her thirsty mouth, and it could not stop seeping out from her tear ducts. Along the way, Huang Yi told her about things at school. Awakened the contract God plate, possesses the second extraordinary power, and is qualified to be admitted to university. She was extremely lucky that Huang Yi stayed in contract 18 city, so it was very convenient to come back. I'm even more proud that my child can go to the university that everyone dreams of. This is a rare college student among the ruins of chaos. She wanted to hold a college entrance banquet for her child and invite everyone to attend, but she hated herself for looking so shameful and dead. Mom, if there is any noise coming from my room later, just ignore it. Huang Yi took a shower and changed into beach pants and a vest. A reminder. Well, okay. Mom suppressed her grief, and a solemn expression appeared on her pale but beautiful face. I know. Bang! Closing the bedroom door, Huang Yi pulled Han Shuang, whose hands and feet were pierced by thumbtacks, back to reality. Ignoring the fear in the other's eyes, Huang Yi said coldly, Speak. Tell me everything you know. Han Shuang lay on the ground, enduring the intense pain. In that conscious space, she could not move and was forced to bear the gravity pressing on. Adding to the desolate and dead silence, Han Shuang could only clearly feel the loss of vitality in her body and the itching of blood clots, which was extremely tormenting. What made her even more desperate was that familiar faces were thrown out of thin air in front of her. Did I say that you would not let me go? Han Shuang raised her fragile face, bit her lower lip, and looked at Huang Yi unwillingly. The young and tender face of the latter made her full of surprise and heavy ha. I don't like torture, but it doesn't mean I won't do it. Huang Yi said indifferently. Hearing this, Han Shuang smiled bitterly and knew her fate. She wanted to die rather than surrender, but she was a human being, just a person with extraordinary abilities, and she was also afraid of death, and even more afraid of living a life worse than death. Ask. I will tell you everything I know. Han Shuang took a deep breath, her heart was dead, and she said resignedly. In a room. Huang Yi sat on the bed, looking at Han Shuang who was sitting on the ground in despair, and asked the most concerned question. Why do you collect so many weird things? Han Shuang was not surprised and answered calmly. Advanced ceremony. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the student who looked down at her and felt indignant for no reason. Bearing the severe pain, she let her back lean against the wardrobe as much as possible, tried to stretch her legs that were bleeding, and raised her head to look at Huang Yi. Han Shuang didn't know what the meaning of doing this was, but her inner dignity told her that at least this would make her more decent before she died. Huang Yi didn't pay attention to the resistance hidden in her posture. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He had previously speculated that the act of collecting weird things was a necessary ritual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have buried so many extraordinary people in his own home and taken his family away. Now that it has been confirmed, his heart sank even more. Especially when he thought of his missing sister, Huang Yi's brows were irritable. He still remembered that he had told his sister not to indulge his mother in eating human flesh before leaving home last time. So she snatched the meat and endured the loss alone. What level of advancement ceremony? Huang Yi looked at Han Shuang with a slightly cold look in his eyes. Han Shuang had a little provocation in his eyes and a smile on his lips. Although I don't know who the leaders are and how many levels they are. But it requires a lot of weirdness. In my impression, there are only 70 levels, weird paths, hell. She expected to see panic on Huang Yi's face, but Han Shuang was deep. She only saw a deeper solemnity. Huang Yi asked, will it be held in the ruins of the rioters? His attitude startled Han Shuang's heart, and his pupils trembled slightly. Han Shuang could see that Huang Yi had no intention of retreating or being timid. She was silent for a moment. I don't know. I don't know the specific plan, I just follow orders. Looking at Huang Yi's puzzled eyes, Han Shuang took a deep breath and explained, but from my observation, so far, there is no trace of layout in the ruins of the rioters. The conditions for advancing to hell are not too secret in our industry. The more people you need, the better. The ruins of the rioters do not have this feature. Unless everyone is driven to one place, but it will inevitably expose the target early and suffer a blow from the righteous forces. Han Shuang saw Huang Yi, who was thinking, suddenly raised his head in surprise. There was a flash of shock in his eyes, as if he had realized something. He smiled complacently. So I guess the ceremony location is in the 18 cities. Huang Yi stared at Han Shuang's eyes, his heart was agitated. This news made it difficult for him to digest. He was indeed planning to snatch his sister back from the hands of the 70-level weird. He thought he was very irrational, but who knew that these cultists were even crazier? They dared to choose the ceremony location directly in the contract city, but if you think about it carefully, it is possible and very likely. Among the 18 cities, the principal's level 65 contract master is already among the top masters. The level 68 city lord is the best in the city. Even if the other level 60+ contract masters are included, they still cannot pose much threat to the level 70 weirdness. Because what they lack is not just a few levels, but the lag in levels, skills, dimensions, and other aspects, which cannot be made up by the number of people. Even Huang Yi is confident that he can face multiple level 50+ masters, like Han Shuang, at the same time. Contract masters are strong in the late stage and can be called invincible in the same realm, but they can't reach the exaggerated level of cross-level challenge. Huang Yi exhaled heavily. He also saw it clearly. The benefits of this step of the cultists are greater than the risks. It can even be said that the difficulty of the task is not high. Even the cultists exposed by Pan Sen's death were just smoke bombs, to cover up their real plan. Huang Yi pursed his lips and he had never thought that Pan Sen's death would involve such a big thing. It was linked to each other, making him feel uneasy. What worried him more were his classmates, who were taking the college entrance examination at school. At this time, Huang Yi had no idea that the security court had already made a judgment and had already concluded the accurate ceremony from the torture and clues. They even sent people to support and made sufficient preparations. At this moment, Huang Yi was a little glad that he did not rashly kill Han Shuang. As a cultist, She had been struggling for many years and knew more information than this boarding student. After a moment, Huang Yi digested the shock. Shen Ning said, "Where is my sister?" Han Shuang thought for a moment, "Is it the girl with your mother?" "I don't know." Looking at the coldness in Huang Yi's eyes, she smiled. After eating meat, she grew very fast. In a few days, she jumped from level 35 to level 37. Such an exaggerated improvement speed was noticed by the higher-ups and was taken away in advance. Outside the window, thunder roared. The raindrops gradually became denser, as if they had turned into countless hands, beating against the glass windows in a hurry. It made a rustling sound. It was as restless as Huang Yi's heart. He said in a hurried tone, "Where is your headquarters?" Hearing his slightly aggressive tone, Han Shuang did not dare to be dissatisfied. "I don't know, I am not at a high enough level and have never been to the headquarters. Or, they may not have a fixed residence. The most likely place is the wilderness outside the ruins of the rioters." Huang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. "I also know that this is the truth." He is over level 50, above the middle level, and has reached the level of a small leader. It doesn't get to the core. Otherwise, this organization would be too bad. He grasped the main contradiction and asked, "Where is the level 70 weirdness?" Han Shuang was stunned for a moment. Looking at the seriousness in his eyes, she shook her head. "I don't know. But I guess it's quite possible in Contract City." These words made Huang Yi's pupils shrink, stood up from the bed, frowning. This possibility is not impossible. Level 70 is weird and powerful. As long as you hide your aura and avoid the top experts in the Contract City, even ordinary extraordinary people will not be able to sense it even if they pass by. But the only doubt is how these cultists got in. Anything else you want to ask? Looking at Huang Yi, who couldn't get an answer, he sat back on the edge of the bed, and Han Shuang spoke calmly. What attracted Huang Yi's cold gaze? "If not, please just do it." Han Shuang looked fearless, but he was also worried and nervous about facing death. "You seem to be looking forward to it." After Huang Yi was silent, he spoke calmly. "At least it's better than leaving it to Wei Yi." Han Shuang tried his best to stay calm. She has seen the stench of weird believers. It uses human despair, pain, and fear as spiritual nourishment and flesh and blood as food. Every time she sees it, it makes her physically unca. Huang Yi said nothing and took out a thumbtack from his beach shorts. An imperceptible fear flashed through Han Shuang's pupils. In that cemetery of consciousness, she saw too many team members who were still dying. Their heads were blown open, and the ground was covered in red and white. Although they have no feelings, they are still together day and night. And I couldn't turn my neck, so I had to watch it forcefully. Every time I think about it, I can't help but feel nauseous. I am so cooperative, all I ask is that Quan Chu leave. She gritted her teeth and stubbornly raised her weather-beaten neck, looking directly at the high school student who was several years younger than her. Huang Yi nodded and did not refuse her request. He suddenly reached out his hands and grasped the arteries on both sides of her neck, making her unable to breathe. His face turned red. Facing the fear of death, Han Shuang inevitably panicked. The survival instinct made her think of blocking her, but she still suppressed it. My palms tightly grasped the wooden legs of the wardrobe, resisting the thought of survival. She was not willing to die, but this was the best outcome. It is much better than life or death. Han Shuang knew very well that Huang Yi's mother was a strange believer who loved to eat people alive. The more you devour the extraordinary, the more you will gain. And I am over level 50, so I don't know what kind of long-lasting gluttonous feast it is. She was afraid that Huang Yi would regret it and leave her to the beautiful woman. Han Shuang could see that the woman was violent and crazy and on the verge of mental disorder. That kind of ending is hard to accept, but death now is already a relief. Han Shuang did not dare to have any extravagant hopes and only wanted to die. Die decently. 2 minutes. Hold on for 2 more minutes. It'll be fine. Han Shuang's veins were exposed and his neck turned red. Facial muscles spasmed, twitching the muscles at the corners of the mouth. Then his eyes rolled violently, and he felt a sense of suffocation draining his heart. She gasped violently many times, her tongue slightly sticking out, tears streaming down her face, and she was in a state of unconsciousness. A strong survival instinct reaches its peak. The remaining extraordinary power surged out from inside the body, and the gravity field enveloped the entire room and dispersed in all directions. The glass windows were shattered and heavy rain rushed into the room. The wardrobe was dented and clothes were spilled, covering Huang Yi's arms. The foot of the bed collapsed, causing Huang Yi to tilt. But despite this, Han Shuang still did not dare to attack. Her clothes covered her vision, and she tried hard to suppress herself and rush to death. But the next second, fierce oxygen was poured into her nose and throat. It made her vomit violently, as if she wanted to spit out her lungs. The clothes on his head that blocked the light were pulled away. Han Shuang fell to the ground, curled up, covered his neck with his hands and coughed up blood crazily. "You are very cooperative and useful. I need time to verify whether you are lying to me." After a long pause, she suddenly collapsed when she heard Huang Yi's cold word. "She has told everything, hiding nothing, and she is not willing to let me die." "Are you the devil?" Han Shuang's despair reached its peak. "I don't feel happy at all about surviving temporarily. Instead, I feel extreme fear that life in the future may be worse than death." Her eyes were full of anger, and she raised her hands brazenly, wanting to break her own neck with her own hands. But Huang Yi was faster and dispersed the remaining gravity field in her hand. Han Shuang was dragged into the consciousness space and could not move. After dealing with Han Shuang's matter, Huang Yi hesitated for a moment, found paper and pen, and stared slightly. "I got a lot of information today. A complete action plan can be developed." Outside the window, the wind and rain were still swaying. Huang Yi wrote and began to think about the next plan. "Let's make it clear first. I can't save my sister by myself." Huang Yi was very clear-headed and wrote down his own problems. Level 60 destruction cannot stop level 70 weirdness. His original plan was to wait for the advancement ceremony to take his family away. But now, the pressure of this matter does not have to be borne alone. Holding the ceremony in Contract City is a good opportunity for me. Although this may cause a great impact on classmates, I can't care so much. And the possibility of weirdness hiding in the school is almost zero. Huang Yi licked his dry lips and ignored the sound of wind and rain outside the window. After all, the principals of all the middle schools are top strong men. Although there is a gap in strength, it is impossible to hide in front of them. Then, what I have to do is very limited. 1. Inform Contract City of the Level 70 Weird Advancement Ceremony. 2. The ceremony location is in Contract City. 3. Fish in troubled waters and take my sister away before the public security court finds out. Huang Yi sorted out his thoughts, but he was not happy. How those cultists sneaked into the Contract City is still a mystery. Nowadays, there are even more level 70 weird existences. It would be impossible without an insider. It just so happens that there is a reasonable target for smearing. Huang Yi smiled immediately. He did not forget that, after he killed Panson, he found traces of weird appearances. Then, it can provide a reasonable direction of suspicion for the Contract City. What the truth is not important. Not only can it bury my existence, it can also mislead the direction of the investigation of the security court. As long as there is suspicion, it is logically self-consistent enough. Huang Yi has no psychological burden, but he never thought that the security court could be a fool to be in charge of such a huge force. Since the Contract City has arrested many cultists, it's hard to say whether they have dug out other information, but I can't bet. At least my information is credible. After drawing a conclusion, Huang Yi solemnly wrote a report letter. Then he went to the living room. "Mom, help me do something." "What?" Mom did not refuse and stood up seriously. "Help me copy a copy." Huang Yi put the paper and pen on the dining table. This action made his mother's pupils look embarrassed. "I can't write, but I'm good at killing people." "Just copy it." Huang Yi didn't expect his mother to write beautiful words. In this wasteland, the illiteracy rate is as high as 95%, and reading and writing are luxuries. Mom looked at the handwriting carefully and found it very regular. "There should be no problem if I draw it." "Okay." Mom nodded and copied it seriously immediately. But the hand holding the pen was trembling with nervousness, and the palm was sweating. After a long time, she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at her crooked handwriting, she was embarrassed to look at her son. She looked stiff and felt embarrassed for her son. "It's well written." But Huang Yi was very satisfied. With this handwriting, it's impossible to find the culprit. He carefully put on gloves and put the paper written by his mother into his arms. Looking at his mother's embarrassed face, he said solemnly, "Mom, this house should not be able to stay any longer." His mother looked at Huang Yi in panic with a look of astonishment. "I am worried about you staying here." Huang Yi was in a heavy mood. After this incident, this place had already been exposed. It was extremely dangerous. In addition, he had to return to the contract city, so he could not stay for long and could not feel at ease. But the risk of taking it to the city was also very great. If the level 70 strange lurking can be shielded by high level and hidden in the suburbs, only by being encountered by a senior contract master or a top-level beast pet such as Pantheon's Zodiac can it be found. And his mother's is more like hiding a drug pin in a community full of drug detection dogs. It is easy to be exposed, but Huang Yi has a way to hide her in the consciousness space. Although her movements will be restricted, at least it is safe, and she can take her to find her missing sister. Occasionally, she can also take her out for a walk. "Okay, I'll follow my son's arrangement." The mother smiled and didn't refuse. Being able to follow her child all the time is her biggest dream. And Huang Yi also said that he could come in at any time and reunite mother and son. This is something she never dared to imagine after her death. As for being unable to move, it is far less tormenting than the feeling of missing. "Wait for me to get some clothes." The mother couldn't wait to return to the room and brought a pile of skirts, and her daughter Huang Ruoying's clothes. "I'm sorry for the time being." Huang Yi didn't say much and sent her to the desolate cemetery in the consciousness space. He was also prepared and placed his mother on the back of Han Shuang, worried that he would irritate the other party. Han Shuang is still useful to him. For example, she knows the skills of various channels and the advanced rituals. But now, let Han Shuang calm down first. Let her go, that's impossible. The other party knows too many of his secrets, and letting her live in the consciousness space forever is the greatest kindness. Dong ding dong. Huang Yi was not idle, and moved all the furniture that could still be used in the house into the space. He also had some aspirations in his heart. He was not sure whether his mother could move freely in the space like himself after reaching level 60. It should not be possible. Huang Yi quickly denied it. He did not forget that he could only move with difficulty after reaching level 60, and even raising his hands was like a rusty mechanical gear. It was only after he controlled the wooden-handled iron shovel that he unlocked the space authority. What about level 70? Can they move more freely? Or do I have higher space authority? Huang Yi hesitated, but he hoped he could. At least this way, I can give my family a safe nest. Return to the room. Huang Yi changed his clothes, put on his mask again, and put on a raincoat. Taking advantage of the heavy rain at night, he left Pinyin community from then on. Damn, I just went to work yesterday and I have to go again today. So annoying. It was a little after 7 in the morning, and the sky was dim. The subway station had already started running, and a short-haired man looked unhappy. Although his colleague was listless, he was very open-minded. Be content, this idle job is not easy to find. If you go to the subway station in the city center, you will be busy to death. The man with the short hair complained, "It's idle, but it's dangerous and it's fatal." His job is to check the ticket counter, checking the subway tickets. As soon as he arrived at the job, he saw a letter on the table. In this day and age, there are still people writing letters. The man with the short hair raised the paper and sneered. His colleague is a security inspector, responsible for identity verification. Read it out loud. At this time, many people have come to line up in front of him, all for the morning subway. In the ruins of the riots, only 2 trains are opened every day, at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Now you can enter the station early to rest. Haha, good. The man with a immediately opened the simple letter and took out a piece of paper with crooked writing. He opened his mouth and was about to read it out loud, but his pupils suddenly widened, his face was full of fear. "You read it," the colleague urged, but the man with the short hair seemed not to hear it. The hands holding the paper were trembling in fear. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing his expression, his colleague also stepped forward worriedly. But who knew that the man with the short hair seemed to be greatly stimulated and shouted excitedly, "Don't come over." "No one is allowed to come over." He pointed at his colleague in fear, making him stop. While his eyes were nervously patrolling, he saw other colleagues. "You come here, take my position first. I have something important to report." The man with the short hair got up and left without saying anything. His colleagues were also annoyed by his inexplicable behavior. How can you leave your post without permission? Who knew that the man with the short hair had a fierce face? First of all, I am from Shibasheng. This matter, even if it is false, must be taken extremely seriously. And there have been signs. He dared not believe anyone. Without much explanation, he stuffed the paper into his arms and left in a hurry. This behavior also made the security inspector frown. I don't know what was written on the letter. Oh damn, is he possessed? Why are you quarreling all of a sudden? The ticket inspector just now was so scary. Why did he change his temperament after reading the letter? The passengers who were about to line up to enter the station were also panicked. They talked a lot. It seemed that they had smelled big news. Stop talking. The security inspector also lost face and said impatiently, hurry up and recite the contract doctrine. The team stepped forward in an orderly manner and began to prove that there was no problem with their beliefs. Huang Yi stood in the crowd, silently watching everything. That person is fine. But it can't prove that the cult group has no collusion with the subway station. But it's not my job to find out the insider. At least I passed on the information. It depends on what actions they will take in the future. After watching the ticket inspector leave, Huang Yi calmly withdrew his gaze. Then, he walked out of the team. He asked politely, hello, I am a student and a newly promoted extraordinary person. I heard there is an exclusive fast channel. Is it true? The security personnel were slightly surprised. Looking at Huang Yi, who looked like a student, he said impatiently, extraordinary people go to the fast lane. Don't waste your time here. He looked unhappy and seemed to be still confused and angry about his colleagues yelling. Say it again. I only accept ordinary people here, and they need to recite the contract doctrine. If you are an extraordinary person, go to the express lane and line up. You only need to show the God plate and you can enter the station directly. Huang Yi thanked him and then came to the so-called fast lane. It's not much different from the previous one. It's just much more deserted. That's wrong. You are a member of the 21st class. Today is the college entrance examination time. Why did you come to riot in the ruins? This security inspector is a fat uncle. He looked at Huang Yi's student ID card and frowned. He said with regret, even if you are an extraordinary person, you still can't go to a good university without cultural points. Huang Yi looked embarrassed and said, I'm going to go home and take a look. These words made the kind uncle look up in surprise. Those who can believe in purity start with silver. Come, show me your divine disc. At the ordinary entrance, you need to recite teachings to prove your identity, prevent cultists from getting in, but the fast track does not need to be so troublesome. As long as the God plate is displayed, the belief can be clearly proved. Soon, Huang Yi showed off the golden divine disc. The uncle was stunned on the spot, jaw-dropping. Even after Huang Yi left, he was still shocked. It is not without precedent that people who live in the ruins of chaos can be admitted to university, but they are all at the level of black iron and bronze, which is really low talent. Over the years, in the records of the 18 cities, the quality of silver has been unprecedented. But now, there is actually a golden, top-quality faith. It's incredible. The security uncle was confused, but it is foreseeable that the contract city will increase its investment in the ruin. This is a win-win situation. He, who also came from the ruins of the rioters, burst into tears. Contract 18 cities. Magistrate court. There were many people sitting on a round table with sad faces. If Huang Yi were here, he would also be surprised to find that Principal Chen Zhiqing is among them. What's so urgent? Is the news accurate? It's really weird at level 70. Do you want to hold an advancement ceremony? This is a major event that will destroy the city. Level 70, known as Hell, is no joke. Everyone present was worried. I was horrified by the appearance of such heresies. Level 70 is already a cutting-edge combat power that cannot be matched by the 18 cities. If it cannot be stopped, lives may be lost. Everyone be quiet. Wu Yang, the lord of 18 cities, knocked on the table with his knuckles. The expression. He looked at his watch and prompted. The people from the security court are already waiting for you. Based on the time, it should be here soon. Someone stuck his head in and asked, who will be the people coming to support from the main city? You will know when he comes later. Wu Yang did not answer. He is not trying to show off, but the person who comes is of great importance. That person's itinerary must be kept strictly confidential. Among all the people present, only he knew who the person who came to the 18 cities for aid was. Even though they were about to meet, he couldn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? It just happens to be this time. Chen Jiking looked sad, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Now that the college entrance examination is official, I learned such earth-shattering news. I really can't live in peace. He subconsciously believed that the advancement ceremony would take place in the ruins of the rioters. The student that Principal Chen cares about most now has returned to his hometown. He was really restless. City Master Wu, I'm going out to make a phone call. He was worried about Huang Yi's safety and wanted to remind him to come back quickly. The ruins were not safe due to the chaos. But as soon as Chen Jiking raised his buttocks, he was stopped by City Lord Wu. You're not allowed to go anywhere. If you have any phone calls, I'll call you after the meeting. Wu Yang is in his 50s, younger than Principal Chen. I am usually very respectful and courteous, but now in the face of the big issues of right and wrong, he blocked them without any courtesy. The student of Jinpin faith in my school is still in the ruins of the rioters. Chen Jiking couldn't help but say, feeling uneasy. These words made the city lord hesitate for a moment. That really should be a reminder. Then do it as soon as possible before the support personnel arrive. Let's fight here, don't leave until the meeting is over. Wu Yang naturally heard about it. He would pay attention to the gold grade beliefs that appeared in the city every year. Huang Yi was even more impressed. Not only did he wake up just before the college entrance examination, but he also decided to recommend him to a university in the 18 cities, so he naturally had to pay more attention to it. This is a rare good seed that is willing to keep. After all, the resources and funds of major contract cities are allocated according to the strength of the university. Every talented player will be trained intensively. A genius appears in the city, and the Lord of Wu sit. But if you compare it with the person you are about to meet, there is a huge difference. That kind of talent is already difficult to capture with pure gold-grade faith. But the next second, Wu Yang reacted and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "Who told him to go back to the ruins of the rioters?" Chen Jiking, who had been accommodating, had just breathed a sigh of relief but was brought up again. His face was embarrassed. He didn't expect that such a strange advancement would Beep, beep, beep. He had to pretend that he didn't hear anything, dialed the phone, and pressed the hands-free. Hang up. As soon as the ringing sounded, the city lord stood up suddenly and shouted in a low voice. At the same time, everyone at the round table also stood up one after another, full of astonishment. Support from the main city. Chen Jiking saw the person coming, and he also nervously hung up the phone and turned off his mobile phone. Looking at the handsome young man, his pupils trembled. It turned out to be Lai Hongyi. Hello, a fair-skinned and beautiful young man walked into the meeting room. His eyes were curved, and his manners were generous and decent. Everyone present is my senior, there is no need to be so solemn. Sit down. The young man smiled subtly and pressed his hands in the air, motioning everyone to sit down. Chen Jiking and others were even more shocked. When they looked at each other, they could read solemnity and confusion in each other's eyes. While his mind was confused, he sat back in his seat obediently, and his scalp was slightly numb. I didn't expect it was you who came. City Lord Wu exhaled heavily. Although he had the news long ago, it was still unbelievable. Until the other party stood in front of him, it seemed unreal. How could such a genius be allowed to come to such a dangerous place? Chen Jiking. His face was solemn. No wonder the itinerary of the supporter was kept so confidential. It turned out that he was from the city of Contract 1, the only son of the city lord, Lai Hongyi. If the other party only had the blood relationship, it would naturally be unconvincing. They would only think he was making a fuss. Everyone will definitely keep the evidence and extort a sum of money from the city master for his poor teaching. But the top masters above level 55 in their 18 cities seemed to be ashamed in front of this young man. Lai Hongyi, 20 years old, junior year, gold level faith, 22nd contract competition individual and team champions, 23rd individual champion, team champion, multi-beast pet route, 71st level contract master. Each achievement is extraordinary when viewed alone, but when gathered in the same person, it seems extremely terrifying. Everyone feels a huge pressure in front of this young man, even though the other party is polite. All his future achievements will definitely surpass his father. Even if we look at the major divine cities, he is also ranked in the top 5 among the younger generation. My father wanted me to exercise more, so he arranged this job for me. It happened that I had nothing to do during the summer vacation, so I came here. I hope I didn't cause any trouble to you seniors. Lai Hongyi has long hair that is black and smooth. She has a thin face, soft contours, and if it weren't for his powerful voice and his protruding Adam's apple, I'm afraid everyone would think that she is a beautiful girl at first sight. No, no, no. It's an honor for the 18 cities that you can come. All those who can come to the scene are top masters above level 55 from all walks of life. At this moment, they are all sitting stiffly. Even the Lord of the 18 cities, who is level 68, is sitting upright. This young man will definitely be his immediate. Naturally, he can't leave a bad impression. 20 years old, level 71. Chen Zhiqing sighed with emotion with a heavy heart. Although he is familiar with Lai Hongyi's name, this is the first time he has met her. Does such a genius really exist? This gap is so huge that there is no illusion. Among the universities in the 18 cities, the one with the strongest talent is Huang Yi, a gold-quality recommended student. But in front of him, the gap is so big that Principal Chen thinks highly of Huang Yi. He also has high expectations, but he only hopes that he can lead the local university to improve its ranking, get more educational resources, and return to a virtuous circle. If it is really compared with the top beast-controlling university, it is really a bit of self-humiliation. This old man, there is still time, you can finish the call first. Lai Hongyi cast a peaceful look and a sunny smile. Chen Zhiqing was stunned and knew that he was talking about the previous call to Huang Yi. He was hesitating, but the city lord Wu said decisively, "Nothing is more important than the level 70 weirdness. This involves tens of thousands of lives." Hearing this, the atmosphere of the whole audience suddenly solidified. Lai Hongyi pursed his lips at this topic. He doesn't like grand narratives, but he had to pretend to be serious. He really wasn't in a hurry. He also sincerely believed that the call could be made first. This calmness came from his strong self-confidence. However, since the city lord had said so, Lai Hongyi could only restrain his smile. "Okay then. Then I won't waste your time, I'll make it short." In the conference room, Lai Hongyi's expression was solemn. "First of all, it is certain that the opponent we are facing this time is extremely cruel. Through torture and the summary of fragmentary information, we have concluded that the top leaders of the cult are at least level 70 weird, and they are in the stage of preparing for the advanced ceremony." Lai Hongyi's eyes were cold. This fact was officially announced. After hearing the news, many masters from the 18 cities did not feel relieved to get the answer, but were heavy-hearted. Sure enough, there is really a level 70 weird, and a ceremony is to be held. If it succeeds, there will be countless casualties. This is the harm of the evil god, and everyone can kill it. I am afraid that the security checkpoints we put into the ruins of the rioters will have to be strengthened. It is better to search immediately, someone said worriedly. This sentence also made many people nod in agreement. When Chen Zhiqing heard this, his heart sank, and he felt like sitting on pins and needles. "Huang Yi, come back quickly. Don't die in your hometown. Damn, I'm the only one who's worried about you." But Lai Hongyi's next words startled everyone. "Who said the ceremony location is in the riot ruins?" Lai Hongyi walked towards the map that had been prepared by someone. Pointing at the location of the riot ruins, his face was solemn. "The riot ruins no. 499 is vast and sparsely populated. The residents are too scattered. And the ritual of level 70 hell requires assimilating enough people at the same time. The riot ruins do not have such conditions. Unless the cultists artificially drive the people away, but this large-scale population migration will definitely attract our attention. Until now, there has been no trend in this regard over there." As soon as the words came out, ever. "If it's not in the riot ruins, where else can it be?" Someone couldn't help asking. But as soon as the words came out, his pupils were startled. Thinking of a certain possibility, his scalp suddenly numbed, and this thought seemed to be contagious, causing countless people to look horrified. "Rebellion? How dare they? Do you really think that I am the contract city so easy to bully? Dare to hold a ceremony in the city? Instantly, everyone present was furious. City Lord Wu Yang was even more angry and slammed the table. This was simply stepping on his face. If he really turned the 18 cities into hell, he would be a sinner for all eternity. At this moment, fear rose in his heart. His head was covered with cold sweat. Looking at the handsome Lai Hongyi again, he was extremely grateful and at ease. Fortunately, he came. You guessed right. Perhaps the target of the cultists is the contract city. This is also the important reason why my father arranged for me to come here. Lai Hongyi did not hide it. Although he knew that he was very strong, he would not look down on anyone. Even if the other party still did not complete the weirdness of the ceremony. Naturally, he would not treat the enemy lightly. On the way here, I made an estimate. The probability of holding a ceremony at the ruins of the rioters in No. 499 is less than 5%. And based on the top strength of the 18 cities, the city population and other comprehensive data, I think the possibility of holding an advanced ceremony locally is 90%. Everyone's face suddenly became hot. This sentence, although not derogatory, just an objective statement of facts, is in. The foundation of the 18 cities is too thin and the strength is too weak. This is an indisputable fact. Lai Hongyi looked around everyone. There is still a 5% probability that it is the city of protection more than 400 kilometers away, but there are many masters of level 70 there. The risk of advancement is too great. The possibility is very small, and it is not under the jurisdiction of the contract city. Everyone fell silent. Knowing that this matter is not trivial, it must be taken seriously. Wu Yang, the lord of the 18 cities, stood up with a grim face. He ordered in a cold voice, "Inform the public security court, take precautions, and conduct a city-wide investigation. Launch military and police officers, conduct a high-pressure search. Also, detain all employees of the 499 Riot Ruins subway station for investigation." Hearing Wu Yang's almost grim. But even if he was terrified, he still didn't speak, just recorded the matter truthfully. The others looked at Wu Yang, all with sympathy. At this moment, they guessed a little. Ordinary cultists lurking in the city can be turned a blind eye and conduct reverse intelligence. Just strictly control the number. But now, even level 70 weirdos may be lurking in the city, which is a great dereliction of duty. Just then, someone went outside the meeting room. Many people. He is the deputy director of the Public Security Court, level 52, so naturally he cannot appear at this top meeting. I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting. I have a very important news here, I must report it immediately. The deputy judge's face was solemn. He was the middle-aged man who appeared at the scene of Pan Sen's death. To make a long story short, the chief judge said with a stiff face, this is his direct subordinate if the other party said something raw. The city lord's dark face. It also made him panic. But since the vice president did not hesitate to break into the meeting, the news was naturally extremely important. He was even extremely worried. Could it be that the advancement ceremony has already begun? This is a letter. It came from the ruins of the rioters. The deputy president solemnly took out the paper. Looking at the many executives present, I didn't know who to pass the message to. Can you show it to me? After receiving the nod of approval from the city lord and the court president, he submitted the note with both hands. Huey reported, the underground garage mentioned above. I have sent someone to confirm it in advance. Captured 63 weird believers and 29 weird souls. Lai Hongyi looked at the crooked handwriting on the note with great interest. The above information is exactly the same as his conclusion just now. It was clearly informed that a ritual would be. It is also important to remind that the ceremony location may be in Contract City, so don't take it lightly. To demonstrate the accuracy of the message, he also specifically pointed out that many strange things were imprisoned on the third floor of an underground garage within the ruins of the rioters. This proves that the advancement ceremony is indeed being prepared. This letter of complaint comes very timely. At least it confirms my suspicion. Lai Hongyi passed the note. After everyone watched it, they felt heavy. The more accurate the news, the greater the panic. After reading it, the president asked seriously, "Have you found the letter from whom?" The deputy president broke into a cold sweat. "We are still investigating." Are there any fingerprints? The significance of collecting fingerprints is not to find the other party immediately, but to add them to the fingerprint database and make a backup. If there is a homicide or information registration in the future, it can be compared with the fingerprint database to confirm whether the identity is the same person. After years of investigation, there will always be gangsters who reveal their flaws. Similarly not. The vice president's embarrassment made the city leader Wu Yang sigh heavily and said coldly, "If you can't find it, the other party is very cautious. This handwriting is not deliberately distorted at all, but the person who wrote it is simply illiterate who cannot write. Suffice to say, this letter is a secondary description, totally impossible to pinpoint. Oh Pan Sen." The paper also made the city lord sneer darkly. The writing on it mentioned the possible connection between Pantheon and the cultists. Wu Yang is naturally not so stupid as to believe whatever he writes, but having this suspicion is shocking enough. It can even be traced back to Contract 1 City. After all, Pan Sen is a security inspection team dispatched directly under the jurisdiction of the city. And why were there traces of destruction and weirdness at the scene of his death? Based on this alone, no one can guarantee that this is not about burning bridges and killing people. Let's leave the meeting like this. Everyone is on alert and communicating with each other. If you find anything unusual, please contact me directly. I will get to the scene as soon as possible. We can't ignore the investigation on the ruins of the rioters, and we can't ignore all possibilities. My number is 131. Lai Hongyi wrote out her number, seeing everyone getting up worriedly. He also looked at Wu Yang, who was still confused. He said, "City Lord Wu." When Wu Yang heard this, his heart trembled. He looked at the prospective junior student with a little shame. "Low profile, you are in charge of this operation. If you have any instructions, please tell me." Lai Hongyi smiled warmly and was charming. When people see it, they unconsciously relax their body and mind. Kunhu City is an ally of Contract City. Although the possibility of a strange attack on Lincheng is very small, but out of good neighborliness, please inform the other party of this matter. Wu Yang nodded. It should be. The brief meeting ended. Everyone was sweating profusely. My heart has never felt heavier. This time the news is earth-shattering and related to everyone's safety. To put it more seriously, it is whether the entire city exists. Even if there is a level 71 contract master, we must not take it lightly. If this thing lands smoothly, Lao Ma, be nice to Huang Yi. Chen Jiqing was worried. Find Ma Tiangxiang, who also attended the meeting. The tone is solemn. Ma Tiangxiang is a level 68 contractor and the principal of Ziba Beast Control University. He is similar in age to Chen Jiqing. It is also the only university among the 18 cities. It's natural. Mott. The genius, Lai Hongyi, and the weird crisis at level 70 were all heavy blows. It shocked him greatly. For the contract faith, Lai Hongyi is naturally the pride of everyone. But he also has his own selfish motives for the principal of the Beast Control University in the 18 cities, and he hopes that the school he manages can become famous far and wide. However, years of belief in fairness and the slow pace of reform have resulted in very average resources for all students, which directly leads to extremely poor overall quality of teachers and students. There is simply no talent who can support the facade of 18 cities. To put it bluntly, Ma Tiangxiang also knows that it is difficult for a powerful contractor to appear in such an environment. Although he didn't dare to expect to have a proud student like Lai Hongyi, with 1/3, he could get good results. Nor will it mean that in times of crisis, the university will have no available talent, and may even face the crisis of annihilating the city. This was a major dereliction of duty on his part. Let me thank you in advance on behalf of Huang Yi. Chen Jiqing's eyebrows rarely relaxed. After walking out of the solemn conference room, he also took Ao. How about you take it personally? The university president asked. There is only one Beast Control University in the 18 cities, and many powerful and expert people serve in it. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous. When one is lost, both are harmed. Chen Jiqing took up the position of professor at the university. I couldn't get it. Later, he spoke earnestly and brought up old things again. It's time for you to consider drastic reforms. Fairness is a beautiful thing, but everyone is hanging on for a breath, and it will be a matter of time before they can no longer survive, and fairness has lost its meaning. Ma Tianxiang had a sullen face and left without replying. But Chen Jiqing knew that the other party was already seriously considering it. That's enough. As the phone turned on, Chen Jiqing finally made the call. The tone was serious. Huang Yi, where are you now? I am here. Huang Yi received the call. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Chen Jiqing. No matter where you are now, get back to school quickly. It's dangerous out there. You have to remember that what you shoulder is the rise and fall of the 18 cities. I could hear Principal Chen's worry. Warmth flowed through Huang Yi's body and mind. Looking at the heavily guarded Contract No. 3 middle school under the gloomy sky. With a helpless expression, I was stopped at the school gate. The principal was stunned and said in a shocked tone, "Why did they stop you? I don't have an admission ticket." "Then you deserve it." Principal Chen held it back, saying wait for me, and hung up the phone. Do. After seeing the hang-up prompt, Huang Yi put the phone back into his pocket. Looking at the nervous and expectant parents gathered at the school gate, I felt bored. I found a milk tea shop and ordered a glass of iced lemonade. After Huang Yi took a sip, he lay down. The female store manager was frightened. "Classmate, please don't scare me. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Huang Yi lay on the table and waved his hand casually. "No, I just want to take a nap." The female store manager patted her perky chest and said, "I thought you were poisoned after drinking my milk tea." Huang Yi smiled and closed his eyes. The next second, his consciousness appeared on the desolate grassland. Surrounded by thick fog in the distance, graves can be vaguely seen. Looking back, he saw two women nearby, with their backs to each other. "Sister Han, right?" Approaching Han Shuang, Huang Yi tilted his head slightly, but he saw that the other person's eyes were filled with fear and malice, as if he was resenting Huang Yi for deceiving him. "I can give you a chance to live. Only if you are willing to cooperate. And I can promise that I won't hand you over to weirdness." Huang Yi knew that she couldn't speak and was not in a hurry to get an answer. She turned around and walked towards her mother, leaving Han Shuang some time to think. "Mom, I'm here. The conditions here are not very good. I feel sorry for you." Huang Yi apologized, but there was only kindness and joy in my mother's eyes, without any Being able to see her son at any time was what she had always dreamed of after her death. "I can't entertain you here either. Just go to work first." Huang Yi said goodbye with a smile. Looking around, there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, gradually decaying. These are the cultists killed in the underground garage. At this moment, you must also become the nourishment of Myrtle. In the space of consciousness, it seems to be morning all the time. Huang Yi glance. The sky is bright and the morning fog is slightly cool. He carried the body and placed it in the second grave that he dug with his own hands. The myrtle swayed its branches without wind, as if expressing her expectation and joy. The coffin was not big, and it could barely fit 4 corpses into it. If he wanted to fill it all at once, Huang Yi would probably have to chop it all into meat paste. But that was too time-consuming, so we could only offer it in batches. "Is it starting to bear fruit?" Huang Yi observed it closely and was delighted. The bright red flowers of the myrtle were found to be withering. It is producing green berries. Myrtle fruit has 3 stages: cyan, red, and purple-black. Only the purple and black ones are sweet and full and have a strong feeling of satiety. In the other 2 states, eating it will easily lead to constipation. But is this considered cannibalism? Looking at the corpse in the coffin, Huang Yi frowned. It seems a little weird for him to eat the fruits when he feeds the plants with his flesh and blood. But at least there is one more process. The filtering is quite thorough. I just don't know if it has any special effects. Huang Yi pursed his lips and looked back at Han Shuang, who was frozen. When the time comes, she can be the first to try. Huang Yi hates flesh and blood, and is a shadow of his family that he has seen eaten alive before. They are also worried that they will lose themselves and become evil spirits. He has never eaten human flesh, and will refrain from eating animal meat when his family is around. Of course, cooked food has to be made. He is prone to nausea even when he is 7 years old. Let's promote pollination first. Huang Yi sighed slightly. He pulled out the shovel and pressed the head of the shovel against the slender branches of the myrtle. Push slightly to shake it to help with pollination. He was careful not to touch this evil plant with his hands, I'm afraid I have to continue testing. I'm leaving. You can give me an answer next time I come over. Your usefulness is temporarily irreplaceable. But that's not the case, it has to be you. After feeding Myrtle, Huang Yi estimated that it was almost time for Principal Chen Jiqing to arrive. He threw away the shovel and dusted off his hands. Looking at Han Shuang, he said softly. Han Shuang couldn't speak. But there is no longer any resentment and malice as before. If you can live, being in jail is nothing. After becoming a cultist when you were young, you have been living in panic all year round and living an ignoble existence. As long as you don't give yourself up to weirdness, that's the best outcome for now. Even though she was deceived once, she still refused to give up due to a turning point in her life. Huang Yi nodded encouragingly. I know Han Shuang should have thought it through. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, Are you hungry? Blink if you're hungry. Han Shuang was extremely wary of this sudden concern. She was afraid that she would be fed the flesh and blood of the dead team members. Her face showed a little panic, but she could not avoid her physiological needs. She felt hungry and still blinked humiliatingly. Huang Yi looked thoughtful, then he disappeared in front of Han Shuang. His consciousness returned to his body, and Huang Yi's perspective also came to the milk tea shop outside the school gate. He stretched and sat up straight. He took a sip of cold lemon water to relieve the hot weather. Outside the milk tea shop, students and parents came and went, waiting for the end of the subject. Huang Yi's eyes were also empty in contemplation. Will you be hungry? Huang Yi has a deeper understanding of the consciousness space. Since people will be hungry, it means that the space is not a dreamlike existence. It is a real small world. Since you are hungry, you will have the need to defecate. Mom is a ghost, and she doesn't have this physiological structure. Ordinary people can't do that. Huang Yi retracted his gaze towards the street, pinched the plastic straw and shook it, stirring the perfumed lemon in the milk tea, sighed slightly. If too many people were put in, he would become a full-time. Not only do he have to take care of his diet and daily life, but he also has to pay attention to diuresis and defecation. It's okay for acquaintances, they won't run away. People like Han Shuang who are obviously hostile still have to be watched. Huang Yi was slightly distressed. His control over the consciousness space is not perfect enough. He can only move freely. If he can unlock the permission to give others the action in the future, that will be a perfect hiding. For now, not necessarily a bad thing. At least if you encounter someone who is difficult to deal with, you can pull him into the consciousness space and starve him to death. But it's not clear how many levels of extraordinary people can be pulled in. Just as Huang Yi was thinking, dissatisfied voices came from outside the store. Good boy. I dare not stop for a moment, I came all the way to pick you up. I have searched everywhere at the school gate. So you are hiding here drinking milk tea. Chen Jiqing got out of the car and glared at Huang Yi angrily. Principal, you are here. Huang Yi stood up to greet him and smiled. Would you like a drink? He lay down as soon as he came here and forgot to tell the principal. It was indeed his fault. Chen Jiqing came to the counter. Give me a glass of lemonade too with more ice. Huang Yi took out 3 yuan of federal currency sensibly. This one is on me. Chen Jiqing nodded with satisfaction. You are sensible. My painstaking efforts are not in vain. In order to remind you to come back, I was scolded by the city lord. I also sought great benefits for you. It is still a unique treatment among the 18 cities, but he didn't say it. What is your status, and you still want to ask for credit from the younger generation? It seems so cheap. Principal Chen squinted at Huang Yi, his eyes gradually becoming dissatisfied, but you really didn't ask. Is this reasonable? The two sat in the milk tea shop, each with their own thoughts, looking at each other in silence. After the morning subject exam was over, they took a car together and entered the campus. During this period, you'd better not go anywhere. Just stay in school honestly. It's very dangerous outside now. In the back seat, Chen Jiqing spoke earnestly. Why? Huang Yi asked curiously, but he also had the answer in his heart. His letter should have been delivered to the top. From morning to noon, this time is enough for the security court to confirm the strange believers hiding in the underground garage of the ruins of the rioters. Just listen to me. Chen Jiqing didn't say much, and he was worried. Arriving at the dormitory area, Huang Yi waved goodbye and got off the car. He also saw that many candidates filed out of the classrooms. Some people were in high spirits and talked about the test questions with others. Some people were dejected and blamed themselves. Most of them were calm, relieved after having endured a battle. If I were a level 70 weirdo, I would choose to hold the advancement ceremony during the college entrance examination. The weather was hot and the leaves were yellow. Huang Yi was in the hot wind, but his body and mind were cold. Afterwards, he returned to the dormitory in silence. Huang Yi returned to the dormitory and just lay down not long ago. Then I heard my roommate's surprised voice. Ouch, Huang Yi. Why are you back? I thought you were going to be cool during this period. What time has it been? Still lying down. Get up and let us take advantage of your luck. The classmates gathered around Huang Yi, enjoying themselves. Nothing, just come back and stay for a few days. Looking at your status, it seems that you did pretty well in the exam. Huang Yi also smiled happily when he saw his roommates laughing and playing around. That's not true. I am very confident and got all the multiple choice questions right. I will give you high marks for this history of the development of gods. You guys are so good at pretending, don't you take me as a scumbag in your eyes. There was chatting and laughing in the dormitory, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. But the afternoon subjects also made many people frown. Hurry up and go to bed. We'll finish the CAF in the afternoon. Still pretending, can the top student leave a way for the poor student to survive? I, an unawakened person, didn't say anything, I just did it and that's it. Yeah, I'll be satisfied if I get a high school diploma. My family arranged a factory for me. Niyubai, I have to call you the screw-twisting master from now on. Soon. The roommates washed up and went to bed. Be mentally prepared for the exam. Huang Yi looked at the energetic classmates and smiled warmly. Then he lay down again and covered his stomach with a thin sheet. It's better to sleep here. Huang Yi closed his eyes comfortably. He didn't sleep all night last night and was already exhausted. When your head hits the pillow, you fall into a deep sleep. In the past few days, the college entrance examination has been going on smoothly. Countless candidates are troubled by the complexity of exam questions. Completely unaware of the coming storm, Huang Yi is also always paying attention to the developments in various places. But Contract City is a peaceful and prosperous scene, and even the ruins of my hometown are peaceful and peaceful. This made Huang Yi quite anxious. Waiting is the hardest part. He really wanted to find his sister's whereabouts as soon as possible and reunite his family. He also believed that his sister would be released during the advancement ceremony. Huang Yi learned from Han Shuang the key points of promotion to level 70 Hell. In the strange realm, the more strange things appear, the stronger the feedback to the main body will be. My sister's strength is the mainstay. It is impossible not to release it as a backup energy source, and those imprisoned weirdos also have this plan. Can speed up the ascent of hell. Although he had destroyed a prison point, thinking about it, it was impossible to have only this preparation. Predictable. There will definitely be situations where ordinary people are forced to believe in weird things, and it has to be cultivated over many years. Give resources to accelerate improvement. When the time comes, they will be slaughtered like piglets. You can even recruit contractors and join the cult group. The prerequisite is to control ghosts and raise ghosts. Like the man in the vest. The final result will be to become the nourishment of hell. Huang Yi. This incident reminded him of bad memories. His father had done the same thing to his family. The only difference is that he believes in destruction. Although my mother and sister had reborn a second life, they stayed with me. I also acquiesced to this result. But now, the old things reappeared, making it difficult for him to calm down. It was like a wound that had healed for many years had been reopened. In my impression, what my father believed in, it shouldn't be the evil god. This is also a question Huang Yi has been thinking about recently. What good would it do him if his whole family believed in an evil god? Use the whole family as performance. Huang Yi couldn't figure it out. All he knew was that he had never seen him again since he was a freshman in high school. Huang Yi, who was depressed, occasionally left school for a walk. What is visible to the naked eye is that the security level of the entire city has increased linearly. The sheriff's court roamed the city without hesitation. Even the extraordinary contract master sergeants patrol with guns. Such tight security made countless people smell the danger. What happened recently? The college entrance examination doesn't require such a strong defensive force, right? Even the non-commissioned officers are patrolling with guns. Something's wrong. Is something going to happen? I asked my relative in the magistrate's court, and he asked me to stay at home as much as possible during this period and not go anywhere. My sergeant friend also responded the same way. When I asked him what happened, he refused to tell me. Do you want to leave the 18 cities to avoid the limelight? Panic quickly spread throughout the city, spread to all levels. Even parents of students who are worried about their children's college entrance examination scores feel that a storm is coming and are on tenterhooks all day long. The heavily guarded security does not bring people a sense of security. On the contrary, it makes most people nervous. Only the senior high school students who struggled with the exam questions had a dull sense of smell, didn't notice any changes in the outside world. Today is the third day of the college entrance examination. It's approaching noon. All the students were excitedly waiting for the end of the last geography paper. Principal Chen, what attribute do you think is better for my first pet? Outside the cafeteria, dark clouds were gathering. Huang Yi made a meal and sat in the Looking at the message sent last night, I still haven't received a reply. Huang Yi had no expression on his face, put the functional phone aside, and ate in silence. During this time, the principal is often away from school. It was difficult for Huang Yi to get a timely reply to the probing messages he sent out as a question. I think the situation is gradually escalating. If nothing else happens, the cultists should take action. Even a level 65 contract master has his energy restrained. Huang Yi drank egg drop soup calmly. It should still be in the brewing stage now. He doesn't think level 70 is weird and will act rashly, be the first target. At the end of the day, it's still not chaotic enough. He shook his head. Although the whole city is heavily guarded, but it only takes one spark to ignite panic throughout the city. Until then, it's time to take action yourself. Jingle bell. Huang Yi finished lunch when the school bell rang. He watched the students pour out. His face was full of excitement of relief. The exam is finally over. I'm free. Almost freshman. I actually got the last big question right, awesome. Hahaha, see you at KTV tonight. Although I failed in the exam, I haven't awakened yet. I'm a college student. The 3-day college entrance examination. Every student who walked out of the examination room also looked relaxed. Huang Yi watched silently for a while, then turned and walked towards Class 2, Grade 3. His classroom was not used as an exam room. Everything is arranged as usual. The head teacher Liu Feng also sent him a message. Let him come to the class to hold the last class meeting after the college entrance examination. Huang Yi had just walked into Class 2 of Senior 3. But he saw. Hello, Teacher Liu. Huang Yi said politely. It's you, how have you been recently? Liu Feng, the head teacher, asked cheerfully. He looked in a good mood. The number of unawakened students in the class he led was in the single digit. It met the target and was not impossible to explain. It was so relaxing that I was a little uncomfortable. Huang Yi replied. There was a double entendre in his words that only he knew. It seems that you are destined to be a hard worker. The head teacher laughed dumbly. You sit down first, they will come later. Huang Yi returned to his seat and sat down. He didn't know what to do for a while. At this moment, a notification sounded in his pocket. He picked up his phone and looked at it, but he was refreshed. Principal Chen, who had disappeared for a whole day, finally replied. Since the direction of multiple pets has been decided. Plus, the contract master's body is fragile. The attributes of the first pet are naturally better in healing or defense. Only by being alive can there be a future. I do have a few good lists of contracted beasts here, but it's not convenient now. I'll talk to you in detail when I get back. Looking at the message, Huang Yi narrowed his eye. What he really wanted was not the direction of the pet, but to get information from the conversation. The first thing he wanted to know was what was going on over there. Okay, Principal. Then I'll go home and wait for your news. Huang Yi pretended to be ignorant, as if he didn't know about the crisis that was brewing, but as soon as the message was sent, the phone call came over. Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you to stay in school and not go anywhere? You're going home. It seemed that he was irritated by Huang Yi's naivety. Huang Yi listened to the scolding, but his mentality did not fluctuate at all. Instead, he said in a tangled tone, But my home is over there. I don't go back, I have nowhere to live. The tone on the other side became more urgent. The voice was much louder. Why can't I explain it to you clearly? The rioters are in ruins and they are going to be in chaos. Just stay in Contract City. You can live in a hotel or wander the streets. You are not allowed to come back during this period. Chen Jiqing hung up the phone in annoyance. It seems that he was very angry. Mr. Chen, report the news from the front line. In Contract City, the commercial operation of all subway stations has been stopped. Only supplies are provided for wartime transportation. Chen Jiqing is in the city center subway station, responsible for the coordination and safety of this area. At this time, a subordinate came forward to report nervously. What's the matter? Principal Chen looked serious. There are new developments in the riot ruins. It has been observed that the crowd is gathering at an unusual speed. Listening to the news from the front line, Chen Jiqing's pupils widened. What's the reason? Underground casinos, open warehouses, and release food. The subordinate spoke in a deep voice. Chen Jiqing's face was terribly gloomy. How is it handled over there? People have been sent to suppress and disperse them, but tell me, there are other places where people are gathering. The subordinate's expression was panicked. There are currently 5 locations in the riot ruins, and a large number of people are gathering. Based on their route, there is a high probability that they will gather together. The number of people is probably more than 20,000. According to nothing was said. He was responsible for the area around the downtown subway station and could not leave his post without permission. Someone would naturally take care of the riot ruins. If it was Lai Hongyi, how would he deal with it? Principal Chen fell into deep thought and was upset. In the past few days, smoke of war has been everywhere, and abnormalities have appeared everywhere, making people feel uneasy. This disaster is not easy to get through. It seems that something happened in the ruins of the rioters. Class 2, Grade 3. Huang Yi held the hung-up mobile phone, his eyes condensed. He tried to find out the exact news from this brief conversation. He couldn't calm down. Although pretending to be stupid, he lost some goodwill more or less. He got the impression of not listening to advice, but for such important news, it didn't hurt at all. Who called you? On the podium, the head teacher Liu Feng asked Curie. Where is Principal Chen? Huang Yi did not hide it. Then he thinks highly of you. Liu Feng was quite envious. Now the city is under high pressure, even on such an important day as the college entrance examination. He did not come back to take charge, but he communicated with this student on the phone. The treatment was so good that he envied it. Huang Yi hesitated and asked, Teacher, is the subway station still running? Liu Feng shook his head. The news said yesterday that the entire subway line stopped running. The reason is a system failure. But you just listen to this, it must be a big thing that happened. What did the principal say to you on the phone? Huang Yi said truthfully. He asked me not to go home for the time being. Liu Feng nodded. Then you listened to Mr. Chen. Outside the corridor, noisy fu. The two looked in the direction of the sound, seeing many classmates coming one after another. They have officially finished the college entrance examination and are now free. Their faces are full of ease. Hello, teacher. Commissioner Huang, you are here too. Aren't you recommended for admission? You are here too. Now the whole class is here. It's the last class meeting, I'm a little reluctant to leave. The students who returned triumphantly talked about it. They also returned to their seats. They looked excited and eager to try. I heard from your roommate that you are in the dormitory. When I returned to the classroom, I was wondering if you would come to the class meeting. I didn't expect you to come. The desk mate, the study committee member, was also surprised. He put his arm around Huang Yi's shoulders and chatted with interest. How did you do in the exam? Huang Yi asked casually. It's just so-so. I think I can get into the top 10 Beastmaster University. The desk mate looked proud. Great. Huang Yi nodded in appreciation. At this time, the head teacher Liu Feng opened his hands. He suppressed everyone's discussion. With a festive face, first of all, congratulations to all the students for a successful start. Only 3 things will be announced in this class meeting. First, no tearing of books. The students smiled knowingly when they heard this. The combo after graduation was predicted by the head teacher. Second, a photographer has been arranged, and we can take graduation photos now. Liu Feng looked around, his eyes relieved. Third, The remaining class fees have been booked for the graduation banquet. All students, please be sure to attend. As soon as the voice fell, the whole class cheered excitedly. The study committee member put his arm around Huang Yi's shoulders and challenged him to get drunk. Huang Yi's. But he did not respond to his deskmate's enthusiasm, and he was worried. The ruins of the rioters. The rail car was transporting armed personnel. The handsome young man Lai Hongyi was also on this train. A golden-red bird stood on his shoulder, looking arrogant and aloof. Soon, the subway stopped. Lai Hongyi got off the station and looked back at the non-commissioned officers who were filing out behind him. He said seriously, "I will lead the team this time. My mission is very simple. If you meet a supernatural person and don't surrender, kill him." The non-commissioned officers were fearless and murderous. "Yes, Class 2, Grade 3, it took 10 minutes. I took several sets of graduation photos. I have to go back to the dormitory to pack my luggage and leave school tomorrow at the latest." "Huang Yi, aren't you going back to the dormitory?" His roommate saw him walking. He also asked in shock, "My luggage has already been packed. I have something to do now and I have to go out." Huang Yi responded calmly, but he was thinking about the ruins of the chaos in his heart, but the roommates looked disappointed. "It seems that everything is going to be different today." "Okay. The graduation banquet tonight, remember the location, right?" the roommate reminded. Huang Yi's expression was calm. He paused for a second, then smiled. "I'll try my best to get there." "What are you talking about?" "Must be there." The roommate was dissatisfied and came up to punch Huang Yi. "There's nothing I can do about it. I've given him a recommendation. There are too many things to do." Huang Yi prevaricated. "Why didn't I notice before that you were pretending like this? I know you've got a recommendation, so there's no need to keep saying it. If you can't come, send a message to Lao Lai. You have his number, right?" Huang Yi nodded. "Add it now." "Old Lai's name is Lai Tianqi, but he failed to awaken. I was invited to drink in the dormitory. He also said some unpleasant things." Facing Huang Yi, he was also a little embarrassed. "Really not coming?" Lai Tianqi mustered up the courage to break the ice and speak. "It's hard to say." Huang Yi shook his head, added his contact information, and turned around and left in a hurry. Sure enough, growth happens in an instant. I was quite happy at first, but now I feel inexplicably sad. We really graduated. The roommates looked at Huang Yi's back with a sense of loss. "Master, go to the south gate." Walking out of the school gate, Huang Yi hailed a tea. "Even if the cost is very expensive, we can only bite the bullet and sit there. It is more than 30 kilometers from the school to the Chengnan subway station. If we go to the south gate, it will be 50 kilometers away." "Not going." But as soon as Huang Yi sat in the back seat, the driver shook his head. "Why?" Huang Yi frowned. He was so anxious that his tone was harsh. "It's under control over there, and there are troops everywhere. I don't want to get into trouble." The driver spoke straightforwardly. "Even the Chengnan subway station, the rail car leading to my hometown, is heavily guarded. This is not good in Contract City. You can't do anything casually. Violence is not the only way to solve problems." Huang Yi exhaled heavily and could only get out of the car, watching the taxi drive away puffing out exhaust gas. "I'm trapped in the city," Huang Yi laughed to himself. He walked into narrow alleys and took detours where there were no cameras. Finally got to a place less visited. "I saw an abandoned factory and walked inside." Putting on a black sweatshirt, a mask, and a cap, he returned to the street. It's not easy to do things as a student. But cultists don't have so many scruples. He took out a handful of thumbtacks from his consciousness space, tuck it into the long pocket of the sweatshirt. Even if the city is under strict control, he still has to find a way out. Although the action is risky, he cannot be trapped in the city for the sake of his sister. Looking up at the sky, it is dark. If it rains now, we can hide our whereabouts better. He frowned and walked back to the street. Although the information Han Xuan gave him said that it was very possible for level 70 weird to advance in Contract City. Huang Yi himself thinks so. But that's just a guess, no. Coupled with the information he provided, the support coming from the main city will definitely be able to deal with the weirdness easily. Under this threat, it was the right choice to give up holding the ceremony in the 18 cities. If you say, accidents in rioters' ruins, are you trying to attract support from the main city? Can the strong men in the 18 cities stop the level 70 weird thing? Huang Yi was upset. Faced with a choice between two options, he also felt in Ta. After all, anywhere is possible. Tossing a coin gives him no control over the desired outcome, but for now, the possibility of chaos and ruins is greater. Huang Yi actually had no choice. All he can do is enter the game, even if he knows it is bait. I can't bet. If I can't find my sister this time, I'm afraid there won't be such a chance next time. Huang Yi clarified his thoughts. He also let out a heavy breath. With his eyes calm again, he stopped a pee. You want to die. Didn't you see the car? How dare you stop my car? Mom, I bought insurance. If I hadn't been in a good mood, I wouldn't have killed you. The female driver stuck her head out, wearing a sun hat and a scowl on her face. She is dressed luxuriously, has a plump figure, and a beautiful face. She looks very moist at ordinary times. Then I'll give you a chance. Huang Yi's calm voice sounded like a provocation to the female driver's ears. You're looking for death, right? I can afford to pay for it. The female driver of the luxury car blushed and immediately stepped on the accelerator. 1 meter away, you can reach it in the blink of an eye. The hard front of the car hit Huang Yi's abdomen, but the sight of the female driver lying down did not appear. She was prepared. Even if it was more serious, she would only have to pay for the hospitalization. But what surprised her was that Huang Yi was indifferent. He even walked towards her. Give me the car, we're even. Aren't you a scammer? The female driver of the luxury car was dumbfounded. She saw the other party open the car door. She just realized what happened. Damn, you are robbing. She was terrified and wanted to scream, but what came towards her was a dull, heavy punch. She rolled her eyes and fainted completely. Bang! The next second, her figure appeared in the consciousness space. She fell into the first coffin that was eaten and rotten by insects. She was face down, so she couldn't see anything. I just want the car, not my life. Huang Yi sat in the driver's seat, and after a simple exploration, he also understood it. Although he didn't have a driver's license, he had driven many cars in the ruins of the rioters. When the matter was over, he would naturally give her freedom. Mr. Lai, we have already controlled the scene. The extraordinary people who resisted have been shot. The ruins of the rioters outside the casino. Thousands of people surrounded by guns. A commander replied firmly. Lai Hongyi frowned slightly when he heard this. I always feel that this Mr. Lai sounds weird, making me seem like a minor character, but he was too lazy to correct it. Just nodded. Walked towards the road where the crowd separated. Chiji the Golden Rat. The proudly raised neck seemed to reveal a sense of disdain. Are you the boss? Lai Hongyi came to the stall with a gentle smile. It's me. The scarred man, with muscles all over his body, but he knelt on the ground tremblingly at this moment. He didn't dare to raise his head. Open the warehouse and release the grain. Just give this little. Lai Hongyi looked at the hundreds of bags of rice. Then he scooped up a handful and let the rice grains slip through his fingers. I'm just a commoner, that's all I have. The sturdy man knelt on the ground with a flattering smile. I can only do good deeds within my ability. The rioters are in ruins and poor, I just hope they can have a full meal. Lai Hongyi nodded with a smile, acknowledged the underlying aggression in his words. With just one sentence, he opened the boundary between himself and the people. There seemed to be two opposing camps. If you forcefully stop it, you will inevitably be resented. Good deeds, Lai Hongyi sneered. Actually, I also like to do it. The scarred man's eyes trembled. He seemed to hear some ill intentions. A bad premonition arose in my heart. Your business is good. Lai Hongyi glanced at his underground casino. The decoration is luxurious and fancy. It's just not very aesthetically pleasing. How about I make the decision for you? Donate all your belongings. The people will also remember your kindness. I can also get a good reputation for robbing the rich and giving to the poor. What do you think? As soon as the words came out, there was also a commotion among the nervous people around. They all swallowed their saliva. If the house of this well-known gambling den owner could be ransacked, a little benefit would slip through his fingers. These ordinary people can also stay full for several days. The fearful look in his eyes instantly turned into anticipation and enthusiasm. Sir, you must not do this. When the scarred man heard this, he wanted to stand up in horror, but the sergeant behind him pressed his shoulder. Unable to move, his expression was panicked. These are the things I have worked hard for many years. It's all hard-earned money. We can't leave. It will chill many entrepreneurs. Lai Hongyi's face was slightly cold. I no longer let him pretend to be pitiful. A few days ago, a notice should have been issued that no crowd gatherings of any kind are allowed. The contract army neglected its duty and didn't notify you. Seeing the shock on the big man's face, Lai Hongyi also lost interest. In the face of great strength, it's best to put away your cleverness. After you die, it won't be hard anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the sergeant suddenly understood. Dragging the big man into the underground casino, the villain realizes his mistake. Repent, villain. All money can be donated to the people. Don't kill me. The pleas for mercy were hysterical, but with the sound of a gunshot, all the discordant sounds disappeared. People, please don't panic. I am Lai Hongyi from the main contract city. This man burned, killed, looted, and committed adultery. The evidence is conclusive. The execution will be carried out on the spot to show the iron law of punishment in Contract City. Lai Hongyi turned around and gently reassured the people. Contract City will not take a grain of rice from these people's fat and people's anointing. It will be distributed to everyone so that they can survive hunger. Before he finished speaking, the whole audience burst into excited cheers. The crowd was excited and beaming with joy. The true god of contract. Great good man. Can these really be divided? Then we can get through this summer. I want to believe in the contract. Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Lai Hongyi just pressed her hands. The contract is eternal. Just keep this friendship in your heart. After I get the money and food, I have only one condition. You just go back to your homes. In recent days, we should not gather for no. Remember to pay attention to the news channel. Lai Hongyi said a few words. Let all the people's enthusiasm be extinguished immediately. Even before he received the money and food, he was already worried that he would be robbed. My heart was filled with tension and distrust. Looking at their changing expressions, Lai Hongyi knew that she had conveyed the message well. He just waved his hand. Open the warehouse, inspect and accept and release the grain. As soon as the words came out, the sergeant rushed into the underground casino. Put all ill-gotten gains to the test. Then, fair and reasonable distribution will be carried out according to the people at the scene. Naturally, these matters do not require Lai Hongyi's supervision. There was no joy in his heart. Some are just helpless. These people could have been doing fine. By believing in the contract, you can control power and live a prosperous life. You can even get full assistance from the main city and become a new contract city branch in the future. But if he doesn't make any changes, he just wants to eat and die. Seamlessly penetrated by cultists. That's what you deserve. No one can help. Where is the next illegal gathering place? Lai Hongyi withdrew her gaze. Ask the deputy. To the southwest. The person who opened the warehouse to store grain was a fruit vendor. Our troops are rushing to the scene. It doesn't take long to control the population. The deputy replied respectfully. Okay, you continue to control. After the food distribution is completed, the masses will be driven away. Don't stay long. After Lai Hongyi finished her instructions, she put her hands on her back and walked towards the cloud-shrouded street. Master Lai, where are you going? The deputy asked nervously. Don't worry about me, I will act alone. The enemy is hiding, then I will hide. Lai Hongyi's tone was brisk. The golden-red birds on the shoulders even let out disdainful cries in unison, attracting Lai Hongyi's affection. He teased Juniao's chin feathers with his fingers. If they can't find my whereabouts, they don't dare to act rashly. Gigi. The bird narrowed its eyes in comfort and chirped with enjoyment. 18 Cities, South Gate. Arrive. Huang Yi slowed down the car and saw a heavily armed sergeant from a distance. Their breath is sharp, and their resoluteness is written all over their bodies. Huang Yi calmly withdrew his gaze. He turned the steering wheel and drove away from their sight. Those non-commissioned officers are all extraordinary. The level is between 20 and 30. Through military training and weapons and equipment, a team of 30 people can hunt down level 40 extraordinary people through cooperation. If it were just an ordinary team of extraordinary people without military training, it would be difficult for a team of 30 people to solve a level 40 extraordinary person. The identity of the prey will change again. The extraordinary military has always been the backbone of major cities. Relying on stragglers alone has never been able to withstand the raids of cultists. There is a threatening atmosphere at the South Gate. The specific level cannot be determined, but better than me. Huang Yi felt heavy in his heart. Leave silently. I was at a loss for a moment. Mr. Ning. That car wants to get closer to the south gate, but it seems that he wants to leave again. Should we come forward for questioning? On the south city wall has a huge loft. A woman came to the tea table and reported. The man sipping tea is named Ning Yankai. In his 40s, he is a level 62 contractor. In his early years, he came here from the main contract city to start a business and ran an electric power company. Relying on its strong strength and the name of a private enterprise, it occupies half of the power supply market in the 18 cities. But after eating such a big official cake, if something big happens, naturally you can't. Are you leaving? Ning Yankai picked up the cup, blew on the hot air and asked without raising his head. It looks like he's gone, the secretary said respectfully. Then leave it alone. Ning Yankai took a sip and said nonchalantly, the whole city has been sealed. If he were an enemy, he would be more anxious than me. If you're just passing by, then it's enough for me to ensure that it's safe and sound here. The secretary nodded and left without further interruption. That's almost it. Huang Yi stepped on the brakes and applied the handbrake. The off-road vehicle parked in the shelter of the house. His eyes gradually became firmer. Time waits for no one. He couldn't wait until dark before leaving quietly. The only option is to break in by force. Bang! Slammed the car door. Huang Yi looked at this big guy with a little bit of reluctance. This thing has strong power and a solid chassis, making it extremely suitable for driving in the ruins of. It would be really inconvenient to give up. Can you also put it into the conscious space? Huang Yi frowned slightly. As soon as I had this idea, I reached out and tried it. The next second, he felt a splitting headache. It was as if the nerves were twitching. Facial spasms. After a minute or two, I finally got used to the vague headache, drenched in sweat. But the only thing that could comfort Huang Yi was that the off-road vehicle really disappeared before his eyes. Close your eyes and look inside, and you will see the desolate cemetery in your mind. Stable and firm, strong and solid. A big guy over 2 tons. This should be the limit of what I can bear. Huang Yi swallowed. He bent over and held his knees, panting. He seemed to realize that if he continued to stuff people in, I'm afraid I'll have a lasting nervous breakdown. Affect physical health. The experiment was quite successful, if you can gain more access to the consciousness space. I'm afraid that cramming it into a room in your brain is not just a dream. Huang Yi got used to it. It's also rejuvenating. Looking at the south gate in the distance, my heart gradually became heavy. It's time to break in. Is there really no need to cross-examine? The off-road vehicle from earlier was acting suspiciously. The company commander also frowned slightly when he heard what the secretary said. This is what Mr. Ning meant. The female secretary had no right to explain, so she could only smile apologetically. I see. The commander nodded and said no more. This operation was special, and the superiors required that they follow Ning Yankai's command in the general Dura. Since you can relax, there will be less trouble. Just make sure there are no problems on your side. Who? From ahead, there was a sudden shout, attracting the eyes of both the commander and the female secretary. Stop! Hold your head and lie down, get checked. The patrol post raised a steel gun with a cold look in his eyes, but the man in the sweatshirt and mask didn't care, and his pace suddenly accelerated, bringing up a cloud of dust. This scene made many people's hearts tremble. Attention, it's an enemy attack. In an instant, a strong warning came. The entire company was affected. I'll go to the front line to take command. Go tell Mr. Ning. There are extraordinary people who force their way through. The company commander looked serious and rushed to the team immediately. Good. The secretary's heart was in her throat. He nodded in response and walked quickly to the attic of the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. Behind him, there was rapid gunfire. The smell of gunpowder smoke filled the air above the South City gate. The female secretary quickened her pace and looked panicked, although she didn't know why the city was closed. But the higher-ups actually sent their own boss to personally guard a city gate. This kind of defensive strength is already at the top of the 18 cities, even in the luxury villa area. You can't buy such a terrifying security force, but what happened now made her terrified. I never thought that an accident. In her mind, even a cultist shouldn't be so irrational. Escaped? In the army, a tacit understanding formed a fire front. Dozens of guns hiding behind bunkers fired at the intruders, but dozens of bullets were fired, but they all missed. They found that they couldn't keep up with the man's pace. This moment, the sergeant's eyes widened. My heart is extremely heavy. Such a situation has never been encountered before. Even level 40 extraordinary beings will be and such a situation can occur. It can only show that the enemy is stronger than imagined. Cheer up, everyone. The intruder must be at least level 50, and he's also a superhuman with a powerful physique. What you have to do is not kill him, but contain it. Leave him to Mr. Ning. The company commander's eyes became solemn as soon as he arrived at the front line. Be aware of the other person's difficulty. The offensive tactics were immediately adjusted. He knew very well where the strength of the army lay. A platoon is composed of 30 people. They are all composed of non-commissioned officers of more than 20 levels, and they are able to contain level 40 extraordinary beings twice their level. But if you want to kill, you have to pay a very heavy price. And a company of 120 people can theoretically defeat a level 50 extraordinary, but the reality is extremely skinny. There will be no level 50s. In the army, there will be internal exercises, and the enemy will basically choose to defeat them one by one. Under such circumstances, the company will only die collectively and return defeated. The only advantage is that it can carry out encounters in narrow passages with extremely strong suppression. Therefore, the army's firepower is fierce. But in the extraordinary world, most of them can only play defensive and offensive roles. Dispersed assault is completely a weakness. Everyone, concentrate fire to suppress. Don't let him near the city gate. Looking at the masked man approaching more and more, the commander also had a serious face and solemnly ordered. There was still fear in his pupils. That man's speed was simply unbelievable. Like a motorcycle with full horsepower. A faint afterimage can still be seen. He held the pistol at his waist, his eyes like an eagle, staring at the opponent's whereabouts. The commander knew very well. This terrifying extreme speed can only burst out briefly and cannot be sustained at all. Just hang in there. Use up the opponent's speed advantage. This can create a safe environment for Mr. Ning, who is stationed at the south gate, to fight against the enemy. This is also their real mission to defend the city. Mr. Ning. The female secretary walked quickly to the attic, only to see Ning Yankai standing on the balcony, looking at the firepower point in the distance. I see. Ning Yankai held the tea, but the heat was gone. I don't know how long he has been watching here. What's going on with the enemy? You actually dare to cause trouble. The female secretary brought the teapot and stood aside with lingering fear. Path of destruction. Grade, Ning Yankai pondered, pour the cold tea at your feet. The secretary had quick eyesight and immediately poured the precious hot tea again, making a purring sound. It should be level 60. The advancement ceremony has not been performed. Ning Yankai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a sip, but it was tasteless. The female secretary trembled. The teapot seemed to become extremely heavy at a certain moment. She almost couldn't hold it steady. She didn't expect that someone would actually break through, and it was a cultist of level 60. Then what should we do? The female secretary was slightly panicked. She had forgotten the calm quality that a professional secretary should have. Her body was controlled by primitive fear. She was just a transcendent of more than 10 levels. She had never seen such a scene. Actually, I don't know. Ning Yankai smiled dumbly. This was his truth. A few days ago, as a level 62 contract master, he naturally attended Lai Hongyi's meeting. At that time, Lai Hongyi vowed, the 70-level Hell advancement ceremony will most likely be Hell. But what happened today was beyond everyone's expectations. There was an illegal gathering in the ruins of the rioters, with a total number of more than 20,000 people, which met the promotion conditions for Hell. This kind of situation forced Lai Hongyi to come out and suppress it, but in the current situation, there is a level 60 destruction who wants to break through. Is this to provide support? Or do you want to confuse the audience and cause danger in the city? Or do you want to damage the gate in front of me and let the enemy attack from the outside? Which one is true? Ning Yankai placed the teacup on the railing. He sighed helplessly and couldn't see clearly at all. No matter which possibility it was, it gave him a headache. On the surface, his strength was stronger. The opponent was still level 60 who had not held the advancement ceremony, so he had no exclusive skills. Naturally, he could suppress the opponent. With good luck, he might be able to take him down. But the biggest weakness of the contract master is that the body is too fragile. Once the destruction path gets close to him, he can't escape at all. Ning Yankai is a businessman. This time he agreed to guard the city, just to give the city lord a face. It is also to escort his own power company and send a letter of surrender. He has power, wealth, and strength, so he is even more unwilling to take risks. He even cherishes his life more than anyone else. He doesn't really have the motivation to fight with the desperate lunatics. What if he breaks in? The secretary stared at the figure approaching the city gate in horror. The sound of gunfire continued. Her heart was beating fast. Since the cult wants to break through this barrier, there will naturally be follow-up actions. Report to the city lord first, Ning Yankai said. After seeing the female secretary leave, his brows became more solemn. That figure has broken through the army's defense line and is heading towards the city gate. Alas, why bother? Ning Yankai sighed again. At this moment, he can no longer escape. He has to choose to confront head-on. Contract City, South Gate. The sergeants were behind the bunkers, and there were bursts of gunfire. But the figure in sight was unusually ghostly. Even the predicted advance shots were easily avoided. Like a slippery loach, it was impossible to catch it no matter what. This scene was beyond their expectations. What level is this? Why can't I hit it? The enemy is definitely more than level 40. This is not someone we can stop. Why would there be cultists who want to break into the south gate? The sergeants were surprised and under great pressure. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, several light spots passed through the hail of bullets, accurately hit the bodies of the sergeants. They looked down and saw that they were sharp thumbtacks. The power was so great that it could pierce bulletproof vests, and in the expansion of gravity, it was like a heavy punch, which immediately made them fall to the ground with serious injuries and blurred consciousness. Don't retreat. Continue to consume the enemy's extraordinary power. Create favorable conditions for Mr. Ning. The company commander looked solemn and shouted. As the leader, he knew the mission of the sergeants very well. They are both elite and consumables. They need to contain the real output force to a certain extent, lay the foundation for victory. After several sergeants fell to the ground, several more stepped forward to replace them. The firepower was swift. It seemed to cover the open space in front of them. The wounded were dragged away for treatment. Be careful. The cultists are approaching. The masked man moved forward in a snake-like posture, leaving a trail of afterimages. The triggers of the sergeants were like welded. They held them down and dared not let go. The barrels were hot and red, but the bullets still made them exhausted, tinnitus and dizziness. But this was not the most desperate. When the cultist jumped high from the bunker, he directly broke through the line of the sergeants. At this moment, the guns lost their deterrent power. If they fired again, it would not only be difficult to cause damage to the enemy, but it would be easier to kill teammates by mistake. The crowd panicked, and the cultist was even more vulnerable. One punch and one palm, and they completely lost their fighting power. Swish! Just as the masked man rushed into the team of dozens of people, a bright lightning. It struck the crowd from the sky, bringing a terrifying electric current. Huang Yi reacted very quickly. He immediately withdrew from the encirclement, leaving behind two sergeants who were burned by electricity. Retreat, the company commander immediately issued. Let the sergeants retreat to a safe distance. Their consumption mission has been completed. Continuing to stay on the front line will only increase unnecessary casualties. As soon as the voice fell, the sergeants evacuated the front line in an organized manner, just looked solemnly at the man standing alone under the city gate. Level 62 contracted beast. Huang Yi's eyes were full of solemnity. He raised his head and saw a huge gecko lying on the city wall. It was 3 meters long and as big as a crocodile, but there was no scale armor on its body, but wet and sticky mucus. There were 2 tentacles on the lips of the contracted beast, and the electric current flickered. It was a great threat. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been dead or disabled. The city wall was 10 meters high, thick and simple. The gecko climbed on it. It stared at Huang Yi with a cold look. Huang Yi just glanced at it and then cast his sight. On the balcony there stood a gentle middle-aged man full of the aura of a superior. Presumably, he was the contract master who controlled the level 62 beast pet. Boom! The city wall was too high, vertical 90 degrees. He had no flying ability and could not jump up at all, but the defense at the city gate was weak. Huang Yi was very decisive and rushed straight to the city gate. There was a door over there that led directly to the attic. Stop him, Ningya. He didn't expect Huang Yi to have a clear purpose and actually come directly to him. He immediately ordered the electric gecko to block the entrance of the passage. Without saying anything, the gecko spit out terrifying electric current. It was directly irrigated at the entrance of the stairs. It didn't give the opponent a chance to attack at all. Will it hit? Ning Yankai's face was nervous. If the opponent didn't have time to react and rushed directly into the narrow passage, he would be hit by the terrifying high-voltage current. The victory or defeat would be decided directly. He raised his neck and looked eagerly. Contracted beasts have different focuses. His electric gecko is naturally friendly to electricity. The soul beads Ning Yankai equipped for it are also all related to lightning. The advantage is that the skills are swift and violent, and the victory or defeat can be decided in a short time. But the disadvantage is that it is not durable enough. It is easy to be caught in the gap. There is no self-protection ability. Once approached, the contract master is likely to die. This is also the reason why he is unwilling to come here to guard. But for the sake of business, he has to make certain compromises. Keep pouring. The cultist rushed into the corridor, and the current suddenly poured, and then no sound was heard. Ning Yankai did not dare to gamble. After issuing the order again, his expression was also nervous. He hoped to defeat the enemy with one blow. The electric gecko did not hesitate and activated the level 60 skill again. The damage from the explosion poured into the corridors. White light flashes. Crazy jumps on the stairwell. Although the output is very high, the consumption of animal pets is also really terrifying. After the electrifying gecko sprayed out the third stream of electricity, its aura quickly weakened. His eyelids became heavy and he looked listless. There's no sound yet, it should be stable. Ning Yankai came from the railing. Pick up the teacup. Relieve dry mouth caused by stress. Although the tea is cold, it has a unique flavor that makes me happy. Mr. Ning, careful. He didn't go upstairs. But the city gate was opened. But the next second, the company commander standing far away reminded him loudly. Ning Yankai was so frightened that some of his tea spilled out. He immediately walked towards the balcony facing outside the city. Shoot me. The company commander saw the enemy trying to flee. He ordered immediately. Previously, he stood downstairs and could see clearly. After the cultist broke into the corridor and saw the flash of light, he quickly evacuated. Then he suddenly changed his mind. He directly chose to lift the huge city gate bolt, Xuan. He reacted quickly. He immediately took out a pistol from his waist and shot at the enemy. Now it's a fixed target. On the contrary, it is an excellent opportunity to retain the enemy. In an instant, dozens of rifles flashed with light, falling like a violent storm. But the actions of the sergeants were still a step slower. All the bullets hit the thick city gate. The man in the mask had astonishing strength. He opened the huge city gate by himself and slipped out sideways through the crack in the door. In the attic, Ning Yankai holds the railing. He looked solemnly at a figure running into the wasteland from the 18th city. Goo goo goo. The lightning gecko came to him tiredly. The abdomen is bulging. It makes a roaring, purring sound. This voice was even more noticed by the masked man under the 10-meter city wall. Ning Yankai's heart trembled. Suddenly, he saw the man looking at him indifferently. Then, with a flick of his finger, Ning Yankai was immediately filled with panic. This move left a deep impression on him, far more powerful than bullets. Even body armor can be penetrated. Now that I saw him again, his expression suddenly became panicked and he crouched down without hesitation. But a few seconds. There was no sound of sharp objects in my ears. He looked slightly startled. Flick your fingers empty. Ning Yankai exhaled heavily. He frowned. I was both happy and ashamed at the same time, being tricked by the believers of destruction. Mr. Ning, do you want to chase me? By this time, the company commander had arrived at the attic. The face is serious. You can't catch him even if you chase him. Report it. Ning Yankai stood up from his squatting position. Outside the city gate, the figure has disappeared. After struggling for a few seconds, I decided to give up. Receive. The company commander had no objections, although the mission of guarding the city gate failed. But facing cultists who could threaten even level 62 contract masters, it was lucky to have few casualties. What are the casualties? Arriving at the medical unit, the commander felt solemn. 3 deaths. 22 seriously injured. The medical team replied. The commander nodded, his frown unbreakable. He came to the area where the dead were placed, but he was shocked to find that the bodies of the 3 people were charred and black. It was as if a huge electric current was burning through his whole body. He was impressed. When the cultist came into contact with the sergeant, Ning Yonkai's contracted beast saw the opportunity to attack, but it failed to hit the cultists and instead caused disaster to the nearby comrades. In other words, he didn't kill anyone. The commander looked shocked. I don't understand what the purpose of that cultist is. It was clear that the tiger had entered the flock and could severely damage Nancheng's defense, but he deliberately did not kill him. The only 3 deceased people were the people in charge from the 18 cities, but he has nothing to blame. These are all within the acceptable battle damage range. Being able to survive for most people is already the most ideal. The only regret left is not being able to return to the battlefield, but it's much better than expected. Who is that? The commander leaves the medical unit, sighed heavily. He always felt weird and confused. That man's actions were not intended to destroy him at all, more like having a clear goal. He was forced to leave the 18 cities even by force. Outside the city gate, high mountains. There are overgrown weeds beside the dirt road. That steel city gate seam. Huang Yi is quite familiar with this wasteland. Follow the direction. Heading towards the ruins of the chaos. The 2 human gathering places are hundreds of kilometers apart in a straight line. The subway is the fastest means of transportation. Now that it is banned, the only option is to travel through the wasteland. Luckily, the car wasn't abandoned. Stay away from the city gate, and there are no pursuers coming. Huang Yi summoned the vehicle from the consciousness space. Fortunately, it started and left. At this time, the pain in my body came like a tide. It made him frown. Dodging bullets is actually not easy. Requires extreme concentration as well as speed. These are all improvements brought about by the exclusive skills of level 20 madmen, but it's also extremely taxing on the body. The sequelae caused him to have convulsions all over his body and make him dizzy. Just holding the steering wheel becomes powerless. After more than 10 minutes, the feeling of drunk driving gradually subsided. The entire journey was silent. The off-road vehicle rolled over gravel and raced along the dirt road in the mountains. But it hasn't all been smooth sailing. In the mountains and fields, there are monsters crying, issuing urgent warning sounds. Huang Yi glanced sideways, but I saw many stone monkeys floating in the forest. They have green faces, fangs, and brown skin. The arms are extremely long, and the extraordinary power echoed in the mountains and forests. They gathered one after another, as if they wanted to tear the steel behemoth that had broken into their territory into pieces. PFFT, the next second. A thumbtack shoots out of the car window. With the combination of level 10 weak point destruction and level 50 gravity control, the nails can be hit quickly and accurately. Immediately, the stone monkey that had screamed earlier was pierced through the head and fell. The group of monkeys that had just gathered retreated in terror like a tide. Huang Yi withdrew his indifferent gaze. He stepped on the accelerator and continued towards the ruins of the rioters, over the mountains. The field of vision suddenly widens. In front of me, there were many ruins. The road is also a cracked and disrepaired cement road. It can be seen from this. Many years ago, there was a bustling city here. But at this moment, it was dilapidated, and the house was like sand and stone, breaking at the touch of a touch. Looking at the ruins showing the prosperity of the ancient city, Huang Yi has always been confused. Why didn't any city in the past use city walls? There is no extraordinary antiquity. It's kind of hard to imagine. Huang Yi gathered his mind. Ruins of rioters living far away from the crowd. Only 50 kilometers left. He stepped on the accelerator blow. Ruins of rioters, facing the lake to the west. The surface of the lake ripples, reflecting the dark and gloomy sky. Under the willow tree, there was a thin old man sitting. He held the bamboo pole in his hand and stared at the lake attentively. Mr. Yi, all 5 of our gathering points have been driven away. There is only one person coming from the main city to support us, named Lai Hongyi. I have checked his identity. He is a level 71 contractor and is truly the number one among the younger generation. In the alley behind, several people came hurriedly and reported with panic expressions. These words made the old man look back in shock. Level 71. Then how can we play? Listening to his irritable words, several subordinates lowered their heads nervously and did not dare to answer. The old man's white eyebrows were furrowed and he looked worried. Okay, I get it. It's getting late, let's do it. The more chaos the better. After pondering, the old man drove them away impatiently. Yes, several people responded respectfully and immediately left the narrow alley, with murderous intent on his face. Ouch! I'm already old, and I still want to fight against the number one leader of the younger generation. It's really going to kill me. Why is this advancement ceremony so complicated? Do you think? Level 70 contractor is the late stage of invincible. The thought of me having to face. The old man sat on the pony and talked to the lake. The next second, there was a ding-dong sound from the lake. The foam float suddenly sank into the lake. The old man looked surprised and immediately grabbed the bamboo pole. Ha ha, I'm hooked. After saying that, he pulled hard. He fished up a floating corpse that was white and slippery. The corpse was characterized as male, with surprisingly no facial features. Is this the only one? When the old man saw this, his expression was stunned. The lake seemed to respond to his dissatisfaction. The next moment, more ripples appeared on the water. More and more corpses emerged from the water. Also shameless. There is this food. You can give it a try. I'm such a bastard, I deserve to be deprived of happiness for the rest of my life. The old man threw away the bamboo pole, straightened up his stooped body, and patted his lower back helplessly. Then, he turned around and walked away. Hulala, behind him, the corpse in the lake seemed to come to life. They climbed ashore, with lake water flowing all over their bodies, and followed the old man silently and stiffly. Overhead, lightning and thunder rumbled. Huang Yi raised his head and found that it was raining heavily. It's raining. Huang Yi looked up at the sky. The rain fell quickly. He was slapping the car window hastily. It was as if the outside world was dangerous and he had to hide in the car. Almost there. The wiper waved its arm, as if rejecting the passion of the rain. The vision ahead was blurry. Huang Yi bumped towards the city in the distance. There, the houses are dilapidated, den. The dirt road became more and more bumpy, and there was water everywhere. Even the chassis of an off-road vehicle was shaken and creaked. What you see in front of you is the outer edge of the ruins of the rioters, when the vehicle breaks through the rain and fog. Huang Yi sensed something and raised his head in shock. That aura was ominous and evil. This made Huang Yi step on the accelerator, and he felt an extremely powerful and strange aura. They are gathering quickly in the central area. The ceremony has begun. Huang Yi's eyes were condensed. In the angry roar of off-road vehicles, what came to mind was my sister's timid look. Why is it raining today? A 6-story house. The old fisherman was standing on the roof of the building. Looking at the majestic heavy rain that formed a line between the sky and the earth, his tone was troubled. In this way, people are hiding at home. How to proceed with the plan? Okay. Since interest has been collected, then it's time for me to get to work. Dozens of white and tender men stood behind the old man. They all have no facial features. Almost the entire roof of the building was packed, and there were many people crowded into the corridors. The old man was so satisfied that he smiled without eyes or teeth. The next second, his expression was fervent, and he stretched his hands toward the sky. Facing the gloomy sky, swaggering wildly, it seems to be breaking up all the rainwater, emerging with his movements. A ray of cold green light gradually burst out from his rickety body, covered the entire building. Then it slowly spread throughout the neighborhood. The coverage is getting wider and wider. Honey, look what I brought back. In a leaky tiled house. A man, soaked to the skin, burst in happily. He was holding half a bag of rice, wheat, bread, and other grains. The rough face was full of excited smiles. Ah, where can there be so much food? When the wife saw this, she also put down the bucket to catch the leaking water from the roof. Surprised and nervous, he stepped forward to take it. Even if the food is soaked with water, she still enjoys it. It's divided, everyone has it. You don't know that several bosses in Wasteland have had their homes confiscated. Listen to your husband's explanation. The wife looked blank and asked hesitantly, "Does everyone have a share?" The man nodded sharply. "Yes, if you were here, then we could get 2 shares." These words made the woman feel disappointed. "I imagined that if I were there, I would be able to eat for several days with the food I got. The child in the belly is also nutritious." "Thanks a lot." She wiped the rain off the man's face distressedly. "It's not hard, I'm still sorry. If I ran fast, I might still have a share in the other people's houses being searched." The words just fell. A pale green light passed through the wall of his house. Both of them were slightly stunned. They were about to ask what happened. But to his horror, he discovered that blood and pus was flowing out of the other party's face. "What's wrong with you?" The man grabbed his wife's head in great horror. "I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes." "You're melting." The wife also noticed changes in the man. He saw that the other party's limbs were shrinking rapidly. Tan fluid oozes from the skin. It was as if the bones, blood, and internal organs were melting under the green light. I heard my husband's fearful voice. The woman also immediately looked at her belly. The belly that was originally slightly perky also quickly deflated at this moment. The child's miscarriage seeps out from its own pores. "My child. My child." The woman collapsed in pain and burst into tears. The scene in front of me is also quickly blurring. It was as if his eyeballs were melting at this moment. In the end, only 2 human skins were left on the ground. "Pa! Pa!" Soon, the human skin collapsed on the ground. "Get up from your leaky house." The two looked at each other in silence, although they maintained their original appearance. But the attitude is like a stranger. They pushed away the house and walked out of the rainy na. And in the rain, curtain shrouded in pale green light, more and more human skins gathered on the street. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people. He walked silently towards the 6-story house. "Don't you know how to pronounce this word? It's so difficult. Is it difficult to stop learning? How many times have I taught you, but you still can't remember it? But what if I learn it? From today on, you must believe in the contract. From now on, when you enter the city, you can keep up with the courses and won't stay in this miserable place all the time." "But Dad, I don't want to go to a big city. I want to stay with you in the wasteland." But the mother who responded to the childish words slapped her hard. "What nonsense are you talking about? What's your future in this place? Your father is dead. Learn, learn. If you don't learn, you won't be allowed to eat." Then, a green light completely turned the whole family into human skin. Such scenes occurred everywhere on Xingfu Street. Countless human skins under the rain curtain silently bowed to the old fisherman. "No, the number of people is still too scattered. With so few people, the commotion is not big enough." On the top, the old fisherman leaned on the wall and peeked at the street. But he frowned and sighed. This time, the intensified strange domain only turned 1,000 people into his strange slaves. How could he have the nerve to accept hundreds of supplements? He turned his head and looked at the group of fair men, then supported the fence and jumped down from the 6th floor. It was like a balloon, floating in the wind. It seemed to be looking for a new gathering place for people. Cry. Just then, a fire shot up to the sky. The rain curtain was set off red. A vigorous bird with fire all over its body attacked the floating old man. With a poke of its sharp beak, a big hole suddenly appeared in the old man's forehead. The next second, it was like a broken balloon. It deflated and flew around, and finally, it fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. It made a crisp sound. Not far from the old man, a young man slowly approached. He looked calm and satisfied. "You finally showed up." "Level 70, hell." Cry. The firebird hovered in the air. It made a proud cry. Then it landed on Lai Hongyi's shoulder. It was not big, just like an eagle. The feathers on its abdomen were golden, but the head and wings were bright red like blood. At this moment, the whole body was on fire, burning the rain and twisting it out of shape. It emitted billowing hot steam. It stared at the human skin on the ground with a gurgle. The next second, in Lai Hongyi's slightly frowning eyes, the old fisherman's broken and shriveled body quickly swelled up, as if it had absorbed enough water. The whole person stood up again. Only he knew that on the roof, a man without facial features quickly turned into water stains and melted in the rain. It also gave him a new life. Support from the main city. The old man's expression was gloomy. "This ability to revive does not belong to you." Lai Hongyi's face. Instantly saw that the other party was abnormal. The weird believers had 2 lives in total. Just now, the firebird struck fiercely, and if nothing unexpected happened, it should have killed it, making the old man an unconscious ghost. In this way, the people can be prevented from becoming victims of the advanced ceremony. But now, the other party is intact. This is also beyond Lai Hongyi's expectation. Haha, you are very strong. Your contracted beast is also very strong. But you are just a fish that I have hooked. The old man laughed hoarsely. More and more human-skinned slaves gathered towards the two. The bleak strange domain was isolated from the rain. The eerie white fog filled it. It blurred the figure of the old man. It seemed to hunt Lai Hongyi in the strange domain. Squeak, the sound of the car rubbing tires. It stopped quickly at the edge of the green light. Huang Yi put on a baseball cap and got out of the car, encircled by the wet and cold rain. Is this the strange domain? The breath is getting more and more terrifying. Even if you stand outside the strange domain, you can feel the strange breath that pierces the nerves. Huang Yi saw that it began to isolate the outside world from prying eyes and covered with thick fog. But he closed the car door without hesitation. His goal is not the 70th level hell. Huang Yi knows that he can't challenge across levels now, but there is still a good chance of finding his sister. He promised his mother that at least the whole family would be reunited. When he was in the contract city, he was ready for the adventure. Now that he has found his goal, he has no intention of retreating. Swish, a dark light appeared in Huang Yi's hand. Then, a wooden-handled iron shovel was tightly held in his hand. It was the black blood iron shovel in the consciousness. Just touching the blood clot can make people feel miserable. At this moment, in such a crisis, he no longer hides his clumsiness and uses it for the first time. The whole person's temperament exudes a terrifying breath that scares the rain. Wait for me. Huang Yi pulled up his hoodie. Holding the iron shovel, he resolutely walked into the strange domain. Ruins of chaos. A pale green light fell upside down in the middle area like a porcelain bowl. The mortals inside all oozed pus and blood and became empty human skins. Wandering through the foggy streets, only extraordinary people have the ability to isolate themselves from the invasion of the strange realm. But it is also extremely difficult for low-level transcendental beings. The mysterious realm will have an impact on the human body. Just standing in it keeps getting cut down. As soon as Huang Yi stepped into the strange realm, he felt something strange. His skin was itchy and slightly red, like an allergy, but he knew that this was the influence of the strange aura. If you wait too long, even your level 60 self will not be able to withstand the disease. We must find my sister as soon as possible. Then leave. After Huang Yi got used to it, he no longer hesitated. Shovel in hand, weaving through fog with extremely low visibility. His eyes were focused. I hope to find my sister as soon as possible. According to what Han Shuang said and his own information review, after repeated comparisons, he was sure that Han Shuang did not lie to him. There are indeed conditions for the advancement ritual of level 70 hell. Not only do they want to turn the people in the realm into slaves, the more weird things appear in it, the stronger it is, and the higher the feedback will be for the advanced hell. This is why they need so many weird things. Naturally, it is for a solid foundation. Now that the advancement ceremony was being held, Huang Yi was very sure that his sister must have been released. Where? Huang Yi's steps were quick, stepping on the water on the ground. His eyes became increasingly irritated. The scope of this strange realm is huge. There are at least 2 large shopping malls in scope, plus there are many houses. It is also extremely difficult to find the target quickly. Roar! Roar! Huang Yi no longer covered up. Explore from the periphery to the center and act more boldly. But it attracted the attention of the human skin wandering on the street, who staggered toward Huang Yi, as if desperately craving for fresh flesh. In the blink of an eye, several human skins rushed towards him. Huang Yi made a false grab with his right hand, and the gravity of the space in front of him suddenly increased dramatically. The mist became solid and motionless. The thin human skin was suppressed to the ground, making it difficult to move. Huang Yi's eyes were cold. He raised the shovel and plunged it in boldly, easily cut off the human skin directly at the neck, incredibly sharp. It seems that I still underestimated the evil power of the shovel. Huang Yi's face turned serious. Although he believed in the power of the bloody shovel, just touching it is painful enough, but still be cautious and use gravity to suppress it before harvesting. Now this kind of crispness like strands of hair has made Huang Yi realize something. It seems that there is a special attack on the strange path. Extraordinary power, use it sparingly. Huang Yi cut everyone's skin. Just now he withdrew his thoughtful gaze and continued on the road to find his sister. Come to a familiar street. Looking at the street sign for Ping and community, Huang Yi raised his head and looked towards the third floor. There is my hometown where I have my chai. But now that he has been exposed, his home is no longer safe. It has been moved and abandoned. There's movement. But Huang Yi's gaze was slightly enlarged. He clearly heard the sound of footsteps walking in the safe community. Huang Yi took a closer look and saw a vague figure walking through the corridor. There was some expectation in my heart. Huang Yi quickened his pace and passed through the heavy fog. Step into the dim corridor. The voice-activated light flickered slightly, bringing some light to the gray vision. Huang Yi's steps were heavy. There was no caution at all, according to his perception. The weirdness upstairs is over 30 levels. Where are the people? Arriving at the corridor that he walked through previously, Huang Yi looked around, but no trace of the dead soul was seen. On the corridor, the drainage outlet was blocked by fallen leaves, and water accumulated up to the soles of the shoes. Huang Yi's body was completely soaked. He held the shovel and sensed the strange place. I was shocked to find that its location was actually my home. Is it you? Huang Yi took a deep breath. Go to the rusty iron door. When he opened it, he saw water spreading into the house. I guess it was because the glass in my room was broken and was not repaired. He didn't care. Go into the living room. The refrigerator was soaked in water, and the egg liquid inside had turned black. He just glanced at it. Then he headed towards the bathroom. In his perception, that strange aura was hiding in it. Now, Huang Yezhai jumped half a beat faster. Although he hoped to be his sister, he felt that it would be too smooth. Squeak! Huang Yi calmed down. He frowned solemnly. I opened the bathroom door, but it was empty inside. Not here. Huang Yi's pupils trembled, but my scalp felt itchy. He immediately raised his head, but they saw a female corpse hanging. Her wet and caked hair fell on Huang Yi's head. The pupils are white. A wild smile spread across his lips. It seems that again, the food is delivered to your door. Bang! But the next second, the shovel swung. The female corpse was smashed from the ceiling, fell hard on the toilet tiles. The contact of the black blood on the shovel made the female ghost scream miserably. It seemed that the scream could shatter the soul. Who allowed you to enter my house? Are you polite? You all came in without saying hello. Do you think my house is a public toilet? Huang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. The shovel fell madly. The ghost screamed miserably, and every time she wanted to turn over to resist, she would be suppressed by the angry Huang Yi with gravity. He beat the female ghost into a meat paste. In the end, her soul flew away. Happiness Street. It is a two-way four-lane road. On both sides of the road, there are messy houses of different heights. The old man was panting. He and Lai Hongyi fought dozens of times. Every time he was at a disadvantage, his skin was damaged. At this moment, an imperceptible fear had risen in his turbid old eyes. I don't believe you can't kill him. Lai Hongyi was bathed in the cold rain, his eyes gloomy. Behind his head, the golden divine plate of the contract flashed brightly. Following that, another contracted beast up. The terrifying roar of the beast caused the rain and fog to flee. I was just sleeping. Why did you suddenly call me out? The contract wheel flashed with golden light, and a huge lion appeared beside Lai Hongyi. It was huge, standing on all fours, more than 1 person tall. Its golden hair was flowing, its muscles were prominent, and it was full of strength. And its skin was black and purple, with sparkling luster, as if covered with a layer of galaxy. As soon as it appeared, it complained to Lai Hongyi, but when it saw the weird believer in front of it, it also restrained its grievances and its eyes became more serious. Monster, star-devouring lion. Level 75. Major direction, group attack. Soul bead skills. Lai Hongyi laughed dumbly. There was a little accident. This weird is a bit special, it's not easy to kill. Squeak. Hearing Lai Hongyi's words, the bird on his shoulder also excited. As if to argue that as long as I give him time, I can definitely kill him. Monster beast, Yangyan eagle. Level 70. Major direction, single target extreme output. Soul bead skill. Roar. The star-eating lion exhaled hot air from its nose. It walked past Lai Hongyi and walked towards the old fisherman. The pupils that looked like stars with a breath of annihilation brought extremely terrifying oppression. The old man's face was gloomy. He had heard that the late-stage contract master was invincible. This time, he experienced this feeling of despair in person. A falcon, it was level 70. It had a strong breath, reasonable and thorough skills, all of which were powerful skills to kill the enemy. It suppressed him so much that he could only take the beating passively. Now, another beast pet appeared, with an extraordinary breath, even more than the falcon. Just being stared at, there was a shadow of death. The old man felt. Not only did he have to face the contract beasts that had evolved many times, but he also had to be outnumbered. He couldn't resist at all. Why don't you ask me why I know there is support? Why do you still want to hold the advancement ceremony? The old man looked solemn, looking at the approaching star-eating lion, and retreated cautiously. While revealing the news, he was also looking for an opportunity to escape. Lai Hongyi rubbed his smooth chin and thought, "Or, you continue to reveal it." The old man who was fishing grinned. No more words. After taking a deep breath, he felt that the time for delay was almost up, so he stopped hiding. The eyes became dead and numb. The next moment, countless human skins walked out of the street, staring coldly at Lai Hongyi and the two beast pets among them, but something more terrifying happened. After the old man performed the magic, Then, the appearance was restructured. In the end, it became the image of an old man with a hunched back. Lai Hongyi's eyes were stern. He noticed that he was surrounded by countless hunchbacked old men. Cry Yangyan Eagle's feathers stood up, suddenly alert. Trouble. The star-devouring lion also stopped. He looked around indifferently. The countless old men made it unable to tell which one was the real body, or rather, they were all the real bodies. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect it. In fact, I have already performed the advanced ceremony. At the same time, all the old men laughed heartily. The laughter was full of success. He received a lot of money for this move. The purpose was to contain the support of the main city. Now the purpose has been achieved. If Lai Hongyi is delayed again, there will be a subsequent balance. This makes him very proud. The green's strange domain seems to be even thicker. Fate, weird. Level 70, hell. Unique skill, incarnation. All the strange slaves in the strange domain will become their carriers. As long as the strange slaves are not eliminated, hell will not die. Effect, each incarnation can use skills from level 10 to 60. Restrictions, each skill can only be used once. Lai Hongyi was in a gloomy mood. In other words, his previous prediction was correct. The advancement ceremony was still held in the contract. This opening of the warehouse to release grain was just a reason to seduce himself to appear. The plan is not bad. Lai Hongyi nodded silently and commented, "The lives of the 18 cities will be destroyed, and your mission has failed. You still have the leisure to praise." Countless old men laughed at the same time, with great momentum. They believed that Lai Hongyi was pretending. "I came to the ruins of the rioters so simply. Do you really think I didn't make any arrangements?" Lai Hongyi suddenly smiled with red lips and white teeth, still calm and composed. "Aren't you here alone?" The old man in hell froze. "I am indeed the only support in the main city. When you opened the warehouse to release the grain, I saw that you were trying to lure me into the game. So I came." Lai Hongyi waved his right hand. The gold contract divine disc at the back of his head flashed again. Then, a huge thorny mountain turtle appeared beside him. It was stunned for a moment, and when it noticed the danger, it immediately retracted all its limbs. The skill was activated, and then an illusory and hard bone plate appeared around the body. He said in a simple and anxious voice, "Hongyi, hide in my turtle shell." The illusory turtle shell was covered with triangular barbs, which looked extremely hard. Monster, thorny mountain turtle. Level 65. Major direction, defensive meat shield. Soul bead skill. That's what I meant. Lai Hongyi nodded and smiled, walked into the protection of the illusory turtle shell. Cry, but the Yangyan eagle on his shoulder fluttered and took off, circled in the sky, as if unwilling to enter the turtle shell. "It's just being petty. Don't pay attention to it," Lai Hongyi explained. I think it was the old man who made Yangyan Eagle lose face in front of his companions. Then do you want to come in? The thorny mountain turtle greeted the star-devouring lion covered with stars and invited sincerely. Get lost. The star-devouring lion was also unceremoniously and ruthlessly rejected. The dissatisfied tone seemed to be humiliated. This made the thorny mountain turtle feel quite wronged. So, you still left your pet in the 18 cities. The old man saw this and reacted immediately. The wrinkled face was so gloomy that it was squeezed out of water. Isn't this obvious? Lai Hongyi's eyes were surprised. With many pets, one person can form an army, so he naturally has the confidence. If I don't join the game, then those who really want to advance, I don't know when they will hide. I have to travel during the summer vacation, so I don't have time to stay here all the time. Listening to the other party's understated words, the old man was furious. If this is true, then his mission cannot be considered completed. I'm afraid he won't even receive the balance. Die for me. As long as I take your head, I can also give an explanation. The old man stopped chatting. All the human skins were scattered. Don't give a chance to push. Then, various strange skills. Like a tsunami, they rushed towards Lai Hongyi, who was protected by the tortoise shell. Kill them all. Don't let any strange slave go. Lai Hongyi also lost interest in talking. The Yangyan eagle immediately started a brutal fight, shuttling through the streets like a meteor. Every time it appeared, it would take away an old man. Star-swallowing technique. And the star-swallowing lion was even more fierce. It squatted on the ground, roaring to the sky. A vortex quickly formed in the huge mouth. It sucked all the rain and fog into its mouth, finally turned into a dead black hole. All the old people were shocked. They felt an extremely strong suction force, which made them move slowly and walk with difficulty. They were even involuntarily sucked into the black hole, if they can't crack it. Even all the external incarnations will become targets. I also want to learn output skills. This scene made the thorny mountain turtle envious. Find me a suitable soul bead too. Looking at the pleading in its eyes, Lai Hongyi smiled dotingly. Wait until you are level 70, how about arranging a thorn armor for you? The thorny mountain turtle smiled happily. Okay, safe community. Huang Yi came out of his hometown with a shovel and locked the door. Unlucky. During this period, many people died at home. It made him quite dissatisfied. Even if no one lives there, not everyone can come in for a walk. The weird aura has become heavier. Standing in the corridor, Huang Yi looked at the oily green weird domain above his head, frowning slightly. It can be seen with the naked eye that the surrounding water mist is dyed with green light, becoming more and more blurred. The skin on his body is itchy and warning, as if telling Huang Yi that he can't stay here for long. What about my sister? Huang Yi's face is solemn. Now that he has finally found an advanced venue, he is unwilling to leave like this. I told you so. How could there be a strange breath traveling through my strange domain? It turns out there are still survivors. Just as Huang Yi was thinking, an old man walked out from the corner of the stairs. He was thin and frail, and was exactly the old man fishing. You are. Listening to the other party's words, Huang Yi was instantly alert, immediately analyzed the information in the other party's words. My heart sank. The strange domain is an exclusive skill of the 70th level hell. The effects are different but notoriously unpredictable. It makes strange believers extremely difficult to kill. Huang Yi changed his tone. Are you my leader? This made them malicious. He looked at Huang Yi cautiously. Who are you? I am from the cult. Huang Yi replied respectfully, and he waved his right hand lightly, and a good gravity rose around him, informed himself of the identity of the believer of destruction. The old man immediately had no doubts. This is indeed the gravity control of the path of destruction. But there was a hint of playfulness on his wrinkled face. Cult? That's just a general term for us. Huang Yi immediately added, Utopia. This is the information dug out from Han Shuang during the college entrance examination. Only middle level and above leaders are qualified to know the name of the organization. It not only represents the vision, but also the lofty goals of the organization. When the old man heard this, the hostility in his eyes decreased by a. He turned his hands behind his back and stood at the fence, looking lonely into the distance. There were thousands of me, in the battle zone with Lai Hongyi. The situation is not optimistic. How long have you been in the organization? 2 years. What's your name? Han Shuang. The old man looked at Huang Yi hesitantly. Looking at his serious expression, he nodded silently. It's a good name. Thank you for your appreciation, leader. Huang Yi immediately showed joy. But deep in those eyes, there was always indifference. He heard Han Shuang say it. The names of middle-level leaders will be recorded at the upper level. Contact is also limited to a single line. In the past, extraordinary power was used, but it was easy to be detected. Later, letters were used, but they would also be intercepted. Nowadays, most people use mobile phones to communicate, and there is no offline contact. Many middle-level people like Han Shuang have never. Not to mention the lowest-level subordinates. How about I give you a task? You said. Help me. The old man hesitated. I originally wanted to ask him to kill Lai Hongyi, but this matter is difficult for me to handle, let alone him. Now he has no one to help him. There is no need to die in vain. The old man looked at Huang Yi's serious eyes and continued. Help me do something. Go to the 18th city. Inform Lin Kaio that the advancement ceremony is cancelled. There is an ambush waiting for her to perform the ritual, if she hasn't started yet. Hearing this, Huang Yi's pupils trembled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the old man in shock. Deep in my heart, there was still anger at being deceived. He heard it. The ruins of chaos are a scam. Contain the support from the main city here. The real location of the ceremony was the location that Han Shuang noticed first. Even his sister was not in the ruins of the chaos at all. And then Lin Kaio is the hell where the advanced ceremony is really going to be performed. Are you surprised? The old man looked at Huang Yi with a smile. Huang Yi was startled by these words and suppressed his anger. He lowered his head humbly. I didn't expect that 18 cities would have a backup plan. Hee hee ha ha ha. The old man burst into laughter, leaned forward and close behind, as if thinking of something interesting. Huang Yi frowned slightly when he saw this, not knowing why. Nothing, I just think you are interesting. Go ahead, don't wait too long. Judging by the time, it's probably about to start over there. I hope you have time to deliver the message. The old man stopped smiling and his face gradually became serious. Despite such expectations, the situation is not optimistic. Just an eagle, a lion and a turtle were enough to kill his slaves without leaving any trace of their armor. He can only delay it as long as possible, and the advanced person cannot die, at least not in the hands of others. His eyes were full of malice and greed. Can't get through on the phone? Huang Yi asked, pretending to be stupid. When the old man heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, Lai Hongyi has distorted the signals here. It can't be passed on. My slave wants to escape, but that contracted beast is too terrifying. Flying fast and attacking fast. So far no slave has been able to escape. Then he looked at Huang Yi. Their target is me, they should look down on a small character like you. So you should be fine. Huang Yi nodded seriously. Then I'll go. He turned and left. What's urgent in my heart is my sister's whereabouts. Now it is officially confirmed that her location is in Contract City. There must be a mole in Contract City. Otherwise it would be impossible to send all the strange dead souls collected recently into the city. Huang Yi's head muttered to himself, full of heaviness. But before he took a few steps, he was shocked by the old man's next words. Tell me your real name. Huang Yi looked back and saw the old man's indifference. It seemed that he no longer had the intention of joking. My junior's name is Han Shuang. The elders always expected me to be a daughter, so they gave me such a feminine name. Huang Yi's tone was angry, as if he didn't want to speak. Facing level 70 weirdness, he knew he had no chance of winning. Good acting. The old man commented lightly, but that Han Shuang, as far as I know, is a girl. And I've been out of contact for several days. At the end of his words, he looked straight into Huang Yi's shocked eyes with a smile on his face and said, You should have done it. Huang Yi realized that he had been exposed. Instead, he regained his composure. His eyes were cold. The shovel in his hand was quietly clenched. He straightened up and prepared for a desperate fight. Ping and Kami. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, the old man looked at Huang Yi's determined eyes and sneered. Relax. Don't look at me with such fierce eyes. I'm not going to hold you accountable. Huang Yi didn't dare to relax, didn't believe what the other person said, Be prepared for a fight to the death. The wind and rain were swaying overhead, and the water mist was thick. Just like his heart, he was quite uneasy. The old man put his hands behind his back. He looked at Huang Yi with a smile and said in a kind voice, "I didn't lie to you. You have good strength and you have a path to destruction. There is no need to be suspicious of your identity. But as a straggler, it's a complete waste of your talent. You can come to my ideal country and seek a livelihood. At least it's more than enough to take Han Shuang's place." When Huang Yi heard this, his eyes were still wary, but there was a look of hesitation on that face. "You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. Think about it. The cutting-edge strength of my organization is far beyond your imagination." The old man invited gently. It's like a kind old man next door showing his love for the talented junior. Huang Yi thought for a moment and his eyebrows softened. He nodded silently, expressed an approachable attitude, but in his heart he didn't believe it at all. If you seek skin from a tiger, you will only die. The hesitation he showed was just telling the other party that he could be won over. There will be no direct conflict. The level 70 hell put too much pressure on Huang Yi. "I can join, but I want to find a revenant." Looking back at the other party's surprised expression, Huang Yi explained, "She is my sister. She was taken away due to the need for senior officials to hold an advancement ceremony. My appearance this time is actually to find my family." The asked, "What level is your sister?" "Level 37. Huang Yi replied. Han Shuang had reminded him. Sister Huang Roying swallowed meat and upgraded quickly. It only took a few days to upgrade from level 35 to level 37. He was noticed by senior officials and was forcibly taken away. During this time, I don't know if I was force-fed. Thinking of this, Huang Yi felt anxious. Then I can make the decision. Give your family back to you. After which, level 37 is not weak, and it is also a good meal for the hell of advanced rituals. But if it can be exchanged for the allegiance of the believers of destruction who control gravity, this business is profitable." Hearing this, Huang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The joy between his eyebrows expressed his willingness to join. Only then was he willing to tell the other party his name. "My name is Pan Sen." The old man was quite satisfied. "I remember you." Huang Yi did. He took out his cell phone generously and said, "Add contact information. I heard that supervisors can communicate directly with leaders." The old man's eyes stagnated and he examined Huang Yi. "No need for the moment, I will contact you." Huang Yi looked slightly startled. "Then how do I prove my identity?" "That hell is holding a ceremony in Contract City. I'm afraid you won't believe me if you come from unknown sources." These words made the old man hes. Then he told his number truthfully. He reminded, "If you are fine, don't contact me privately. I'm sensible." Huang Yi added a note, "No more chatting." He turned around and went downstairs, wanting to rush to the 18th city as soon as possible. Treacherous and slippery. Standing in the corridor on the 3rd floor, looking at the figure breaking into the rain and fog downstairs, the old man's eyes were cold. Quite dissatisfied. Although the other party was very cooperative, he still felt distrustful. If it weren't for this human skin, it wouldn't be the real body, and it wouldn't have level 70 strength. "I'm afraid I have already taken action and left it behind. Now he is in urgent need of slaves, and all the living people in the domain have been transformed. There are more than 1,000 people. But with this number, it is not enough to bring down Lai Hongyi." The old man's original intention was actually to turn Huang Yi into a slave. But after weighing it, I still think that keeping the other party is more useful than having another human skin. Ba ba ba, stepping on the rain that covered his steps, Huang Yi walked quickly in the mist, looking for the way back. That's weird and unbelievable. Huang Yi also didn't trust the old man. "I didn't do anything to myself, probably because it had some use value." I sense that his aura is not very strong. Not the original body. Or maybe you're injured. Huang Yi really wanted to take action at that time. Gravity is all brewing. If used in conjunction with a shovel, the opponent may be injured. Once the black blood on the shovel takes effect, it can even continue to control the opponent. But the strange path is too unpredictable. The risk of gambling was too great, so Huang Yi endured it. The deal terms are now reached. Although he is not interested in cult groups, but Huang Yi didn't mind the opportunity to pry out more information. "You can try to make contact. If the task is easy, maybe you can participate." Huang Yi could see clearly. The more information you have, the more chance you have of surviving. I had lived in the school before, and I didn't know many ways. I just increased my strength, but my experience was very shallow. Even in the hands of Panson, I almost fell. This suction. So strong. Huang Yi was in a heavy mood, looking at the terrifying, extraordinary power in the center of the battle. He could feel an inexplicable attraction. It was like a violent typhoon blowing towards him. Pushing him towards the center, Huang Yi pulled the wet mask. His breathing was a little difficult. He turned around and quickened his pace to leave. Along the way, there was no human skin blocking him, and Huang Yi walked very smoothly. But the next Huang Yi's footsteps suddenly paused. His mind was wrapped in a strong sense of crisis. This unreasonable fear made his scalp numb. Huang Yi suddenly looked up at the sky, but he saw a falcon covered with flames circling overhead. Cry! Yang Yanning keenly discovered Huang Yi on the ground. He screamed and turned around. His whole body was full of flames and he rushed towards Huang Yi. Looking at the fireball, Huang Yi felt the threat of death for the first time. His heart stopped. His nerves twitched for a moment. He froze in place as if he was stuck. I can't die here. The next moment, Huang Yi's expression was ferocious, a strong desire to survive. Let him break free from the king's deterrence of the 70-level monster. He clenched his teeth. A golden divine disc suddenly exploded behind him. The destruction totem representing the explosion of the planet frantically mobilized the extraordinary surge of his whole body. Gathered in his hands. Get. Swinging the black blood iron shovel, he lifted it from the ground to the sky, smashed into the fireball fiercely. Bang! With a bang, the flames went out. The extraordinary powers of the two were both put to rest. Bang! A dull sound. The iron shovel and the Yangyan eagle collided firmly. Huang Yi's palm cracked, blood oozed from the thumb joint. His arms were numb. He couldn't hold the iron shovel steadily and dropped it to the ground. There was a clang. Huang Yi knelt down, splashing water on his knees. His breathing was disordered and heavy, his eyes rolled up violently, and his consciousness was in chaos. The desolate cemetery in his mind appeared in front of him from time to time. It seemed to indicate that Huang Yi's death was not far away. Sighing. The 70-level Yangyan eagle also screamed sharply. The whole body was knocked back. The consciousness was also blurred. Countless evil gods' whispers made it howl nonstop. It kept flapping its wings, but it was difficult to stabilize its posture. The embarrassed look seemed to be drowning in the air. Several feathers, flying and scattered, but it was wet by the heavy rain and fell in front of Huang Yi. Escape? After taking a breath, Huang Yi had only this thought in his mind. He knew very well that if he continued to stay, there would definitely be accidents. His strong desire to survive supported his knees. With blurred vision, he reached out to grab the shovel and sent it into his consciousness. He breathed a sigh of relief. This blood-stained shovel showed its horror for the first time. It actually allowed Huang Yi, who was level 60, to exert a power far beyond the normal. It blocked a level 70 monster with one blow. He was relieved and surprised, although his body and mind could only bear one attack. Then he fell into an abnormal faint, but such an item that could challenge across levels was simply unheard of. This reliance was too reassuring. He must not give up. Papa Huang Yi staggered. He just got up and fell into the water again. The cold rain wet the mask, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. But he didn't dare to take it off. He got up with a heavy breath, ignoring his own embarrassment. His heart was filled with the desire to escape. Kai. The Yangyan eagle fluttered and flew. It was difficult to maintain its shape in the air, slowly falling. The bean-sized brain was filled with extreme fear and pain. He screamed hoarsely. There are still believers of destruction here, Lai Hongyi's face. It changed for the first time. It became gloomy and solemn. He did not expect that someone could hurt the Yangyan eagle. Level 60, the fluctuation that just broke out. He really felt it. The highest stopped at this stage, and there was no fluctuation of the exclusive skills of the level 60 gravedigger. This means the other party did not hold an advanced ceremony. It will be a threat in the future. Spiky mountain turtle, follow me. Lai Hongyi's face was gloomy. He took a step forward, wanting to go and wipe it out and take back the Yangyan eagle by the way. Let it recover and recuperate in the beast control space. But soon, it was stopped by the Mr. Lai. Where are you going? The fishing old man was full of smiles. He was happy to see Lai Hongyi suffer a setback, but his heart was filled with surprise. It was extremely heavy. He also felt the confrontation in the distance. That level 70 monster, even his body could not resist it. The terrifying single damage, pierced through with one beak, attached with extremely terrifying flames burning. Now, it was actually blocked by that kid. Where did that person come from? The old man's mood fluctuated. This kind of talented believer of destruction, he had never heard of it before, although he could sense that the young man's breath quickly became weak after fighting back. But this real threat, it really existed. It was like a person of unknown origin, holding a homemade gun in his hand, with only one homemade bullet in the gun. Although the penetration is not strong, if you want to attack him, you must think twice. After all, the bodies of the strange believers and the contract believers are too fragile. If you suddenly encounter such a strong attack, you may really capsize. That kid. When I pointed out that his name is not Han Shuang, I am afraid he really wants to attack me. Dozens of old men surrounded Lai Hongyi's steps. His face gradually became solemn. Or rather, he is not called Pan Sen. The old man licked his wheat. In his heart, he didn't mind. It doesn't matter what his name is. He is a believer of destruction, so there is a common language. The stronger Huang Yi is, the greater his contribution to the organization. It's a good seedling. In the future, it may not be less than half of Lai Hongyi. Why did you suddenly gather together? Do you value that believer of destruction so much? Seeing this, Lai Hongyi suddenly sneered, listening to the message coming from afar again. The Yangyan eagle told him that there was nothing wrong, just a little drowsy. The supernatural power was also difficult to operate. The injury was not serious. Lai Hongyi was slightly relieved, not in a hurry. He knew very well that the real threat was the old man in hell in front of him. Previously, the positions were very scattered, and they were harassing and fainting. This limited the performance of the star-devouring lion with range damage. Now I went out to cover the destruction. They actually took the initiative to gather together. Naturally, we cannot let go of such a good opportunity. Since you exchanged the slave for him, he left. Then I will comply with your request. As you wish. Lai Hongyi's beautiful face was covered with frost. The tone is solemn. The star-swallowing lion roared immediately after hearing this. Contain the torrent of suction force cooperatively. Then, he stretched out his thick neck and boldly swallowed the black hole next to. Suddenly, a terrifying heat wave oozed out. Boom! The next second, the star-eating lion suddenly opened his mouth. I saw that the black hole it had swallowed before suddenly exploded in its mouth. The horrific aftermath shattered all the surrounding houses. Like tearing down a house made of sand, it is shattered and decayed. What was shattered with it were the hundreds of old men who surrounded it. Their faces were solemn, and they were not afraid of death. It hurts, it hurts. The black hole is shattering. Although the spiny mountain turtle is hiding behind the star-swallowing lion, but he was still shaken by the aftermath. The turtle shell vibrated and the body trembled. The extremely painful pain penetrated deep into the bone marrow, causing it to moan non-stop. One push, no loss. Lai Hongyi had a smile on her lips. He patted the spiny mountain turtle to comfort him. The strong wind penetrated through the cracks in the ground and violently blew his smooth shoulder-length hair. He took out a bunch of red rope from his trouser pocket. Tie your hair back in the shape of a wolf's tail. This wave of exchanges of chess and pieces can be said to be a big profit for Lai Hongyi, his true goal. From beginning to end, the old man was dealt with. Moreover, it was also very fast. Buzz! Boom, 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 boom. The car engine is starting. The trembling sound coming from the seat made Huang Yi feel physically and mentally uncomfortable. The next second, sudden nausea. He opened the car door and took the meal he had eaten in the cafeteria at noon today, vomited it all out. At the same time, he coughed up a lot of blood. My whole body was cold and my forehead was sweating. Can't die. After a moment of relief, Huang Yi wiped the corners of his mouth. He closed the car door tiredly, but I still have a split. It seemed like he would fall asleep at any moment. But he didn't dare to stay, so he stepped on the accelerator and returned to the 18th city the way he came. Within the body, transcendence emerges and wounds heal. This is an exclusive skill for level 30 Wu Tian and level 40 Wu Tian, passively providing him with a steady stream of kinetic energy. This time, I'm afraid we have to break in again. Huang Yi took a deep breath. He even felt that he would die. But if I am not present for the Hell Advancement ceremony, my sister will die. Huang Yi's vision was blurred. Looking at the front windshield soaked by the rain, it was so painful that I just wanted to laugh. It's better to choose one of the two. I die or my sister dies. Puff, he took out the thumbtack from his pocket, suddenly inserted into the thigh. Amid the splattering of blood, Huang Yi's expression was indifferent and his consciousness was much clearer, after taking a deep breath. Kick the accelerator and head back the way you came. To him, this is not a multiple-choice question at all. Huang Yi admits that he is not a person who values love and justice, but after experiencing the death of his family, he gritted his teeth and refused to face it again. The off-road vehicle drove over a deep pit, splashing water. Huang Yi suppressed the desire to faint, drive away. A few kilometers later, a rapid text message alert sounded in my pocket. Huang. But the ringing continued, as if all the goods were piled together. Then they all rushed towards Huang Yi. It simply cannot be ignored. He picked up his phone and looked at it. He saw more than 10 missed calls and more than 30 missed text messages. Huang Yi was stunned by the frequent bombardment of information. High school teacher Liu Feng, we are already at the hotel, where are you? Message sent, 2 hours ago. Aren't you coming to the graduation party? Message sent, 1.5 hours ago. Your roommate said you have something to deal with. Why have you been busy for so long? You don't even answer the phone. What's wrong with you? Message sent, 30 minutes ago. Huang Yi, something is wrong here. No matter where you are, don't come here yet. Message sent, 10 minutes ago. Huang Yi browsed the homeroom teacher's messages. My heart was clenched, realized that there is definitely danger going on over there. His face was solemn. Look at text messages from other people. Roommate Lai Tianqi, we are preparing to have a graduation party from the dormitory and they all hope you will come. Message sent, 3 hours ago. The food is so delicious. I didn't expect that we have a lot of class fees left. It's a pity that you didn't come, but don't worry, we will get your class fees back for you. Message sent, 30 minutes ago. Psychological committee, I am in urgent need of psychological treatment. It's so scary here, it's all weird. Message sent, 7 minutes ago. Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over. Message sent, 3 minutes ago. Huang Yi's pupils trembled. Shortness of breath. The feeling of suffocation, like a lack of oxygen, made his face look ugly. He gritted his teeth and refused to let his emotions show freely. But the functional machine in his hand creaked in his grasp. He didn't hesitate and dialed the phone immediately. Do. Huang Yi gave up hope. He just stepped on the accelerator and wanted to rush to the 18th city immediately. He knows it very well. Even if you cover your face and disguise yourself, there is absolutely no way he can escape the recognition of his classmates who live with him day and night. His identity of destroying believers will definitely be exposed. But if you can save them from danger, this price is nothing at all. In the past 3 years, they have cared for me and never excluded me. He also recommended himself to become a psychological committee member, won the title of outstanding class leader many times. Although Huang Yi doesn't care about but in the life of Shiba City, the most cherishable memory is those friendly classmates. Because of them, he lived in another city. This deal is worth it. Huang Yi's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He didn't expect that. The other end of the phone really answered the call. Lai Tianqi, where are you? Are you still at the Qiancheng Hotel? How many people are around you? How many people are still alive? Huang Yi asked loudly in an urgent voice. I wish I could express all the tension in my heart, but there was no sound on the other end of the phone. It was eerily quiet. Huang Yi felt chilled and his pupils trembled. Extreme uneasiness began to spread throughout his body. But the next second there was a reply. The eerie, unfamiliar man's laughter made Huang Yi's heart stop. Hehehe, he's dead. A lot of people died. It was delicious. The meat is so fresh and sweet. It's your turn next, okay? Hey. The whole person was so angry that his body convulsed. The limbs are stiff. He wasn't shouting at the top of his lungs. Just take a deep breath and try to adjust your emotions. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Huang Yi calmed down for half a minute, his eyes filled with despair. Good. Tell me your exact location. I'll let you eat. He didn't know where his sister was. Before the strange realm is formed, the weird will not gather. Looking for my sister in the 18 cities is like looking for a needle in a haystack, but the lives of classmates are already at stake. His tone was cold and emotionless. He spoke word by word. Who are you? An hour later, Happy Street. Many houses collapsed. The dust and smoke that had not spread yet were forced to the ground by the rain. The vision is clear and the body feels clammy. One person, one turtle and one lion, standing on the cracked asphalt road. Lai Hongyi Le. Breathing heavily. Stop hiding, I know you are not dead yet. Controlling 3 contracted beasts at the same time is also a huge burden for him. Weird believers are indeed unpredictable and difficult to kill. But fortunately, it's time to end. Boom in a collapsed concrete house. There was a dull sound of stones falling to the ground. A thin old man walked out of the house. His eyes were gloomy and his body was covered in blood. During this period of time, all his even the weird slaves were killed or injured, no longer able to maintain the operation of the weird domain. How about letting me go? The old man was also exhausted. He had no control over the situation. He just stared coldly at the gentle Lai Hongyi. No. Lai Hongyi shook her head. The wet wolf tail braid also swung. I won't kill you. I can't explain to the dead people. I have no face to see my father. Only by taking your life can I make up for my mistakes. Listening to the other party's calm and patient explanation, the old man's face twitched. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. He had no intention of fighting again. Did the Lion Lord tell you to leave? Before Lai Hongyi could speak, the sturdy lion, who was more than a man tall, spoke in a muffled voice. The tear. A huge suction force trapped the old man's body tightly. A panic appeared on his face. Cry. The fully recovered Yangyan eagle let out a suppressed and angry howl. The whole body controlled the fire. It turned into a rocket. It passed through the old man's fragile body. On this day, it suffered humiliation. Not only was it fooled by the old man, but it was also knocked unconscious by the cultists with a shovel. This was the biggest insult it thought in its life. As if to vent its anger, it shuttled madly, until the old man's bones were burned to ashes. Let's go. Lai Hongyi looked at it calmly. There was no joy on his face. He just calmly called the beast pet and left Xingfu Street. Swish the rain formed lines on the sky and the earth. It tirelessly beat against the inland lake. It seemed to be playing a piece of music that was not pleasant to the ear. There were countless ripples. Under the willow tree, a bamboo pole was placed. A few. The rain slowly subsided. The speed of the ripples became a little slower. The next second, there was a heavy splash on the lake. An old man in his 70s, biting the fishhook, fluttered up from the bottom of the lake. The turbid eyes were even more dead and cold. But the next second, fear was born. On the shore, Lai Hongyi was sitting on a small stool, holding a bamboo pole in his hand. He was looking at himself with a smile. I've been waiting for you for a few minutes. It's no secret that the weird believers have 2 lives, even if you have died once. I didn't say it, you can go. Suddenly, the lake surface shook. The fire produced a haze of mist. Lai Hongyi paid no attention to it, and his attention was all on the phone that had just been turned on. As you expected, the strange domain has erupted in many pedestrian streets in the 18 cities. The 4 contracted beasts you left are rushing to suppress it. This time, the 70-level hell is already trapped. Although the advancement ceremony has started, we will try our best to minimize the number of casualties. This time, I represent the people of the 18 cities and thank you for your support. Looking at the message sent by Wu Yang, the lord of the 18 city. Lai Hongyi just had a calm face. After a simple reply, he threw away the bamboo pole and got up to return. Okay. Ruins of chaos. The rain gradually stopped. After the wind and the remaining clouds, some broken afterglow was revealed. But the whole city seemed to be deserted, as if there were no living people. Is the fight finished outside? Would you like to go out and take a look? You don't want your life. Are we able to watch that kind of extraordinary person? You just got the remaining food, and you should stay in hiding until you finish eating it. Although I couldn't see it with my own eyes, it was thrilling. The terrifying sound shook the beams of the house. For the sake of the child's future development, send him to Contract City. Even if I go, I still have to go. The first and middle stages are very tough. It will be easier to find a job in the future. Okay, it's up to you. Everywhere, there was a faint sound of discussion. People were hiding in their houses, fearful. Fortunately, I took a lot of food and got through this period without any problems. No movement. Go out and see if there's anything you can miss. Go, don't forget to bring the knife. But there are also many young people who, when they confirm that there is no danger, pick up the knife and be brave and go out cautiously. Usually after a fight to the death, there will be missing loot, such as soul beads, extraordinary items, even functional machines, cash, etc. If you are lucky, you can make a fortune. Of course, there are also many people who want to find food. They know it too. Many people received food. This kind of opportunity for neighbors to collect grain is just the right time to rob their homes. If someone refuses to hand over the food, they don't mind asking someone to eat it with a knife. There will always be unfortunate families who fall into a pool of blood after the rain. Boom! A 6-story house collapsed during the fighting, leaving only ruins. Suddenly, several pairs of white and tender hands stretched out from the stones. They worked together to push away the wall pressing on them, stirring up dust and debris. Immediately afterwards, 7 men without facial features got up from the ground, look around cautiously. Puff! The next second, a fair and tender man's chest was torn apart. Countless viscous crystal liquid dripped down, at the same time. From the chest, a head with white hair poked out, peeking out cautiously. When he realized that the danger had really dissipated, he tore the fair man apart, came out of his body. Really dangerous. Luckily he's gone. The old man was in. He held his heart, which was heaving nervously. He sat down on the spot with lingering fear. When I think of the previous thrill, my mind is filled with fear. Do late contract masters really have no weaknesses? It can be attacked, defended, and has group explosions. How to kill this? The old man looked dejected. He was clearly the old fisherman who fought with Lai Hongyi. His name is Yi Weiman, and his subordinates respectfully call him Mr. Yi. He took a deep breath. But he looked back at the few white and tender men standing quietly behind him. I feel happy and very sad at the same time. Fortunately, this creature's surrogate function is powerful and has saved him many times. The sad thing is that he asked for this from the boss of the organization. It was originally intended to be used to improve cultivation. If one dies now, one will lose. The loss was so great that even he didn't expect it. Although I work for nothing, at least I am alive. Yi Weiman comforted himself. Now he has been dragging Lai Hongyi for more than an hour. You should be able to get the balance payment. I don't know what the boss thinks. For a hellish advancement. You actually made such a big mistake. Yi Weiman frowned. Incomprehensible. As long as we continue to operate the ruins of chaos, the ceremony can be successfully held in a subtle way. The current style of attacking Contract City is extremely high profile. The advancement of hell should also be a cover. It's really hard to figure out. Yi Weiman didn't bother to think anymore and stood up. He grabbed a fair and tender man and tore him apart, gobble it up. The other men didn't show any expressions. He just stood stiffly behind him, waiting for the moment when he became a tonic. An off-road vehicle, driving through the desolate and vast wasteland. Eventual. Huang Yi's face turned pale. Keep your foot on the accelerator. Ignoring the bumps in the car, I ran towards the south gate. I'm almost in town. Where are you? He held the feature phone that turned on the hands-free, both hands on the steering wheel. It's as calm as talking to an old friend. On the other end of the phone, obscene laughter came again. Hey, hey, hey. You came late, many people were eaten. I still want to eat. Huang Yi had already had a premonition. Even the amplitude of the heartbeat did not change, but his expression became even more indifferent. It took him an hour to drive the 100 kilometers. There was no hope of survival at all. With tired eyes, can you come and eat me? There was rampant laughter on the other end of the phone, but there was no reply. Even the location was not disclosed. Your mobile phone number has been suspended due to arrears. Please recharge before dialing. Soon. The function faux. After playing for more than an hour, the wear and tear was indeed too great. Huang Yi had no extra expression. I just glanced at the prompt and stuffed my phone into my conscious space. The rapidly rotating tires carried Huang Yi and quickly arrived at the south gate. He was ready for a tough fight, but the sight before him made him narrow his eyes slightly. In front of him, he saw the city gate broken and blood everywhere. It was as if someone had invaded from outside the city gate, and the bullets cut down the surrounding trees. But what surprised Huang Yi was that almost all of the lying corpses were sergeants and beasts wearing body armor. Looking at the open door, Huang Yi went straight in without stopping. Entering the 18 cities area, no defensive force was seen. The city was littered with limbs and arms, and the flames of war were raging. The sergeant was entangled with the corpses of many monsters, which shows that an extremely brutal battle took place. Invaded by a tide of beasts, who drove it away? Huang Yi frowned and thought, and quickly slowed down the car. But he saw many unclothed men standing on the avenue. Their skin was white and tender, and they had no facial features. Hearing the sound of the vehicle engine, he stiffened his body and turned his attention to Huang Yi. Bang! Huang Yi ignored them and accelerated again, running over these sparsely positioned men, leaving behind a large pool of viscous liquid. Those human figures were slightly familiar, but what he wanted to do most now was to rush to the future hotel as soon as possible. The 18 cities are too big to find out where my sister is, but he knew the location of his classmates very well. Only a killing spree can quell his rage. If given the chance, he would also kill level 70 hell. P.S. This is a transitional chapter, let's lay down some foreshadowing. If you like Bayazi, please give me a 5-star review. This is very important to the young author. Please tilde Shibasheng. There are no living people on the pedestrian street. The bodies of countless residents lie on the ground in all directions. The pupils that cannot close their eyes are full of fear and despair. The major stores are covered with. The tables and chairs are messy, as if they have experienced a looting. The occasional begging for mercy. It will also be quickly covered by the screams of pain. Then it disappears. At this moment, death has become the main color, covering the entire pedestrian street. Replacing the living, it is the walking dead. The strange dead souls are bloodthirsty. They have also lost all reason. They follow the smell of flesh and blood, full of hunger and thirst. The heavy steps on the floor tiles can splash sticky and sweet blood. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Don't cry, I beg you, future hotel. The shape is simple and exudes a solemn atmosphere. But now it was stained with blood, becoming solemn and eerie. In a utility room, Qin Feng, the study committee member, growled nervously. His eyes were full of tears, hiding the shock, covering the female classmate's mouth, desperately pleading. They are all dead, they are all dead. The teacher is dead too. The female classmate covered her face, in pain and unwilling to accept it. But the physical fear made her body tremble more violently, unable to stop crying and sobbing, as if she would faint at any time due to lack of oxygen. Tonight, it should have been a lively and joyous graduation banquet for Class 2 of Senior 3, but it became a weird feast. She saw with her own eyes that many classmates who had been together day and night were stripped alive. Blood and flesh were flowing all over the ground. Let the food that should have been fresh and delicious be covered with a layer of blood. It seemed that as long as she closed her eyes, the tragic wails of her classmates would pierce the darkness and appear in front of her out of thin air. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. At least we are still alive. Qin Feng comforted painfully. Looking at the pitiful posture of the female classmate, he was also very distressed. His limbs were slightly stiff, and then he gently hugged her fragile shoulders. He was also afraid, but he could only hold on, not letting the other party lose spiritual support. From childhood to adulthood, Qin Feng has lived on campus. Although he was a study committee member, he often heard the teacher talk about the horror of the cultists, but he always had a vague impression and no cons. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, in addition to fear, it was anger. The murderous intent was awe-inspiring, and there was hatred for his own weakness. There are more than 40 people in the class and we are the only ones left. Woo woo woo. Don't die before me. I'm afraid. Feeling the warm embrace, the female classmate's emotions suddenly collapsed, put her head on Qin Feng's chest, pleading in a low voice. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and wanted to agree to her request. But he didn't want his classmate to die in front of him again, just sniffed and kept silent. The next second, his heart trembled and he comforted with surprise. We are not the only ones. Huang Yi is still alive in our class. He is my desk mate and he is very thoughtful. He must be alive. The female classmate raised her tears in astonishment when she heard this, looking at Qin Feng's sincere and happy eyes, nodding slightly with a sense of loss. Then he silently pushed away Qin Feng's embrace, hugged his knees, and numbly looked at the little white shoes stained with blood. I know you like him. His calm temperament really makes many girls like him. Even I am willing to play with him. Qin Feng grinned to ease the embarrassment, but in his heart, an inexplicable loss arose. This girl's academic performance is average, and she is usually very transparent. It was only when she was about to graduate that she awakened. Qin Feng admitted that he had never liked the other party. Even if he saw her in class, he would not look at her twice. But under the fear of death, he could no longer tell whether it was a panic heartbeat or a new feeling. He also fell silent. In the dim utility room, waiting for the sheriff's rescue. Just then. In the narrow corridor outside the door, the crisp sound of leather shoes made a suffocating sound. The two people's hearts stopped suddenly. As if being tightly grasped by someone, the dull atmosphere was instantly filled with fear. Qin Feng looked at the wooden door of the utility room in horror. His body trembled and his blood heated up rapidly. Suddenly, he felt a cold touch, looking back, but he saw that the female classmate stopped sobbing. She held herself tightly with her small hands. The female classmate had a firm look in her eyes, as if she was not afraid of death. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and his face. He held the other person's hand tightly. His eyes were cast on the wooden door again, reaching out to grab the door handle, waiting with a snort. The number you dialed is out of service. Please recharge before calling. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is out of service. Please recharge before calling. In the corridor, a man in a suit and tie, holding a feature phone in his hand. He dialed it tirelessly, but the only response was a cold rejection. Heh, don't dare to answer my call. And he begged me to eat him. What a rubbish. Trash. Hey, the man's pupils were scarlet. Put one hand in your pocket. The gray suit was covered with blood that had long since solidified. It looks just past middle age, but its hair is already thinning. There was a flattering smile on his face, but there were pieces of meat between the blood-stained teeth, giving it a ferocious expression. Where are the customers? I will serve you with a smile. Don't complain to me, okay? Hedihe. I'm already making house calls. After Mobai, I will sweep the building and hand out leaflets. Looking at my hard work, boss, you can just deduct my performance, but don't fire me, okay? I must treat the company as my own. Ha ha ha. The man's maniacal laughter. It echoed harshly in the corridor. It had completely lost its mind and the corners of its grinning mouth. Destiny, weird. Resurrected. Level 66. Exclusive skills mixed into a unique killing pattern. Advantages: overdraft of life, unlimited use of extraordinary abilities. Defect: weak body. It takes steps. Leather shoes stepped on the tile floor, leaving bloody footprints. His eyes were scarlet and cold. Stare at the wooden door of the utility room at the end of the corridor. It was as if he knew the guinea pig and was hiding inside. Now, run. But the wooden door suddenly opened. I saw a boy dragging the girl's hand and running away towards the stairs. His steps were hasty and his voice was firm. During this period, the two of them passed through many broken bodies. A foul smell emanated from Tsuniko, but Qin Feng could only endure the physical discomfort. He led his classmates to run away in fear. He was panicking inside, eager to find a chance to escape. Hey. Suit looked at it with a silly smile. Watching them run towards the corridor. Heading towards the top floor, there was no intention of catching up. Customers are giving me positive feedback. Definitely a 5-star review. Hey. I will definitely get a promotion and a salary increase. The man in a suit has an intoxicating look on his face. After taking a few deep breaths, I followed him slowly, like a cat teasing a mouse. The fear, despair, and panic wafting out from Qin and Feng are exactly its. Makes it look happy. Thoughts are clear. Keep praising me. My performance will definitely satisfy you. Suit Y opened his scarlet pupils. The face is excited and expectant. It's as if I've just opened a big order just after joining the job. There was an exaggerated smile on his face. The steps are very quick, heading towards the customers on the top floor. A pair that does not drain the emotional value of the two of them, not willing to let them go. Escape. Escape to the roof. You can't die in its hands. Qin Feng looked ferocious. He firmly grasped the sweaty palm of his female classmate. There is only a desire for escape in my heart. Kaiancheng Hotel has 7 floors. Their steps were messy and they fled towards the roof of the building resolutely. Adrenaline surged, temporarily forgetting the senses of fear. luxuriously decorated staircase, hanging printed art paintings. The blood sprinkled on it can match the look of the celebrity's oil painting. It fell into the eyes, more like a sarcasm. Fourth floor, fifth floor, sixth floor. Soreness and swelling in legs and feet. Delay comes. They are all students who only study and do not exercise often. Soon I felt a deep tiredness. My legs felt as heavy as lead. But the sound of leather shoes downstairs is still following. They all know it. That one is the most vicious. Even the 39-level head teacher couldn't block a blow. Die directly in front of everyone, they have no choice. I can only head towards the 7th floor with all my strength. Call, classmate Yang's chest heaved even more. Due to the violent movement, the vision is blurred. She wanted to give up. All the pain and despair. It gave her thoughts of self-destruction. Maybe once and for all, that's the best result. But Qin Feng persisted. Holding her tightly, there was still a light left in her lifeless eyes. Let her swallow all her emotions. But very quickly, the accident happened again. When they arrived at the 7th floor, they saw the stairs leading to the roof. There was a female spy walking down slowly. The area around its neck was empty, with no human head in sight. But it's in the hands. But he grabbed a bunch of hair. There were many heads hanging from it, dripping with blood. Every step you take will drip blood. Qin Feng noticed it at a glance. The head of his classmate is in its hands. It freezes her fearful appearance during her lifetime. Bang! Bang! The female ghost walked stiffly downstairs. The heads in his hands collided slightly, and its own head is mixed in with it. They were staring at Qin Feng in silence. Ah! Classmate Yang burst into tears. As soon as he exclaimed, he covered his mouth with his hands. Don't want to be a burden to Qin Feng. Walk! Qin Feng was very decisive. Dragging her around, she discovered that it was a public toilet. It's a dead end. Let's go in. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes trembled. All hopes were shattered at this moment. He smiled sadly. The originally panicked heart calmed down. I follow you. The female classmate nodded. Control your emotions obediently. Really close to death. She is far braver and calmer than imagined. No shouts of despair. Have you ever been in the men's room? Holding classmate Yang's hand, Qin Feng seemed to have forgotten the danger and spoke teasingly. My dad carried me in when I was in kindergarten. Classmate Yang replied calmly. At this moment, she didn't even feel shy. Following Qin Feng, he pushed open the door of the men's room. Hey, look. After entering, there is a row of urinals. Qin Feng pointed to the glass window in front with a surprised smile. Classmate Yang looked at each other. But Qin Feng said with satisfaction, there should be no pain if you jump from the 7th floor. Classmate Yang understood. She calmly broke away from Qin Feng's hand. He twisted the window handle and pushed the glass window open. Then, a gust of cold and wet wind blew in. Blow away the smell of mothballs in the toilet. They looked at the dark night outside, which was covered with a faint layer of blood. At this moment, no one spoke. If a trick comes, I want to jump down. Hold classmate Yang's hand again. This time, classmate Yang did not break away, but stood calmly side by side with him. Clear eyes and sweet smile. I'll accompany you. The number you dialed is out of service. Please recharge before dialing. The man in the suit smiled crazily and walked to the 7th floor, but I saw the corridor ahead. There stood a female spy holding a female head. Hey, you want to grab an order, right? This is the client I'm targeting. Suit Gui put away his cell phone. His expression suddenly became cruel. Don't allow others to get their hands on your prey. Roar, the female spy felt the threat coming from behind her. Keep your feet steady. The head held in his hand suddenly looked back. A warning growl. Even though his level is lower, but it has long lost its reason, let alone fear. I want, eat, meat, imi. Each female head in its hand uttered a syllable. The voice became louder and louder. I want to expel the suit Gui. The weird sound echoed rapidly in the corridor. The figure in the suit trembled. That's a bad rule, fellow traveler. You can't steal my clients. Even if the boss comes, it won't work. Rarely, Suijui suppressed his smile. There was only seriousness and violence on his face. It walked towards the female ghost firmly, grabbed the opponent's head in his hand and finally, he picked up its body and threw it from the 7th floor without mercy. Eventually, it fell into a puddle of mud. Looking down from the corridor, it seemed like a bright blood flower bloomed. Very good. No one bothers us to discuss business anymore. After easily solving the female conspirator, there was a lot of sticky blood on its gray suit. It didn't care and straightened its collar very formally. Straighten the hem. Smooth out the wrinkles on your suit as you go. Only then did he smile with satisfaction. Walk towards the toilet. The customer is not satisfied. Not even laughing. The man in the suit approached, slightly disappointed. It could feel that the two people inside no longer provided food for fear. Some only have a bearish will to die. This situation makes it irritable and violent. Do. Just then. It's in the phone. There was a call. The man in the suit picked it up and saw a series of unfamiliar numbers. But no match. There are actually customers who take the initiative to consult. It still made him take it happily. Hey. Who is it? I can serve you. It smiled flatteringly. The voice was obscene and eerie, but soon its smile froze on its face. Those scarlet pupils were shocked to see a man walking towards the public toilet in front of him. The man was wearing a sweatshirt and was wet, wearing a cap and mask. There was also a rusty shovel in his hand. I saw the man walking to the men's room and closing the door gently. Then he turned around, staring at himself with eyes so tired that they were bloodshot. Huang Yi blocked the path forward of Suit Gui. Holding Han Shuang's function phone with one hand, he put it against his ear. The voice was hoarse and low, revealing naked murderous intent. I have arrived. Please, eat me. Huang Yi stood in front of the men's toilet. The dead eyes were also filled with forbearing cruelty. Please, eat me. His face twitched. After finishing speaking through gritted teeth, then she stuffed Han Shuang's cell phone into her pocket. The veins on the knuckles holding the shovel with a wooden handle were even more exposed, creaking. Hey. Huang Yi's appearance made Suit feel strange at the same time. The smile is getting more and more crazy. Ha. I'm interested in attracting customers. I'm going to place an order. It looked ecstatic. The limbs are even more excited and tense. There was an unreal feeling of embarrassment, as if he didn't expect that Huang Yi would really come. It looked so smug. It seemed that Huang Yi didn't take it to heart at all. Good. I'll place an order for you. Huang Yi holds a shovel in his right hand and a thumbtack in his left hand, resolutely walked towards the suit. The other party's crazy smile seemed to be mocking himself. It directly aroused his hatred. This moment. Instead, he turned the anger along the way into the purest murderous intention. I'll stake my life on it. As soon as he finished speaking, the level 20 madman's exclusive skill, Bloodlust, was launched brazenly. Huang Yi squeezed out the potential of his body. The figure suddenly sprang out like a cheetah, bringing with it the slightest trace of afterimage. Level 60 can last up to 6 minutes. Effect: at the expense of sanity, the comprehensive performance such as damage, speed, pain, and defense is improved. More than 10 meters away. Now, it also sensed the strong threat erupting from the opponent's body, make it hard to ignore. But what made it most uneasy was the fallen shovel head. It seems like it just needs to be hit. It will never be the same again. Kill me. Suit Gui saw that the shovel was about to fall on his head, but he shouted in a low voice, the moment Huang Yi heard it. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in my heart. Although his bloodthirsty skill made him irritable, and he lost. But he still maintained a lot of restraint. When he sensed danger, he subconsciously withdrew some of his strength. But the shovel was still firmly photographed, smashed on the Mediterranean with sparse suits. Bang! The shovel is thin and light, and the sound is crisp. But what shocked Huang Yi was that the one who fell on the ground was not the suit-wearing Gui. It was me who had a splitting headache. He held the shovel in pain. Clench your teeth tightly. He refused to let himself cry. But there was still blood seeping between the teeth. In the mouth, there is a fresh and sweet taste. Rebound. Huang Yi covered his head. That heavy blow made him unstable and confused. His first time. What comes to mind is this pattern of killing. But before he could find a way to crack it, the suit's pupils trembled. He held his head in his hands even more exaggeratedly than himself, kneeling on the ground, shouting at the top of his lungs. It hurts so much. What is this? Why do I feel bad? Ah, Suit Gui held his head and cried. Tears flowed freely, rolling on the ground and shouting regardless of image. It was as if he wanted to vent all the fear that pierced his mind. This scene. Let Huang Yi be relieved. Also, he can calmly analyze the situation. He was sure. The damage he dealt was returned to him intact. He is very aware of his own harm. if not for the last moment to withdraw strength. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand up in a moment. Even death by suicide is not impossible. Huang Yi silently endured the backlash. Drops of sweat blurred his eyes. Chest rises and falls rapidly, greedily sucking in oxygen. Don't let yourself fall down. He held the shovel, but his eyes moved downward. Looking at the black blood clots attached to the shovel head, he laughed happily with relief. I don't know what method YY used. But even if it can reflect the damage, it cannot erase the influence of black blood. Because of his great care, he was directly exposed to the erosion of the evil god. Huang Yi had deduced it long ago. The blood above is from at least level 90 and believes in the evil god. Or rather, from the apostles of God. Huang Yi's eyes gradually focused, while breathing heavily. I also recalled the night conversation with Principal Chen Zhiking. The other party said that there are. It is the highest person under the gods. The divine plate is even higher than gold. If this blood comes from the evil god's apostle, it is not difficult to explain that just touching black blood will cause terrifying mental pollution. But at this moment, deeper doubts. But it appeared on his face. Anyone who can hurt a divine envoy must also be a divine envoy. Now he was doubtful. Deep in the consciousness, the final destination is a certain divine messenger. In other words, too many puzzles. I won't be able to figure it out for a while. It's time to kill him. Huang Yi braced himself up. He raised the shovel weakly with both hands, but he was very cautious. He used the shovel head to pierce the opponent's skin first. The expected rebound did not come. There was no stinging feedback on Huang Yi's arm. This made him feel calm. His eyes were stern. He immediately raised the shovel and was about to hit it hard. But he saw in shock. At the end of the corridor, there stood a man in a suit. He was grinning at him. How could it be? Huang Yi's pupils shrank. His face twitched slightly under the mask. He was very sure. He was not seeing things. But the fact was that the suit ghost was standing in front of him unscathed. On his face, he still had that flattering and annoying smile. Huang Yi's heart was shocked. He looked down. When he saw the man who had replaced the suit ghost and fell to the ground, his eyes narrowed. He saw it with a heavy heart. That figure was a familiar person. That was Lai Tianqi, the roommate who had forced him to drink. When Huang Yi was still in the ruins of the riot, he had sent a message to remind himself not to come over. Now he was dying in front of him with his head in his arms. He. My reputation in the industry is not bad. Someone is willing to die for me. The suit-wearing ghost was carefully tidying up his suit. His smile was rampant, and he was looking at himself expectantly. No matter what, you must become my client today. Okay. Huang Yi put down the shovel he had raised high after hearing this. His heart sank. Destiny, weird. Revived. Level 66. Exclusive skills, mixed into a unique killing pattern. Advantage, overdraw life, can use extraordinary unlimitedly. Huang Yi knew it very well. All the weird bodies are very fragile, but such unpredictable abilities. Let Huang Yi have a taste of not knowing where to start. Even can't find a flaw. The resurrected weirdness, all the exclusive skills, will be mixed into a unique killing pattern. If you don't understand it in advance, it will become a guessing game. Unless you use the high level to crush. And at this moment, it is Huang Yi's level that is suppressed. What makes him grit his teeth even more is that his classmates have been killed by weirdness. But in this situation, it seems that he has killed his roommate with his own hands. This ability, it always teases his nerves and his eyes gradually become crazy. Okay. Qiancheng Hotel. In the men's room, Qin Feng and Yang Xingyu stood calmly in front of the window holding hands. The cool evening breeze blows. Silence. The two looked at the streets in the distance, and the neon lights turned on as expected. But on this pedestrian street, there were no lively people. All around was the light of fire reaching into the sky. This afternoon's graduation party was like a nightmare. They all hoped to wake up. You can also see the naughty and cheerful figures of the students, or sleep forever, meeting the dead in their dreams. The footsteps are approaching. Qin Feng's breathing became heavier. He squeezed Yang Xingyu's petite hand slightly. Speak softly. Yang Xingyu nodded gently and looked at the serious Qin Feng beside him with his clear eyes. He smiled and asked, Are you afraid? I was scared at first. Qin Feng answered truthfully, I'm much better now. Why? Yang Xingyu tilted his head. Qin Feng raised his hands with their fingers clasped together and said with a smile, You are not alone on the road to Huangquan. Yang Xingyu smiled foolishly. Qin Feng was fascinated by it, as if he had never seen her look so attentive. He lowered his head slightly and took a deep breath. Creak. Boom, the sound of the toilet door being closed hit their hearts. Qin Feng's face was determined, and he led her close to the window and took her legs out. Let's go. Yang Xingyu's eyes were gentle. Okay. With that said, the two of them stood on the window edge. As long as they tilted their bodies, they would fall to the 7th floor and turn into two bright flowers. Their faces were calm, as if they were not afraid. Compared to being tortured by Lai Wei, this way of death is actually the gentlest. But what surprised the two of them was that after the door was closed, the guy in the suit didn't walk in. There was silence for a long time, and there was a hint of confusion in the eyes of the two people. Didn't the trick come in? Qin Feng wondered if he heard wrongly. I also heard the sound of the door closing. The trap must have trapped us inside. Yang Xingyu confirmed his idea. It should be a trap. Qin Feng was very sure. Public toilets will have stone wall partitions. No one can see inside the toilet without being outside the door, so they didn't know whether Gui Jin came in or not. But at least they didn't hear the sound of leather shoes approaching. But neither of them dared to gamble. Could this be a trap to lure them past? At this time, the atmosphere was frozen in place. Shall we dance now? Yang Xingyu was not sure either. She looked at the height of the 7th floor below her feet. Slowly, I felt flustered and quickly looked away to calm down. The courage to commit suicide is not always available. As long as the stage of despair has passed, people will develop a sense of luck. Once they want to live, their survival instinct will drive them away from danger. Qin Feng's limbs were stiffened by the wind, and he was also frightened physically and mentally. He muttered, "If it doesn't come over, we won't go over." Curiosity killed the cat. But it's a little cold up there. How about we stop by the window? After Yang Xingyu hesitated in his eyes, he agreed to this suggestion. The two of them carefully stepped off the window sill. His back was pressed against the window, but his eyes were staring straight at the partition in front of him. The two of them made up their minds. As soon as you see something strange coming, you immediately turn around and jump down. Wrong. There seemed to be other sounds outside. Yang Xingyu quickly noticed the noise coming from outside the door, but the voice was very suppressed. Can't hear clearly at all. It seems like there's a fight. Is it the sheriff's rescue, or is it a fight between the suit thief and the woman with a head? Qin Feng's eyes lit up, but he was still cautious and didn't get close. He was also worried that it might be a trap. Probably neither. Is there a voice that seems familiar? Yang Xingyu frowned his delicate eyebrows, shaked his head. Then she hesitated and bravely approached the partition, trying to identify it carefully, but the sound was getting farther and farther away, until it disappears. Then what should we do? Qin Feng ran out of ideas for a while. Dilemma. Yang Xingyu looked back at the clean toilet, naturally let go of the clenched palm. Go to the faucet and turn it on. Immediately a gush of water flowed down, clear and cold. Just wait. There is a water source, although drinking it directly will make you sick, but it shouldn't be a problem if you stick to it for 3 to 5 days. Qin Feng looked at her decisive arrangement. There is no objection. Then he seemed to think of something. Jump up in front of every men's room stall and inquire. What are you doing? His behavior aroused Yang Xingyu's confi. Soon, Qin Feng let out a burst of surprised laughter. Haha, there is indeed a lighter. He reached over the stall in the men's room. Not only did he take out the lighter, but also a few cigarettes in the cigarette case. How do you know? Yang Xingyu was quite surprised. Everyone who smokes in school hides lighters like this. Qin Feng waved the lighter in joy, as if he had forgotten that he was still in danger. Is there any firewood? Yang Xingyu was slightly regret. How can you boil water with just a lighter? Qin Feng was about to shake his head and say no, but out of the corner of his eye he saw the wooden partition in the toilet. He was just getting happy, but he shrugged dejectedly. There is firewood, but there is no container for water. Not necessarily. Yang Xingyu thought for a moment. Then he walked straight into the toilet. He took out the ceramic cover on the toilet. Qin Feng extended his thumb, then pressed gently. The lighter clicked, igniting a weak flame. The two looked at each other and smiled, welcoming the slightest warmth. You seem more excited than me. Suit Gui had one hand in his pocket, looking at Huang Yi, whose eyes were getting crazy. His face stiffened. but the smile on the corner of his mouth was so exciting that he was perverted. I just think it's more tortuous to kill you. The more it satisfies me. Huang Yi's voice was low. The words seemed to be squeezed out from. He raised the shovel, then swung it down. Lai Tianqi, who was lying on the ground with his head in his hands, had his neck cut off by the shovel blade. Even the muscles and bones are dripping with warm blood. It spread to Huang Yi's feet, and it was already cold. Hey hey, so interesting. He is your classmate. Aren't you even going to spare the corpse? The smile on the suit's face, he's long dead. Now the possibility of him becoming your slave is not small. Huang Yi shook off the blood on the shovel head, then he stepped over Lai Tianqi's stiff body. The whole body is tense, it seems to contain fatal potential, determinedly walked towards Sukai. You killed your classmate. The man in the suit chuckled. But there was a little more solemnity in those scarlet pupils. Be cautious about Huang Yi. It feels incredible. But on the surface, it still showed a sarcastic smile. It has long lost itself and has no divine disk. Today's personality is a mixture of many kinds of flesh and blood. Some just the desire for new flesh and blood, and the spiritual food for fear provided by greedy humans. But it couldn't be felt at all on Huang Yi. Huang Yi heard this. There is a trace of smile flowing. Then call all my classmates. I wanted to before killing them. Look at them again. The words just fell. Huang Yi said no more. He raised his left hand and dozens of thumbtacks shot out like points of light, and his figure brought up after images. Follow the pin. The shovel is charged at the back of the waist. The sharp pupils were aimed at the suit's neck. Stab me to death. Suit's smile froze. I immediately felt the threat of death. Especially the shovel, which brought a strong psychological shadow to it. Just looking at it is quite scary. But in the narrow corridor, it is inevitable. Immediately he could only speak in a deep voice. Pang rang, but the next second, what made Suit Wise pupils shrink? Huang Yi wearing a mask, but he swept the shovel across and all the thumbtacks were knocked out of the corridor. No trace. Hey hey hey. Huang Yi stopped in front of Sui Gui. He stopped abruptly. Smi. Then, he slowly pulled off the wet mask. He revealed a crazy smile that made everyone in the suit feel frightened. Huang Yi smiled ferociously and said, I know your killing pattern. It's your turn to die next, okay? The strange smile in the suit suddenly stiffened. Do you know my killing pattern? Suit Gui stiffened when he heard this. The smiles on his faces turned sinister and cold. Your client is quite humorous. Loves to joke with the staff. Then, the corners of its mouth became more and more wild. It doesn't believe it in its heart. How long have the two been in contact? How could he possibly understand its killing patterns without even saying a few words? Try. Huang Yi's eyes were playful. At this time, he stopped in front of the suit. There was only 1 meter between them. It seems that as long as you stretch out your hand, you can reach the other per. These words gave the suit's scarlet pupils a hint of depth. Its personality has long since been reshaped. He is no longer a weird believer and has no exclusive skills. If the rules of killing are broken, all the answers have lost their meaning. And it, the examiner who set the questions, will also lose its advantage and the situation will become dangerous. Even ordinary people are not affected by their own killing patterns. This is what at least wants to see. Boom. But Huang Yi, who originally stopped, suddenly picked up the shovel and took a picture. Bring up the strong wind. This move made him want to laugh. Is this an act of seeing through the murder pattern? It was originally unwilling to dodge and simply withstood the blow. Reflect all damage back to Huang Yi. But that rusty shovel was too evil. Make it extremely fearful. Just being hit can make it extremely painful, and its soul and body are visibly weak. I still don't believe it. You're deceiving me. The man in the suit narrowed his eyes slightly. He cautiously took a few steps back, avoiding the impact of the shovel, but very quickly. But he saw a thumbtack shooting out from Huang Yi's arms. This combo makes it happy instead of angry. This time I no longer choose to avoid. Puff in an instant. The thumbtack stabbed into its chest as expected, splashes of blood. Feeling the personal pain, Su Zai's face showed a sense of satisfaction. But something about it felt wrong. This attack was too gentle. It was simply pierced by a nail, with no subsequent damage. This discovery made him feel uneasy. The other party didn't seem to use all their strength at all. Well, even so. Huang Yi in front of him frowned. I felt a sharp stinging sensation in my chest. He immediately covered his chest. He recoiled with a pained expression. Hey hey. Customer, your bargaining power is too low. It makes me boring. The suit thief put one hand in his pocket and pulled out the nail stuck in his chest. The corners of the grinning mouth were full of sarcasm, but it had just finished speaking. Huang Yi, whose eyes were indifferent, shot another thumbtack in a tricky way. The area hit this time was the lower abdomen. Suit's smile became more and more cheerful. There was no avoidance either. Just pull it out and throw it. But Huang Yi in front of him curled up his abdomen and bent his waist. Yes, yes, that's it. Customer, you are so understanding. It'll work out in one click. This loan contract has been signed, but the interest is your life. Hey, hey, hey. Listen to its hearty laughter. Huang Yi's face was expressionless. There was no response at all. He just silently endured the stinging sensation caused by the two thumbtacks. That kind of pain is reproduced in myself. His breathy. These two attacks are tests and ordinary throws. It doesn't have any skills attached. The damage is not high. Some of it was just the pain of being stabbed and no actual blood flowed. This level is not difficult to bear. Huang Yi did not hesitate. Hold the thumbtack again. After a few seconds of silence, throw again. Hey, hey. But the man in the suit was slightly frowning. I felt a little bad, but that smile was still confident and perverse. He spoke as if provocatively. Continue to assassinate me. Huang Yi held a thumbtack between his fingers. It was meant to be thrown, words can be heard. But he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his hand. What's wrong? Do you dislike interest too much? That's not okay. I won't be happy if we break the contract. The suit's tone was sarcastic and his laughter was arrogant, but Huang Yi's next words made its pupils shrink. His face was as clow. The order takes effect in 1 minute. The order needs to be issued again. Huang Yi let go of the hand covering his stomach. The body is slightly straightened. The effect of the bloodthirsty skill slowly faded away. What comes is a heavier burden. Everywhere in his body was convulsing and shaking, but his calm words. But it seemed to have poked the suit's inverse scales, make it furious. What did you say? What are you talking about? The suit looks crazy. Like a cat whose tail. There is no more calm smile that controls everything. Some are just gnashing of teeth in extreme anger. You know what I'm talking about. Huang Yi did not say much. Instead, he threw the puzzle back to the suit ghost. Now it was up to him to guess how much of the opponent's rules he had mastered. Damn it! You deserve to die. I deserve to die too, all deserve to die. The suit ghost was furious. He actually rushed up directly. The suit that was originally decent on his, like a muscular thug. Looking at the man who was pressing down on him, Huang Yi's eyes flashed with hesitation. The other party actually threw the option to him in an instant. In a few words, there were 2 orders. 1. You deserve to die. 2. I deserve to die too. An order is an instruction to give action, forming a cause and effect relationship. And the first rule of killing that Huang Yi summed up is that you can't do it. As long as you do it, there is a hidden cause and effect, and it will hurt the rebound. I can't do it. Huang Yi's heart sank. Although the action of this suit ghost was very simple, he rushed up after shouting. It seemed that he was attacking in anger, losing his mind, and exposing the fragile flaws of the strange body. But the hidden murderous intent and deception in it were extremely dangerous. It was completely tempting him to attack. And to trigger the other party's causal decree of, I should die too. In a short moment, there were multiple games. The complexity made Huang Yi's head slightly painful. But in the end, he chose to believe in his own judgment, maintaining great restraint while ignoring the shortcomings that the other party actively exposed. Just holding the shovel with both hands and holding the shovel head horizontally in front of himself. Not afraid of exchanging injuries for injuries. At the same time, the right to choose was returned to the suited ghost. Let it expose more shortcomings. But Huang Yi's heart was already full of resentment. This was the first time he faced a strange ghost with a higher level than himself. He couldn't even use extraordinary brute force to crack this dangerous guessing game of gambling. He could only passively join the chess game, this way of fighting. While making him highly focused, he would also be extremely tired and if he guessed wrong, he would be doomed. Bang! In a flash. The suit ghost made a move. Its scarlet pupils were full of ruthlessness. This time it did not hesitate. It chose to use its strong fist to hit Huang Yi's chest, causing it to dent slightly. Puff! Huang Yi spat out blood and stepped back a few steps. At the same time, he slammed the shovel head into the suit ghost's chest. Ah! The next second, the suit ghost immediately covered his chest, rolling and crying. The blood from the high-ranking evil god believers inspired an extremely terrifying aura. Endless mumbling made the suit ghost, who was in direct contact, wail miserably. But soon, the wail stopped abruptly. The suit ghost on the ground quickly tightened his gray suit. It made its figure look like a thin girl. Huang Yi covered his mouth from coughing up blood. Seeing the girl's face clearly, her eyes were also cold. This person was the female monitor of Class 2, Grade 3. She convened every class cadre meeting and was a lively and cheerful girl. Now there was only a cold corpse left. Da, 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 the crisp sound of leather shoes. It came again from the corridor in the distance. Huang Yi looked up. The figure of the suit ghost reappeared. It no longer had one hand in its pocket, and there was no flattering smile in its eyes, only ferocity and brutality. There was no smile on its face. It just stared at him solemnly. You can't refuse my order. You can't kill me. But I have a good plan. Let's each take a step back. Let's live in peace, okay? The suit ghost was aggressive. Relying on the advantage of being tall, he looked down at Huang Yi. The muscles all over his body are strong. The suit is slightly bulging. The tall body and scarlet eyes give people a terrifying pressure. Ahem. Huang Yi stared at the other party. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his palm. He just pulled the wet mask from his chin to the bridge of his nose again. This time, he bet right and saw it right. The first rule of killing is not to do it. Whether it is beat me to death, stab me to death, or assassinate me, they are all orders issued by the suit to himself, in order to rebound the damage, and by throwing pins tentatively one after another, in order to hurt himself. It is determined that the effective time of the other party's order is only 1 min. Then it is necessary to reissue the order. Of course, this perverted ability cannot be used unlimitedly. What is consumed is the weird life. Hey, are you listening? I'm talking to you. Answer me. Let's just pretend nothing happened, okay? The suit-wearing man asked, but got no answer. It felt uneasy and his veins were exposed. He roared fiercely, his twisted and nervous expression. At this moment, he seemed to be impatient. He. Huang Yi still didn't speak. He just covered his aching chest and smiled gently, but as soon as he smiled, he felt even more pain. He coughed up blood. The mask was stained with bright red. The suit ghost saw this, his pupils shrank. The next second he was furious. You guessed it. You actually guessed it. You can't live. You absolutely can't live. I want to die too. Everyone will die. The suit ghost looked at Huang Yi's contemptuous smile. He paced anxiously. But all the time he could. At this moment, he was completely sure. This Huang Yi really knew his second killing rule. That is, don't agree. As long as you agree, it will form a new cause and effect. It can allow it to have a new body in front of the person of cause and effect. This is the case with Lai Tianqi, and this female squad leader is also the case. And the earliest cause and effect connection between it and Huang Yi was that it answered the call that Huang Yi made to Lai Tianqi. At the beginning, it said, "Hehe, he's dead." Many people died. It chose to abandon Lai Tianqi's body. The words it asked Huang Yi, "You must become my client today no matter what." Okay. Huang Yi's answer was also, okay. Now, both causes and effects have been used, and under the resistance of the shovel, it failed to successfully kill the other party. All its attacks were broken. Now it wants to establish a new cause and effect, but Huang Yi no longer answers itself. This makes it feel a sense of crisis. Furious. He. Ha. Huang Yi just looked at it. The laughter became more and more cheerful. He has seen that the other party is sure that he knows its 2 killing rules. As for whether there are more, it doesn't matter anymore. Just knowing these 2 causes and effects is enough to solve it. Huang Yi still didn't reply. His face soon calmed down. He picked up the shovel and smashed the head of the female squad leader who was lying on the ground with her chest covered. Since the other party was already dead. Then prevent the other party from turning into a corpse and plotting against him. Now, after sending the female squad leader to her death, Huang Yi's mood became more and more peaceful. He held the shovel and walked towards the suit ghost firmly and forcefully. This time he would completely solve it. It's your turn to guess my trump card. The suit ghost heard the words. His expression was panicked, seeing Huang Yi's undisguised murder. The shadow of death overshadowed its exasperation. "Come here." It issued an imperial decree on the spot. It really stopped Huang Yi's steps. But its fear did not end there. Two thumbtacks shot straight at its body, and it could not issue instructions to objects that had already moved. It could not establish a causal relationship with Huang Yi. Puff, puff, suddenly, two blood lights exploded on its body. But this time, the thumbtack was different from the previous one. It contained the level 10 exclusive skill, weakness breaking, and the level 50 gravity control. At this moment, it exerted its power. Huang. This time, he didn't dare to bear such a blow again. He immediately shouted loudly, "Stab me to death." But Huang Yi seemed to have predicted the suit ghost's move. The bloodthirstiness and gravity control made his figure suddenly explode. In a flash, he came in front of the suit ghost. "Kill me! Quick!" Seeing that the shovel was close to his head. The suit ghost's eyes were full of fear. He even screamed at the top of his lungs. He had an inexplicable feeling of luck in his ha. The morning fog was thick, obscuring the distant view. Even Huang Yi. They can only see within 30 square meters. He dragged the shovel. Standing in front of the suit thief, there was tyranny in his calm eyes. This is the most special battle he has ever experienced, being pulled into an endless guessing game by the high-level weirdness. After testing for a long time, I finally figured out the rules of killing. Just now, I had the opportunity to get close to the weirdness and pull it into my conscious space. But it doesn't come without a cost. The opponent's high level. It stimulates Huang Yi's nerves all the time, makes his vision blurry. The spirit is extremely tense. Actually, he didn't have to take such risks. Can directly attack the weirdness. But Huang Yi was not willing to let the weirdo in the suit die easily. This was something that his classmates and the 3 years of high school could. Not to mention, he also wants to test his limits. At present, the most extraordinary people he can bring in are within 70 levels. Even the suit is extremely forced. Fortunately, the SUV is parked downstairs. Otherwise, I would never be able to afford it. Huang Yi looked at Sukai, who behaved awkwardly. I was also relieved. Now it's his turn. No, want, kill, I. Suit Gui felt the terrifying gravity lingering around him. That pan. The smile on its face no longer exists. Some only have a look of panic and fear, even if it has already recovered. Lost myself. But in the body's instinct, the fear of complete death is greater than anything else. It stumbled and begged for mercy. His eyes were full of pleading, but who knows, after it finished speaking. Huang Yi didn't even hesitate, he agreed directly. Okay. But that look in his eyes was extremely cold. Thanks. Thanks. But Suit Gui didn't have. What came towards him was the shovel stained with black blood. Bang! Huang Yi raised his head diagonally. It fell with a bang. He directly chopped Sui Jui's arm until it was bloody and bloody. Ah! Don't want, the next second, a heart-wrenching cry, then he squeezed it out from between the blood-covered teeth of the suit. It's as if his heart is about to be broken. Here, all it has left is its ordinary body, not extraordinary. It was as if he had been completely deprived of this space of consciousness. Even the pain is returned with incomparable clarity. Just one chop. Then it made its arms hang down weakly, with only muscles and bones visible. Coupled with. His face was grim. He held the shovel high and continued to chop, until one arm of the suit was completely removed, revealing the stark white bones. I promised you all. I won't kill you, so don't worry. Huang Yi expressed relief expressionlessly, changed direction. The shovel was raised again and aimed at the other arm, cutting off any possibility of it coming into contact with the shovel. The next second, suddenly, it crashed down again, bloody and bloody. Ah, kill me. Quick, kill me. The guy in the suit was tortured to the point of going crazy. The double invasion of body and mind makes it heartbreaking, as if here, its consciousness has become much clearer. But this kind of sobriety, under such inhuman torture, seems extremely cruel, even if he loves to eat them alive. I can't bear this kind of torture. Please. Huang Yi pursed his lips. The tone was cold, but the slashing action did not stop. Until the second arm was completely chopped off. Every time it falls. He would silently recite the names of his classmates in his mind, although there will be no resurrection from the dead. But at least it can make Huang Yi feel a little better. If he had stayed in the dormitory at noon today and accompanied them to the graduation banquet, Instead of returning to the ruins of the chaos, maybe they would not have died. Of course, Huang Yi did not feel regretful or distressed. He is emotionally indifferent. I also know that in these troubled times, everyone will die. I am no exception. Therefore, Huang Yi's emotions were more between regret and anger. He dismembered the suits in order to pay homage to their dead souls in his own way. Huang Yi doesn't like killing, but that doesn't mean he won't do it. Please, I beg you, kill me quickly. How about letting me die? I promise this is definitely not a killing pattern. Here I can't use the extraordinary. I really want to die. Please. Ah, Suit Y's scream was heartbreaking. Multiple tortures made its body curl up and squirm like maggots. The gray suit is dripping with blood. It screams to the sky, eager to end this life. I asked you to beg me. I didn't say I would agree. Huang Yi's ka. Let Sui Kai completely despair. Then it saw with fear. The shovel was aimed at his legs. Then bloody and bloody. It's fine. None of my business. He promised me that he wouldn't torture me. You won't leave me to weird. I believe him. Not far away, Han Shuang heard this torture. My heart is full of fear, the kind of despair that reaches the bone marrow. It made her heart tremble. Just listening to it makes me feel tortured. Luckily, I didn't hurt his family. Otherwise, what will happen to me? It's certainly not much better. I'm lucky enough to save a life. At least I'm still useful. Han Shuang, believer of destruction, level 53. At this moment, there is only fear and joy. Terrified. Hearing the force of the chop to his legs, he felt extremely strong. He couldn't bear to close his eyes, constantly comforting myself. Good. Well done, son. If you make my child angry, you'll die. They all deserve to die. Damn it, why can't I move? I want to kill it too. Mom also couldn't move. I feel anxious inside. I wish I could do it myself. The weirdness of bullying one's own children will be peeled off by cramps. Call it took a few minutes. Huang Yi chopped the suit into a stick, breathing slightly. There was hot sweat on my forehead. Then he grabbed the collar of the suit with Hua. He dragged it, covered in blood and unconscious, towards the first rotting coffin. There was a woman lying there. She faced the coffin. It was pitch black all around and nothing could be seen. This person was the female driver who compensated Huang Yi for an off-road vehicle. It's just that after Huang Yi entered the consciousness space, he knocked him unconscious and threw him out. Don't let her hear what's happening here. Huang Yi has his own principles. Although he is not a good person, he wants her car without her life. Clang, Huang Yi put the strange body in a suit, throw it into the coffin. There was a lot of obscenity flowing inside and the smell was unpleasant. Thinking about it, the female driver should have been frightened out after being imprisoned, unable to move. Huang Yi didn't care. He just used the wooden walls of the coffin to limit the strange struggle. There are too many words on the tombstone. Huang Yi's. That fell on the rotten wooden tablet on the ground. There are some extra numbers. This made Huang Yi's expression change slightly. Grave digger advanced ceremony, slaughter the city, kill 10,000 people. Progress, 468 people. Huang Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Breathing is heavy. He was not shocked but surprised. Killing the slaves counts. In the ruins of the chaos, he killed many human skins. After returning to Contract City, many men without face. But these don't belong to humans. This person refers to a living body. Huang Yi's face turned serious. If this is the case, then he will have no psychological burden when he kills. Let out a heavy breath. Huang Yi then withdrew his attention. He picked up the tombstone from the ground and inserted it at the head of the grave. Make it more visible. Once the numbers change, you can notice them. Immediately afterwards, he then lifted the shovel that supported his body. The back of the suit stuck in the coffin. While dripping with blood, the black blood also invades its spirit all the time. Huang Yi didn't care how long it would last. As long as it cannot survive until it dies, that is enough. Promise me. Hold on longer, okay? Huang Yi licked his dry lips. The tone was cold, but Sui Gui didn't hear it at all. My consciousness was originally chaotic and I fainted, but the shovel directly pierced its suit and the black blood came into duress. Make it worse than death. He shouted until his throat was hoarse as if on fire. Please bear with me. Huang Yi walked towards Han Shuang, and his calm words made him blink wildly. It seems to indicate that there is no problem. You won't disturb yourself. Huang Yi nodded, walking towards Han Shuang's mother, who had her back turned. There was some disappointment in his eyes. There's chaos everywhere. Not sure where my sister is. Perhaps the appearance of the strange realm can narrow the scope. I'll bring her back. Huang Yi sighed slightly, then he exited the conscious space. At his feet, lying down, was the female driver who was thrown out by Huang Yi. At this time he had already fainted. The pants were wet and yellowish. Sent you back. I'll leave the car downstairs for you. The matter of hitting me is settled. Huang Yi just glanced at it. Then he withdrew his eyes. At this moment, he was standing in the corridor on the 7th floor of the future hotel. Through the corridor, you can clearly see the night of the 18th city, with fires everywhere. There were riots in many places. The extraordinary aura keeps bursting out. It seems that the sheriff and Weird are at war. The gloomy sky above his head was dyed with a layer of blood. Huang Yi's eyes were calm. News of the death of a former classmate and roommate. It was also completely digested by him. Becomes without joy or sorrow. It seemed that no more traces were left on his indifferent heart. Even when his mother and sister died, it was only a short period of pain. Then they accepted the fact that they had become dead souls, but at least 2 of the classmates survived. Huang Yi looked back at the public men's restroom behind him. Inside, he also locked 2 classmates. One is Qin Feng, Huang Yi's deskmate and study commit. The other one was Yang Xingyu, the first girl to awaken when Huang Yi returned to school and led the team to the contract temple to confess. Huang Yi adjusted his mask. This image now. I had no intention of going in and getting to know each other. He just glanced at it. He simply went downstairs. When he comes back this time, his main target is still his sister. But the problem is that the cultists have broken through the 4 city gates, and there is killing and chaos everywhere. There was no way to confirm where my sister was. The 18 cities are too big, and the possibility of finding them is extremely low. Looking for it as a headless fly will waste your energy in vain. But Huang Yi was the only thing he was sure of. It's the weird location where you killed your classmates. So, Huang Yi came over. He went from encountering a suit thief to solving him. Only 10 minutes have passed. It's not a waste. What made him feel slightly more at ease was, at least he arrived in time and saved 2 classmates. Now you can look for it with peace of mind. Huang Yi withdrew his gaze. Go down from the 7th floor. On the road, I saw many corpses. There were hotel service staff and students from other classes attending the graduation banquet. I've met before, but I don't know him. Cross their bodies and come to the 6th floor. 5th floor, 4th floor. Suddenly, Huang Yi stopped, pupils slightly dilated. From the railing, he saw the residential area in front of him, a terrifying bloody light rising up without warning. According to Huang Yi's experience, that was clearly the fluctuation of the strange realm. It exudes a terrifying aura that stimulates the spirit, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The real advancement ceremony has begun. Huang Yi's eyes narrowed. He could sense it from a distance. Many powerful auras headed towards the strange realm. Those auras were clearly the top powerhouses in the 18 cities. The chaos is preparing for the final sprint for the advancement ceremony. Strange dead souls. They are all attracted to the strange realm. He lay on the railing and saw a lot of strange things, and also headed towards the bloody strange realm. Huang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This will actually help him find his sister. After all, the scope has been narrowed to the inside of the strange realm, rather than the entire contract city. Roar! Huang Yi was about to turn around and go downstairs, but I heard a terrifying beast roar coming from the sky. That breath reaches heaven and earth. It exudes an aura that is hard to beat. This scene. Huang Yi's head trembled. He had felt the power of such a contracted beast before. I still have lingering fears. It was clearly among the ruins of the rioters. The Yangyan eagle encountered when trying to leave the strange realm. He gave up almost all his extraordinary abilities. Still hard to beat. Within an hour of driving back to the city. Just recovered a little. Is it support from the main city again? How many people are here? Why are contract beasts so terrifying? Huang Yi was stunned. He didn't know that the only support coming from contract city was Lai Hongyi. And Lai Hongyi left the pet in the city. There are even as many as 4. Each statue has gone through 2 rounds of EV. This is the source of the contractor's unparalleled power in the later period. Level 70, hell. Looking at it before, it was very stressful. But now, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long in front of these beast pets. My goal. It's no longer about saving my sister before the hell ritual is successful, but in front of the pet, after finding my sister, leave safely. Huang Yi felt heavy, but he didn't hesitate at all. Run directly towards the bliss, despite waiting for the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. But the difficulty has skyrocketed. If that hell didn't have the help of his teammates, he would probably fall directly. The old man I met when I was in my hometown. Will he come? Huang Yi was slightly doubtful. He still has the old man's cell phone number, but he thinks it's unlikely, although both of them are from the same organization. But it is not in line with the style of the cultists to die like this. But it should be. The utopia still has support. Huang Yi exhaled heavily. Resolutely, he rushed into the bloody strange domain. Here, it is the real advancement ceremony of the 70th level hell. Sister in the strange domain. 18 cities. The subway station in the city center. Principal Chen of the beast taming no. 3 middle school had a solemn face. He stood on a tall building and looked around. The major city gates were lost, and there were wars all around. There won't be many strange killings. But the chaotic scene is enough for people to kill. Chen Zhiking's eyes were deep. White eyebrows were frowned, although the subway station in the city center under his control seemed very safe for the time being. But as more and more people rushed there, this made him more and more uneasy. The more people there are, the more dangerous the situation will be. No one can tell. Is it the cultists who deliberately drove the people to the center? Chen Zhiking paced anxiously, although the major cultists and strange dead souls were dealt with by the sheriff. But Lai Hongyi's contracted beasts did not listen to the official dispatch at all. Their goal was very clear, only attacking the 70th level hell. Even prevent the cultists from having new support. As for other levels, they simply disdained to attack. Although this is considered by many sheriffs as watching someone die without helping, it will indeed cause a waste of resources and a shortage of personnel. But the senior officials know, in the overall situation, only the existence of these contracted beasts can deter the chess players hiding behind the scenes. This plan against the 18 cities. The intention is sinister, even at great expense. Chen Zhiking shook his head. The most common reports he heard were that cultists were captured alive somewhere. Cultists were slaughtered somewhere. But it was still difficult to stop the unrest, especially the appearance of strange ghosts, which made the panic of the people reach its peak. That kind of cruel killing method, it made countless people feel heartbroken and scared. Everyone understood. This ceremony will end soon. But the price, the 18 cities may not be able to afford. Is there any new news from the front? Chen Zhiking asked his subordinates with a serious look in his eyes. At present, a level 63 monster was found in the North City cinema. It has been captured by the joint efforts. The lawyer was killed and the principal of the second middle school was injured. This news made Chen Zhiking's face even colder. He was silent for a long time, just nodded calmly, indicated that he knew the news of his old friend's death. At his age, he has achieved such an achievement, so naturally there are no executives he is not familiar with. That lawyer is fair and just and enforces the law strictly, but facing the unpredictable pattern of killing, everyone is very headache. It is impossible to guess what kind of puzzle the monster will give. Once you guess wrong, you will pay the price of your life. Chen Zhiking sighed. I think even if I go there myself, it will not be good, either death or disability. The ghost control looks very strong, but it will not be understood until the later stage that people have been driven by ghosts. Any other news? Chen Zhiking had no expression on his face. The subordinates were excited when they heard this. Yes, Mr. Lai Hongyi has already taken the subway back to the city. It is estimated that it will take only half an hour to reach Shibasheng. Chen Zhiking did not feel optimistic when he heard this. Instead, he was quite solemn. Another half an hour. He looked in the direction of the shelter. I'm afraid that those people will not be able to hold on for too long. Cities everywhere. There are shelters built. Living supplies are complete. It is for unavoidable disasters like today. Now, in the underground parking lot of a high-rise building, the light is dim. Countless panicked people gathered. They looked terrified. They were out of their minds. I think they must have encountered great fear. There were cultists in my neighborhood and they caused a fire. So many people shouldn't have died, but a stampede happened. It's such a pity. I saw a strange ghost. I'm obviously higher level than it, but I didn't dare to do anything. We lived too comfortably. When I saw the chaos, my first reaction was not to run away, but to watch, because too many people died like this. The evil spirits broke through the major city gates, and the sheriff couldn't handle it. I had a premonition that something big would happen, but I didn't expect it to be so big that it would directly enter the city. The college entrance examination has just ended. Accumulated in the underground shelter. But when I think of the terrible disaster, no one has the courage to face death. Many people sat numbly on the ground, praying to the god of contract, hoping that the disaster would end as soon as possible. Squeak, squeak, squeak deep in the shelter. The circuit seemed to have poor contact. The lights kept flickering. It made people feel uneasy. Under the light tube, a man and a woman sat. They had a cold temperament and a gloomy face. All over their bodies, there was a message of keep away from strangers. Many people subconsciously stayed away from them when they saw them. I don't want to sit next to them. Therefore, a 5-meter natural isolation zone is left around men and women. Mom, it's so crowded here. I want to go there. The little boy sits in the crowd. I feel like breathing is not smooth, pointing to the open space for men and women under the lamp. Pleading said. Unexpectedly, these words made the woman's heart tremble. He immediately covered the little boy's mouth, reprimanded in a low voice. Stop talking. Those two people look very strong. It shouldn't be ordinary people. I'm afraid I have official duties. Don't get into trouble. When the little boy heard this, he also looked curiously, turned to the two men and women. When my mother relaxed, she asked loudly, "Brothers and sisters, are you here to protect us?" These words almost frightened my mother to death. His eyes were full of panic and dissatisfaction. Sorry. Children are ignorant. I'm talking nonsense, I hope I won't disturb you." The woman apologized quickly, and this exchange also attracted the attention of others. Many people have actually noticed it. The pressure was vaguely released within these two people. The people present did not dare to get too close. "Brother, which unit are you from?" A middle-aged man took out his cigarette case, handed one over, and asked in a low voice. But the two people didn't respond. The man's eyes were dull. The woman lowered her head, her face buried in the shadow of her long hair. It seemed like he didn't see the cigarette being handed to him. "Don't smoke." The middle-aged man stuffed the cigarette back into the cigarette case. I asked a few more questions. There was no reply, which made me feel like I was asking for trouble. "Why is it a little cold?" But the middle-aged man did not return to his original position. Instead, sit next to them naturally. But the chill that penetrated into my bones. He couldn't help but shudder. He looked up and looked around, but he couldn't find the source of the cold air. "Both of you. I think you are also among the best. Can you tell me something? Which evil cult organized this siege?" The middle-aged man shrank his body from the cold. Zalesu motioned to the cigarette in his hand. "You don't mind, do you?" After saying that, he started to mind his own business. These words made the man turn around. There seemed to be a little life in his cold eyes. "Utopia." The man looks like he is in his mid-20s. Chinese character face. There is a reassuring power. It's this temperament that is too cold. I don't know what the identity is. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard the reply. Vain surprise suddenly appeared on his face. The men and women that so many people dare not approach must be powerful, extraordinary beings. Now he actually replied to me alone. As expected, I am also a high-status person in the upper class. "Utopia. What's that for?" The middle-aged man chatted cheerfully. "Hold a cigarette in your mouth and make a fire, all in one go." But who would have thought that the man with the Chinese character's face shook his head? "I don't know. That's true. After all, cultists have brain problems." The middle-aged man took a deep breath, like a deep nod. Then he asked in a low voice, "What about this little brother? When will this disaster end?" "I still have a business to run. It's not big though, but I have more than 50 people in charge. If they don't go to work for a day, I will lose a lot of money," said. The middle-aged man raised his hand. The suit sleeves automatically retracted to the arms, revealing the golden watch. The brows are tight. It seems that time is not passing by, but his money. The Chinese character turned his head when he heard this. It made the middle-aged people's hearts tremble. Then he smiled. "Teeth are dark and yellow." Immediately. These words made countless people prick up their ears. It's also incredible. What do you mean? Will the disaster end soon? So fast. There are still many evil spirits causing trouble outside. I just saw a lot of people crowding into the shelters, and they can hardly hold them anymore. Believe those two, they look extraordinary. Maybe it's support from the main city. Just looking at them, I feel thrilling. They must be very strong. The people are full of hope. They were all discussed. They all returned their wishes to the contract gods and thanked them for their blessings. What does it mean immediately? The middle-aged man was also stunned for a moment. I didn't understand what the other person meant at all. But after hearing what Guozai Lion said next, his body froze. The whole person was terrified. Lin Kaio, it's time. There's enough chaos outside, and people are being driven right into the center. As long as the mysterious realm unfolds, it will definitely satisfy your advancement ritual. It's time to start. The Chinese character face has a sincere smile, which frightens the middle-aged people. The cigarette fell on his expensive pants. It was so hot that he woke up immediately. Flee in panic. He didn't expect that the other party meant that it would end immediately, not that the disaster would end. But their lives are going to end. The disaster has just begun. This time, in his subconscious mind, he could only run for his life. It seems that as long as you stay away, you can survive. But other people saw his gesture, also extremely confused. What's wrong with him? Why did you run away suddenly? Did they say something? But the middle-aged man was frightened. It seemed as if no inquiries could be heard. Push your way out of the crowd. He even used extraordinary powers. The obese contract Beastcheng was even more frightened than him and squeezed away from the crowd. Run! Run away! They are not human. The middle-aged man screamed for his life. Heartbreaking. But the people's attention was all on him. It's impossible to understand what happened. Ba, Chinese letter, Ba and the men and women under the lamp. But still maintains the original posture until I heard the man's words. The long-haired woman named Lin Kaio slowly raised her head. There seemed to be a smile that couldn't be suppressed on that face, all the while laughing silently. Then it turned into loud laughter. Several blood stains were suddenly torn open on the pale face. The cracks spread from her face to her whole body, densely packed. Half of his head lost its support and hit his back. There was only some scalp adhesion, but my head didn't fall off. Her laughter became more and more excited and enthusiastic. I have long. Can't wait. The next second, that crazy laugh echoed in the cramped basement. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red mysterious realm. Inside her broken head, it rippled out like water waves. Any people shrouded in laughter and mystery. He turned into a devastated slave on the spot. And the middle-aged man who was still running away also. His expression was blank, and his expression was violent. His beast pet also gradually lost its life as the contractor transformed. Soon it turned into bones. The strange realm quickly enveloped an area with a radius of 5 kilometers. This is a refuge area for crowds. The advanced conditions were met instantly. Level 70, Hell. Advanced ritual, turn a city into a mysterious realm. Key point, in the strange realm, the more strange things appear, the stronger they will be, and the feedback from those who are promoted will be stronger. Note, the highest weird level must not exceed those who are promoted. The man with the Chinese character face saw this. He just nodded calmly. There is no excitement or excitement. It seemed like he was just doing something trivial. You continue to devour the slaves. Hurry up. I'm going to help you keep those bugs out of your sight. A word of caution from the Chinese character face. He held up his knees. He stood up from the cold ground. Those deceitful slaves in front of me. It even retreated like a tide. Leave a channel for the Chinese character face. No one knows whether the slaves were driven or instinctively frightened. This mysterious realm, although the coverage area is not large, but it includes a large number of middle classes, residential areas with the largest number of residents, and subway stations. Chenjiking is also included. It's over. The advancement ceremony is actually in this place. How can they hide here? Who on earth protected them and let hell in? Now, Chenjiking was shocked, full of rage. Hell is hidden in a place like this. It also displays the mysterious realm. Those with low extraordinary levels may not be able to withstand a single encounter and turn into walking zombies. Even if it is finally solved, the 18 cities will still suffer heavy losses. These middle class are the real mainstay of the 18 cities, gathering a large number of top talents from various industries. But now, he was served from the same pot. I'm afraid that the future economic vitality will come to a halt. Who? Suddenly, that Principal Chen standing. Principal Chen saw the man with a Chinese character coming out of the shelter. Inner urgency. A strong sense of crisis arises. Just look at it. I felt great pressure to survive. The contracted beast in his mind told him to run for his life. Chen Jiqing knew it very well. This cultist is definitely not something he can stop. On the way, the bloody, treacherous realm covers the sky and the sun. The subordinate used the radio to send out a signal for help. Urgency written. His consciousness gradually became muddier. The sight was filled with scarlet blood. Chen Jiqing's eyebrows were solemn. He stared at the man downstairs in fear, and in his contract God plate, the pet animal that has been with him for many years even issued a panicked warning. Ask him to leave quickly. Escape? Absolutely not. I am capable of fighting. As a principal, we cannot give students the image of deserters. Chen Jiqing's heart was beating wildly. His chest rose and fell rapidly, as if his survival instinct was about to come out. But he still restrained himself forcefully. He even refused the urging of the contracted beast. His face was solemn. Be prepared for a desperate fight. Before he falls, he must not let more people be turned into slaves. You want to fight with me? Downstairs, the man with Chinese characters raised his head, looking at Chen Jiqing contemptuously. The scary smile revealed dark and yell. Those words that are smiling but not smiling fell in Chen Jiqing's ears. Like a symbol of death, the pressure on the other party becomes heavier and heavier. On the road to transcendence, those who have mastered it are our teachers. I don't dare to fight with you. Chen Jiqing let out a heavy breath. He shook his head firmly. My heart is extremely solemn. But that look became more determined. But I have official duties, and there are some things I have to try. The Chinese character face heard this. There was a hint of emotion on the smile on his face. I admire you decent people very much. A mouth full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. And he's willing to put it into practice, even to the point of losing his life. I can't do it. Even those who obey me have never fulfilled my promise. But those who rebel against me will perish easily. Finished speaking with a Chinese character face. A slight coldness appeared on his entire face. He stretched out his right arm full of muscles, showing a grasping gesture from the void. The end of the tiger's mouth was pointed at Chen Jiqing. With his left eye closed, he seemed to be holding an invisible sniper. Not good, when this gesture is formed. Chen Jiqing had a crazy warning in his heart, a breath of dead silence. It surged forward like an overwhelming mountain, just feeling. Chen Jiqing was shocked to the spot. Pupils widened. It was as if he had forgotten to it. Chen Jiqing. Level 65 contractor. Ouch. Just then. Behind the sluggish Chen Jiqing's head, a silver-white contract disc appeared out of thin air. A two-headed wolf sprang out in terror from the divine disc, but its action is not to escape quickly. Instead, he bumped into Chen Jiqing reluctantly, his wailing sound conveying farewell. Bang! Chen Jiqing hit the ground. His forehead was bruised and blood oozed out. It also allowed his consciousness to return from the pit. After coming back to his senses, the first thing he wanted to do was get up and check on the two-headed wolf. But that hasty action. However, his body was unable to maintain balance and fell to the ground. At this time, he was shocked to realize. His entire right arm disappeared without a trace. There was no blood on it, and there was no pain. Chen Jiqing's pupils trembled. Touching the broken part in horror, there was nothing there. It's as if the arm never existed. He looked up. What's more, he couldn't feel the presence of his old friend, the pet, who had been with him for decades. Zio Hui. Chen Jiqing's eyes were full of fear. In that midair, there was no trace of the pet animal at all. There was only a handful of tail hairs slowly falling down. He was stunned for a while. There was disbelief in his trembling eyes, and he stayed here. It was also grasped by nothingness and completely shattered. At this moment, all Chen Jiqing could think about was running away. I can't die. Can't die here. I have to escape. Chen Jiqing had a cold war. At this moment, the whole person came back from the shock. His face was full of panic. Climb on the roof with one hand. The figure is stumbling, but his strong desire to survive made him grit his teeth and persist. I'm already a useless person. The mission of stationing here has been accomplished. No matter how hard you hold on, there's no point. There's nothing I can do. I can't die. You must not die here in vain. I still have a role. And years of promotion experience. Level 65 teaching level is a more important weapon than combat power, even if I can't protect students in the future, but at least I can get down on the ground and pave the way for the ki. Determined and sad. He held the tail feathers of the gray wolf and endured the pain of his left arm being hit by the broken stones on the roof. He walked towards the corridor. He was even more desperate. Just a face-to-face, almost completely destroyed. Even the contract beast of more than 60 levels could not resist the casual grip of the square-faced man. Chen Jiqing has taught for many years and has a lot of combat experience with nothingness believers. But such a huge gap. He couldn't think of resisting. As long as he can live, this revenge can be avenged. His mind, under the threat of death, runs rapidly, abrupt, finally formed the appearance of a teenager. That purse. The subordinates beside him were even more shocked. Mr. Chen. He had been struggling to resist the invasion of the strange domain on his body. The man's voice was vaguely heard from downstairs. The next second, Mr. Chen's arm was pierced. Even the two-headed gray wolf that had been born and died was turned into ashes. All this happened too quickly, leaving him no time to react. When he came to his senses, he had already seen the originally gentle principal. At this moment, he had become a crazy old man with a face full of struggle and embarrassment. Mr. Chen, I'm here, I'll take you away. The subordinate's voice trembled. He approached in panic, but in front of his eyes, the blood light was even thicker. Everything he saw was surprisingly blurry. It seemed that he could always hallucinate, and fresh pieces of meat appeared in front of his eyes. Between the wings of his nose, he could smell the sweetness of blood. On his neck, there was also a strong blood smell. It was rushing to his brain, making him gradually become painful and irritable. Xiao Liu. At this time, the subordinate heard Chen Jiqing's serious voice. In the words, it was cold and dissatisfied. The subordinate Xiao Liu's body stiffened. What? What happened? Chen Jiqing crawled on the ground. The old skin on his left arm was pierced by gravel. Blood seeped out. His eyes were serious. What level are you? Xiao Liu was stunned, as if he was recalling with difficulty. Finally, he slowly said, I am responsible for conveying information, a level 25 contract master. Chen Jiqing took a deep breath. His face was solemn. His tone was regretful. You are about to become a strange slave. I can't die. Do you know what I am saying? Xiao Liu heard this. He stepped back in horror. He raised his hands. Looking at them, there were double images. There were many cracks in his palms. Blood flowed, but it did not fall. Xiao Liu felt sad. His expression gradually became numb, as if he accepted the reality. I know. Chen Jiqing said lightly. Do you have any regrets? Listening to the familiar voice, Xiao Liu showed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems not. As an information reconnaissance who has been through life and death. One of the conditions for joining the company. I want a non-commissioned officer without any worries. Xiao Liu answered resolutely and then turned back silently. He staggered up the fence. At this moment, there was no fear in his heart, only acceptance of the next fate. He already knew that he could not stand up to the invasion of the strange domain. Just standing on the fence, he had already used up. Xiao Liu was blowing the last evening breeze of the contract city. His body and mind were more happy than ever before. Principal Chen. On my behalf, I would like to thank 18 cities for their care and trust in me over the years. At the same time, as a student of Beast Taming No. 3 Middle School, I did not bring shame to my alma mater. Thank you all for your cultivation. After saying that, he opened his arms without hesitation. He jumped down from. But at this moment, his heart was filled with reluctance. Taking advantage of the last consciousness, he gritted his teeth. He shouted hatefully in the air. Ice and snow unicorn crocodile, follow me to fight the enemy. Kill the cultists. Suddenly, there was a sound of ice breaking. It exploded in the night sky. Then, behind Xiao Liu's head, an illusory bronze divine disc appeared. A weak crocodile also tried to roar with all its might. Roar! In the roar of the ice unicorn crocodile, sharp icicles fell from the sky, the stone bricks were dented and damaged. But soon they meh. He didn't take Chen Jiqing seriously. This was one of the top experts in the 18 cities, but it was not worth his while to go upstairs and kill him. Losing your pet also means losing all your means. I'm afraid that even a contract master of more than 10 levels can bully a helpless old man at will. Men have no interest in this, his goal from beginning to end. It will always be the support from the main city. It is said that he is a powerful enemy. Your opponent is us. Right now, when the man with the Chinese character face just fell into thought, but I heard it. There was a loud shout in the sky not far away. Outside the bloody realm, there were several powerful auras, coming quickly. Are you finally willing to take action? You still think that just like us, hiding in the dark can deter our actions. Wrong. Your hiding will only encourage our arrogance. The man with the Chinese character's face twitched the corner of his mouth. There was a confident and arrogant luster in his eyes. Immediately, his body slowly rose into the air, heading towards the 4 contracted beasts that came quickly. However, the Chinese character face felt somewhat regretful in his heart. According to their information, these are Lai Hongyi's contracted beasts. This young man's contract god plate now contains the existence of 7 pet beasts. As long as you reach level 80, you can perfectly control 8 contract beasts. His talent is as good as his father. Such a genius. It would be a shame if we couldn't meet. If Lai Hongyi is here, you can try to kill. Erasing the top geniuses should be enough to cut off the contract city's luck, right? It's a pity that Lai Hongyi entered the situation alone and created an advanced environment for us, which also means exposure. But an opportunity like this is really hard to resist. The ceremony has to be moved forward. A little rushed, but at least it's a safe landing. I just don't know if you Wyman, the old man, can caw. The man with the Chinese character's face floated to the edge of the mysterious realm, tall body. Stop all 4 pet beasts. Yes, you are right. Your opponent is me, General Liang, a city center, shrouded in blood. Chen Yilin looked around and saw that even the walls seemed to be covered in blood. Elusive and unreal, but the threat of death is real. Master, I can't do it anymore. You run away. Leave me alone. A young man's vision was cloudy. Confusion. At this time, his body was shrunk into the kangaroo's pocket. The voice was weak and sobbing, mixed with unbearable pain. Stop it for me, mother-in-law. When I take you on a mission, can I leave you and escape on my own? I don't have a tutor like this. Chen Yilin, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, immediately scolded him coldly. You can see that the young man's face is covered with split blood stains, also very anxious. His apprentice had just... Although he is only level 28 now, not as good as level 37 Pan Sen and far behind Lai Hongyi, but with the scarce resources in the 18 cities, to achieve this result is considered a genius. But now, however, under the invasion of the strange realm, he continued to get sick. It made him anxious, even worse, or the female spy chasing after her. But I will only hurt you. Master, let me die. I beg you. Put me down, you can escape. Even if I have the extraordinary power of the kangaroo to support me, I won't be able to hold on for long. I don't want to hurt you. The young man became more and more excited. He covered his face with his hands and cried bitterly, but what he saw before his eyes were blood marks on his palms, extraordinarily eye-catching. Crack! The young man just finished speaking, but what came was not comfort. Instead, it was a heavy slap that made the young man's mind go numb. Roll. You are crying. Are you embarrassing my Criminal Investigation Detachment? After you get out, write me a job transfer application immediately. I, Chen Yilin, don't have a useless apprentice like you. Chen Yilin's face was full of anger, but the pace was not slow. In the square of Central Park, run away quickly, but no matter what, it seems that I can never escape the depth of darkness. Can't escape. You can only save the extraordinary and give it. After swallowing, he turned back with a determined expression. Pa, over there, a beautiful and youthful woman, come barefoot. On her body, the red dress was eye-catching and sparkling, as if soaked in a lot of blood. With every step, countless blood will be shed, accompanied by the black footprints. There was an evil breath. What made Chen Yilin feel heavy? It was the white candle inserted into the body of the strange ghost, but it ignited a black flame, if I was not. That was also a kind of strange domain. A level 40 strange with a strange domain was unheard of. You can't escape. Can you let me eat you obediently? I promise to be gentle. The female ghost raised her head. There was a deep crack at the corner of her mouth. There was a little cowardice on her beautiful face. The voice was soft and weak, but the cruelty in the words made Chen Yilin's heart sink. She was Huang Roying, the sister that Huang Yi was looking for. Chen Yilin stopped in the square. The musical fountain next to me was weakly spouting water. Under the influence of the bloody strange realm, what seemed to be gushing out was thick blood. He looked at Huang Roying, who was walking barefoot. He just looked solemn. There was no look of fear at all. Sun Fan, just bear with it. Master will determine the winner as soon as possible. Chen Yilin's tone was heavy. Exhale slow. The aura of the whole person gradually increased. It is extraordinary to have a level of 38 at the age of 35. But in front of this level 40 weird soul, he still felt stressed. Faced with the unpredictable riddle, both he and the contracted beast became cautious. Weak-hearted. Roar, the kangaroo's cry is hoarse, as if it has a mouthful of phlegm. It placed young Sun Fan on the ground. He jumped to Chen Yilin's side. Those big round black eyes were full of concentration after encountering a powerful enemy. Kangaroo, get ready for battle. Chen Yilin's eyes were cold. The words are short and powerful. When Huang Roying entered the attack range, immediately issued an attack command. Level 30 skill, Wuxiang Mingwang. The words just fell. The contract beast standing next to Chen Yilin. His temperament suddenly changed and he became somewhat solemn. The thick tail stiffened. Send the strong body of the covering kangaroo to the female ghost. He kicked his legs so hard that Huang Roying staggered. Immediately afterwards, both fists continued to punch out like water, and the surging suppressive force made Huang Roying's expression painful. The black flames from the white candles stuck on her red dress became flickering and flickering under the constant blow. It seemed like it would go out at any moment. Her shortcoming is candlelight. Chen Yilin keenly discovered this anomaly. Whenever the female ghost is attacked, the black fire in the body will become disordered. The dead souls have a killing pattern. It is a mixture of exclusive skills and the spirit and flesh that are eaten. Therefore, it is difficult to detect based on personality, appearance, abilities, and other aspects during life. I can only keep guessing and trial and error. Chen Yilin looked serious, but my heart was extreme. As a living person, the cost of trial and error he possesses is ridiculously low. If you guess wrong, you may be in danger. Today, I saw the black flame flickering out again. This is also the only change that has occurred in this female spy. This is the only clue. We can only trace it downwards. Chen Yilin took out his pistol and baton, also prepared for war. Such thoughts came into my mind. No more hesitation. He immediately opened his mouth and ordered, "Kangaroo covering the sky, continue to suppress the enemy. Be sure to extinguish every candle on her body." The words just fell. The kangaroo's originally weak boxing skills. Another violent surge. It gritted its teeth, resisting the fatigue after the explosion, and continued to punch. Huang Roying was beaten until her body was dented, her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. Final. In the roar of the kangaroo covering the sky, it raised its tail to the ground, glared with its legs, and finally kicked Huang Roying to the ground. Chen Yilin watched nervously. In the scene, he also ushered in the changes he wanted to see most. A candle flame was completely extinguished. The moment the firelight disappeared, a wisp of black smoke also rose. Chen Yilin and his contract beast both smelled a burning smell. What's going on? The mysterious realm seems to have become more intense. Chen Yilin had no time to rejoice. He saw that the smoke surrounding the female spy seemed to be getting darker. This moment, the uneasiness in his heart also reached its peak. This weird dead soul, it was completely different from what I had encountered before. The fragility of the body seems to have been deliberately compensated. The more you fight, the tougher you become. Afterwards, I realized that maybe the extinguished flame was the beginning of the nightmare. Back off. Just then, Huang Roying fell to the ground, slowly rising from the ground. It was as if the black smoke was supporting her body. There are 4 white candles around the female ghost's abdomen. 3 burns and 1 goes out. But under Chen Yilin's gaze, the candle that was extinguished seemed to be resurrected, and the aura on the female ghost's body, also more powerful. Chen Yilin Xiao. At the same time, he even pulled the safety bolt and shot at the female spy. Longing for physical power, it can deal a blow to the strange dead souls, but the facts proved that it was also useless. Roar, hear Chen Yilin's warning. The movements of the sky-covering kangaroo were also swift. With your legs bouncing, you have to stay away from Huang Ruoying's smoke zone, but its speed is still slow. Shrouded in black mist, let out a strong roar of pain. Will is breaking da. Level 40 skill, sky shading bag. Chen Yilin gritted his teeth. He shouted immediately. Now it's time to fight. Their strongest ability to press the bottom of the box can no longer be left to deliver the fatal blow at the end. The most important task at this moment is to ensure that the heaven-shaking kangaroo is out of the influence of the black fog. Otherwise, it may encounter an accident. Hua hua hua. Chen Yilin's order was issued. The contract divine disc and he immediately activated the heaven-shaking kangaroo skills, the pocket on the abdomen. It swelled against the wind. It not only gathered the invading black fog, but also took Huang Ruoying standing in front of it into the bag. It was faintly visible. The blood-colored hell's strange domain nested in the periphery. A trace of blood light was also taken away. Will it work? Chen Yilin's eyes were dull. He was extremely nervous. This skill. It was the most lethal soul bead skill that he could find that was most suitable for the heaven-shaking kangaroo. Once the enemy was caught, he could continue to restrict the enemy, turn the enemy into rotten pus. But in the face of such weirdness, Chen Yilin did not dare to take it lightly. He did not hold such hope. As long as he could consume the female ghost and delay it, let her retreat under the instinct of survival, that's enough. Roar! But the next second. The roar of the sky-covering kangaroo was agitated. Chen Yilin's heart trembled, hearing the emotions in the pet's cry, as if telling himself, run away, but as soon as the cry fell. But I saw turbid black smoke gushing out of the sky-covering kangaroo, countless smoke from the pet's belly pocket. Vented out. The kangaroo's cry was unusually hoarse, as if it was enduring great pain. Then, when all the black smoke left the pocket, it turned into Huang Ruoying's figure again. At this time, the blood-colored nightgown on her body at some point turned into a pitch-black skirt. Black mist lingered. And Chen Yilin was even more horrified to see the 4Y. I don't know when they became extremely dark. There was a hint of gratitude on her delicate face, although they were not bad. But she didn't feel any pressure at all, in her opinion. The only one who could make her lose the courage to challenge. The only one was her brother. She had been taken away and had seen the 70th level of hell. But it was very strange. The other party was obviously very strong and wanted to eat her as nutrients for promotion, but she was not. Even she looked down on that kind of talent. She had seen her brother's potential. She knew what a top-notch genius was, in her high vision. Although hell was strong, it was not the most desperate. If this is your last resort, the game should be over. Huang Ruoying put away her attention. On her innocent face, a little regret emerged. Although hell is advancing and devouring, I am also seeking greater improvement. It is okay to eat people, and it is also okay to sweat. This is a carnival of the dead souls, and it is also a hell for the living. Chen Yilin heard the words. His pupils shrank. The solid psychological defense line was instantly defeated. Isn't the candlelight a weakness? Instead, it is the switch to activate the ghost domain. Chen Yilin smiled bitterly. The whole person's temperament, instantly aged by dozens of years, became gloomy. I guessed wrong and I lost. Not unfair. But he was very unwilling. Looking at the female ghost surrounded by black fog, he even raised a pistol. His face was fierce. Jason kangaroo, take Sun Fan away. The farther the better. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of gunfire rang out. The swift bullet rolled up the black fog and the residual wind. But the body of the female ghost seemed to no longer exist. It couldn't hit the entity at all. Roar! The heaven-shattering kangaroo screamed in pain, unwilling to say goodbye to its master, but facing the strong command from the contract god plate, it could only stuff the fey. With a flick of his finger, a black mist, like a dragon and snake, directly pierced Chen Yilin's arm. The rubber baton could not be held steadily and fell to the ground dully. Chen Yilin's clenched teeth suddenly loosened. He screamed in pain. The black mist wrapped around him, tightening more and more. Chen Yilin fell to the ground. His face turned purple. He seemed to be suffocated to death. I'm going to eat now. For the freshness and nutrition of the food. I'm sorry I can't let you die early. I may make impolite eating movements later. Please bear with me. Huang Ruoying approached timidly, pursing her thin lips. The expression was panic, but it also revealed madness and expectation. It's like a bud waiting to bloom, and the shame of marrying a happy man. Subsequently, she mustered up the courage and knelt beside Chen Yilin. The pupils without whites looked. The final location. Locked in those strong arms. If it hurts, please, be sure to shout out. Huang Ruoying took a deep breath. Then he reached out his hand expectantly and grabbed Chen Yilin's arm. The latter struggled angrily, but he was bound tightly by the black mist dragon snake and his ribs were breaking. But he is very tough. He didn't beg for mercy at all, he just glared at Huang Ruoying angrily. Click, click, click. Immediately afterwards, Huang Ruoying. As if he had found a treasure, he grabbed Chen Yilin's arm and slowly rotated it. Let the elbow joint make a breaking sound. It was like tearing apart the chicken wings of Orleans. The fresh and tender blood is like golden and crispy sesame oil. But at this moment, above the square, a bored urging came. Stop torturing him, give him a good time. The square was blood red. The fountain water was flowing weakly. Huang Yi came with a thumbtack in his hand, exhausted. Looking. He just urged impatiently. He didn't like the heart-wrenching shouting, it was noisy. Are you, younger brother? Huang Ruoying heard the words. She turned back in astonishment. A trace of confusion and struggle flashed across her innocent face. This made Huang Yi's heart tighten, knowing that she had eaten a lot of meat during this period of time. Her reason and memory were both destroyed a lot. Huang Yi softened his tone. It's me. Come back with me, Mom is waiting for you. Huang Ruoying was surrounded by thick black fog. It was surging and rolling, as if it was showing her inner struggle. Finally, she stood up from her kneeling position with her head lowered. She looked lonely. Sorry, but I can't go back with you. Why? Huang Yi frowned. The elder sister smiled sincerely, her mouth stretched to her ears. I ate meat and became very strong. Once I go back with you, I can't eat meat. Look, even now, you are preventing me from getting promoted. So, Huang Ruoying became more and more frustrated and finally, there was a little more dissatisfaction on her face. So I can't go back with you. Don't be so stubborn. Huang Yi's eyes suddenly became impatient when he heard this. The only remaining. He gradually became irritable in the resistance of his elder sister. Now, Huang Yi's sweater was stained with dried blood. Even the duckbill cap was not spared. That day, he killed his way from the contract city to the ruins of the rioters and then killed his way back. His main goal was to find his elder sister. After seeing the bloody, strange domain covering the city center, he rushed there as soon as possible. On the way, he met the blind, strange slaves and the cultists and slaughtered them mercilessly. Look at the destruction wooden tablet in the consciousness space again. The handwriting on it also changed. Gravedigger advancement ceremony. Massacre the city, kill 10,000 people. Progress, 1,001 people. At the moment when he saw his sister Huang Ruoying. Huang Yi's advancement ceremony has reached 1/10. I'm not being irritating. I'm really super strong. I can protect you too. Huang Ruoying became more and more excited. Her reason was gradually becoming turbid, as if on the verge of collapse. Huang Yi heard this, but he approached with a scolding tone. I don't need it. What strength do you have to want to protect me? Come home with me. Huang Ruoying's face was full of pain in an instant, struggle and suffer. It made her consciousness chaotic and uneasy. The black mist on her body was cold and cruel. She said in a low voice, Can you not be fierce to me? Huang Yi felt the brutality surging from her body, just narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, Why? If you are mean to me, I will want to kill you too. Huang Ruoying's pupils were dark, emitting a fierce luster. The 4 extinguished white candles inserted around her lower abdomen, even more shaky, rising da. Huang Yi rarely refuted, just stopped. The look he gave his sister, there was more heartache and indifference. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can beat me, I admit that you have the ability to protect me. I won't stop you from eating meat and force you to go home with me. Huang Yi spoke calmly. Tear off the hood of the sweater that was pressed on the cap. Make your vision wider. This. Huang Ruoying's dark pupils trembled when she heard the words, as if she had heard. She was frightened and returned to rationality, but she heard her brother's voice just fell. Huang Ruoying was horrified to see the other party's figure, pressing at a very fast speed. The baseball cap was blown by the strong wind. It flew to the ground. It left a trail of afterimages and quickly approached her. Wait a minute. Huang Ruoying panicked instantly. The black mist on her body became restless. She hurriedly used the Black House Dragon Snake, as if to cut off Huang Yi's attack, but the next second, Huang Ruoying's body and mind sank. The black mist covering the hem of her skirt was immediately controlled by gravity. It actually collapsed and fled directly. Destiny, destruction. Level, LV 60. At the moment when the black mist dissipated, Huang Ruoying saw in horror a pair of blood-stained palms, breaking through the smoke blockade, reaching directly to her face. The terrifying suppression force made Huang Ruoying full of fear, and she couldn't move. She could only see it. That hand grabbed his head and smashed it. Doomed to fail. But now the female ghost was defeated directly. The stimulation brought by this rough sense is very strong. Should I run away now? Chen Yilin tilted his head. He asked himself inwardly, looking at the scene of being crushed unilaterally. Covering the hole in his arm, he gasped in pain. Then, he saw the man slowly walking towards him. I should thank you for not letting me die in pain. Chen Yilin did not struggle, and he didn't even have the strength. He lay on the cold square floor. On his purple face there was sincere gratitude. Wang Yi.